Duke Teron sat at the dining table in his manor with his wife on the opposite side. There was no one else present, as the kids were off at school. "So, how did the meeting concerning the new mana stone mine go?" she suddenly asked as they ate. "Ah, the mine. It is located at the border town of our two dukedoms, and so it gave us both equal rights to it. But their main town is farther away from the border town, and we are closer. So, it would cost them more to bring heavy-duty resources to the town to mine. So, we have a deal that I will take care of most of the heavy-duty issues, and the cut would be 30 to 70. At the end of the day, that's how it went, and I have to say it was a good thing," he said while cutting into the steak. "I see, a mana stone mine will really help the research development in the city. My team and I have been working on something very new, and it could help the military and daily lives. But the mana cost requirement is exponential in the testing phase," she said. "You are one of the lead magical researchers in this kingdom. If you say something is worth it, even the king would listen. When the extra mana stones start coming in, I'll make an allocation for your department," he said with a smile. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. "Come in," Teron said. The door opened, and an armored knight with the Duke's crest walked in, holding a letter. The knight walked over and handed the letter to the Duke. He saluted with a fist to the chest and then walked away, leaving the room. The Duke undid the seal, took out the letter, and started reading. His face frowned after a bit, and then shifted to somewhat of a shock. His wife watched him and became curious, so she asked, "What's the issue, my lord?" "It's from the academy, Lady Matilda, the director of the academy. She is speaking of a first-year student that is quite unusual. She said the student scored the highest in the exams ever seen and has already defeated 2 third years. I knew from the first day I met him long ago that he was talented because he was already a B-ranked adventurer at the age of 12. I didn't think he would come to the academy and be this large of a menace. He is upsetting the balance," the Duke explained to his wife. "Such a student exists." "What's his name?" she asked out of curiosity. "He is Silver from Ribist, a kid that stands out because he has white hair, which is uncommon with commoners," the Duke said. His wife stood up with speed. "Did you say Silver?" she asked. "Yes, do you know him?" the Duke asked, surprised by her behavior. "No, nothing like that. It's just that he seems unique. I'd love to research this child, so may I have your permission to?" she asked, the eagerness in her eyes impossible to hide. 13 years, so it had been 13 years, so long. A part of her had come to accept that her child may have already died. The Duke saw the eagerness in her eyes and thought it was just eagerness to research, though that was misplaced. "All right, I'll send a letter to the director tonight. You can go there tomorrow," the Duke said. "Thank you, my lord. I'll take my leave now to prepare ahead of time," she said and bowed. She left the room in hasty steps. If not for the Duke, she would have actually run out. She walked straight to her private room, walked in, and shut the door. She leaned against the wall and slid to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. She sobbed with a smile on her face, knowing that she would get to see her son again. But after a while, the realization hit her. How would she explain it? What would she say? She had abandoned her son before he could even see properly. What right did she have to be his mother anymore? She had failed right from the beginning. But still, she didn't want to be far from her son anymore, even if it meant acting as his benefactor or anything, or even if she could not tell him that she was his mother. She decided she would see him. Even if this would lead to issues along the line, she would still go tomorrow. She cleaned up her tears and got up. She left the room and went in search of the maid she had handed Silver to all those years ago to take away. That was the person she trusted. Back in the labyrinth, Silver was about to test the abomination heart. He asked Dark to search for a Mangledon. When Dawn came back with the Mangledon, Silver took out the heart as Dawn forced the mouth of the Mangledon open, and Silver allowed a drop of the blood to enter the mouth of the Mangledon. Dawn let go of it, and it immediately started thrashing around. The sounds of popping bones could be heard, and ripping flesh. It continued for some minutes, and then it finally transformed into an abomination. It stood up and looked at Silver, doing nothing, just staring and making some growling sounds. "All right, let's go. I want you to hunt some of your former kind for me to see your strength," Silver said and led the way while Dawn and the abomination followed. He used his vibration sensing to find their target, and he found one. Immediately, the Mangleton saw them. It charged at them. Silver pointed at it and spoke. "Take it out." Immediately, the abomination charged like an arrow that had been fired. It went with a swing first with its fist. The fist connected and completely disconnected the head of the Mangleton. After the abomination killed the Mangleton, Silver decided that it was enough testing, so he ordered the abomination to kill itself. The abomination began ripping itself apart, while Silver and Dawn walked away. "I think the second floor is enough for now. We should return to the academy," Silver said. He called back all the clones and unsummoned them before sending Galen and Fang back to the labyrinth to meet the Guardians. Now it was only Dawn that was left. "Dawn, I need you to look into the Dark Blade, the group that caused chaos back at my home. I need you to check them," Silver said. They exchanged some small talk, and then he was about to send her back. She hugged him and pecked him on the cheek before she was teleported away. "If there is anything I love in this world, Dawn is definitely one of them," Silver said with a smile as he headed out of the labyrinth. When he made it out, the guards were shocked to see him back. They half expected him to die there. "Hey kid, you back already?" the guard asked. "Yeah, can you tell me where I can trade the drops I got for points?" he asked. "Wait. You killed monsters?" the other guards asked in shock. "Yeah, I wouldn't just go and sit down inside a labyrinth, right?" he said. "Well, that makes sense, but forgive me asking, what floor did you stop at?" the guard asked. "I stopped at the second floor," Silver said. "And you survived?" "Seems we looked down on you, kid," the guard said. "You just have to hand the drops off at the school store, show them your labyrinth card, and they'll know what to do," the guard explained. Silver bid them farewell and left the area. He immediately headed for the school store. He planned to play it safe and drop in half the crystals he got, which was about 100 or so. Honestly, that was still a bad idea. When he arrived there, it was like a full store located on the academy grounds. It sold the basic things students would need. There were other specialized stores as well for different things, but this was the general store. The woman that didn't pay attention, she thought it was a first-year student who felt like they could purchase good equipment with the small points they had. She had faced a ton of them already since they started attending the academy. Silver didn't mind, though. He took out the labyrinth card and slid it on her counter. She glanced at the card and looked away, only to look back in shock. She picked it up and looked at it. She was certain it was authentic. She looked at Silver, sizing him up. She didn't believe that this kid would have such a card. "How did you get it?" she asked. "The director gave it to me, as well as a map to the labyrinth in the academy. I'm just coming from the labyrinth, and I have some crystals to sell to you," Silver explained. She paused for a moment. Only a person who had really been into the labyrinth would know about it. She decided to just move along. If he was lying, she would inform the management. If not, then there were no issues. "All right then, give them to me." She expected him to take out a few crystals, but then Silver poured out close to 100 on the counter, making a small mountain. Her eyes opened in shock, and she froze while looking at it. Only the council members had brought her this amount after one dive into the labyrinth. "Is there an issue?" Silver asked. "No, not at all. I'll get it calculated now," she said after waking up from her shock. She took a small square storage device and sucked all of them into the device. The small crystal screen at the side of the device showed how many points he made from selling these crystals. At the end, it came up to a whopping 20,000 points. "Please hand me your ID card," she said. Silver passed it to her, and she took it in, taking out a card of her own to transfer him 20,000 points. She handed the card to Silver, and after he thanked her, he left the store. "I'll have to report this to the director or the student council. I feel it's not something I should keep quiet about," she said to herself as Silver left. "Maybe I should have given only 50. I feel from the way she reacted that 100 was too much," Silver said as he returned to his room. The next day, the S-class had homeroom. Silver sat with Faye and Leah on either side. Michael and Aaron sat by each other, and oddly enough, Leah was also seated close. This was the gathering of the serious power in the class. There wasn't a group that could stand up to this group right now in the first year. It was basically impossible. Their homeroom teacher walked in. She walked with her usual sensual movement. She was seductive yet fierce. "Hello students. Today we have a special guest. She is from the Magic Research Organization and is a well-known person. She came here today because she wanted to observe, so be on your best behavior. If not, I'll bash your heads into a wall." Now all of you welcome the wife of the Duke, Mrs. Anderson Terron. Silver's mother walked into the classroom, and as soon as she did, his eyes were pinned on her. What was she doing here? Did she come to see her kids? Was it really for research? Or had she discovered that he was here? She walked up to the teacher and faced the class. Her eyes met with Silver's, and she paused for a while. She couldn't stop herself from looking at him. Silver looked back without a care, because he knew that, in her mind, he didn't know who she was to him. Silver's mother finally broke her gaze away from Silver. It would be weird if she kept that up. "All right, Mrs. Terron will be watching your training today, so we will skip homeroom and head to basic combat classes. So, everyone change and be at the training grounds in 10 minutes. You are dismissed," Miss Elizabeth said. The students got up and left. Leah walked up to Silver as they left the class. "I noticed you and the Duke's wife staring at each other." "Do you know her?" Leah asked. "Nope, this is the first time meeting her," Silver said. "I'd think otherwise, seeing as you have her hair and eyes." "Quite the coincidence," Leah said with a smile and walked away. "She is way more observant than I thought. I'll have to clear things up to avoid any unforeseen happenings," Silver said to himself. When they arrived at the training grounds, Silver sat to the side watching the students train. He couldn't really learn anything from sparring with them, and they couldn't learn from him since his skills were too high. Elizabeth would have been a good partner, but she couldn't leave the other students for now. Mrs. Terron noticed that Silver was free, and she saw that as her opportunity. She walked toward him. Her breathing got haggard with every step. It was as though she was summoning all the courage she could to come to Silver. Silver could already sense her coming. He could feel the hesitation and anxiety in her, but he kept acting as though he didn't know until she got to his side. "I hear you are Silver, the number 1 first year." She used that as a way to start a discussion. "Yes, I am." "It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Terron," Silver said. "The pleasure is mine." "So why aren't you participating?" she asked. "We try to get stronger with every activity, but this activity doesn't hold anything to make me stronger," Silver replied bluntly. He looked up at his mother and spoke. "There is something you want to say. I can sense it." "What is it?" Silver asked. "Sigh, you are smart like they say. I'll be straight with you. I'd like to study you and get to know you better. I'd like to be your benefactor. So what do you say about that?" she asked in a calm voice to mask her pain. "Benefactor?" "That's what she is going with." "Nah, don't worry, Mom, you'll get to be my mother sooner than you expect," Silver thought. "That seems nice. I'd like to discuss it more, but I'll need to meet your family as well." "I already know your children, but we haven't spoken much at all. So, I'd like to know the family that I am placing my life in." "I mean no disrespect, but it has to be done," Silver said. "I understand. I'll talk to your director. She will allow my kids and you to come to the Duke's Manor for dinner tomorrow. You can stay over and return the day after," she said. "That's good. I'll be looking forward to it," Silver said. He got up from the place and walked away. He could still feel his mother's eyes on him even as he walked away, and it took him some effort not to turn back. Evening came, and Silver was ready. His brother and sister had gone along with their mother to prepare, while a carriage was set to carry him to the Duke's manor. Silver didn't inform any of his friends that he was leaving. He simply left. He got into the carriage, and it took him to the mansion of the Duke. When he arrived, a butler met him at the door. "Good evening, Master Silver. The Duke and his family are awaiting you at the table." "Right this way." The butler, who was a middle-aged man, spoke with eloquence and respect. Silver followed him into the house and to the dining hall. The dining hall was massive, with a table too big for a family of 4. The Duke and his family were already there, with his wife to his right and his 2 children to the left. When Oliver and Sage saw Silver, a frown was plastered on their faces. They were told that they had a guest and that their mother wanted them to be there. They didn't expect that it would be Silver. Of all people. Silver bowed to the Duke when he arrived. Welcome, Silver. This is the second time we have met. Please take a seat, the Duke said. Silver did as he was told and sat opposite the Duke. Soon after, the food was served by the maids, and they started to eat. The Duke looked up to begin a discussion. So, Silver, how is being a student at the academy? The Duke asked. Let's cut the crap here, Silver said, taking everyone by surprise. What the hell did Silver just say? How dare you talk to my father like that? Oliver got up and roared. Keep your trash shut, you no good piece of untalented crap. I've seen commoners better than you, you stupid little boy. Silver clapped back in a way that Oliver was not expecting. What Silver did was so shocking that no one else at the table knew how to react. This was a commoner talking to a duke and his family rudely. Silver could see the surprise, and he decided to drive all this home. 13 years, 13 bloody years I've lived as a commoner because you, a piece of old shit under the name of a father, decided I was no good for living. Silver dropped a bombshell on all of them. It started getting hard for them to understand what was going on. You are confused, right, Father? You are wondering what I'm talking about. Well, let me refresh your memory. 13 years ago, one night, a woman gave birth to a son. But that son seemed to not have good magical affinity. You ordered for that son to be killed, but his mother saved him and asked that he be taken away. Does this story ring any bells? The dining hall became quiet after what Silver said. The kids didn't know what was happening, but Teron and his wife knew. Teron stood up from his seat. He stood straight and asked Silver, are you telling me that you are my son from 13 years ago? The one that was sent away? He asked. Ask your wife. She knew, and that was why she came to the academy. She named me Silver. She was the one that asked for that name to be given to me so that one day she would find me. She was the only one that cared if I lived or died. She was a mother, and she tried to fight for her son. You, on the other hand, decided to kill a baby. Isn't that just great? Silver asked with a smile. He took a bite of his food after he finished saying that. This is impossible. Even if you are my son, you should have no recollection of what happened that day. It shouldn't be possible, the Duke yelled. He wanted to prove this impostor wrong. Well, that is all the work of my legacy. It allowed me to have perfect memory, unable to forget, so I recalled everything that happened as soon as I left the womb. The pathetic look you gave me when you discovered that I had no affinities, everything you said, they are all burnt into my memory, Father, Silver said. As he spoke, he checked the stats of his father. He wanted to know what he was up against. Evolved human, LV, 12, strength, 5000, defense, 4500, speed, 7000, agility, 6500, intelligence, 9000, mana, 10,000. His father was quite the man, but it seemed Silver had overestimated him. He could crush this man as it stood. You mean to tell me that for 13 years you have known who you are? Then why didn't you ever tell me? Teron asked. Tell you? Tell you what? That I am your son? The one you tried to kill? No, that's stupid. Honestly, the stupidest thing I have ever heard. What the hell would I tell you for? Hey, don't speak to my father however you feel like. Oliver tried to be the perfect son and ran at Silver. Oliver, stop. His mother and sister called out to him at the same time, but Oliver had made up his mind. But before he could draw his sword, Silver was in front of him. When people are talking, don't interrupt, brother, Silver said. He grabbed Oliver by the face. The world seemed to go in slow motion as Silver threw Oliver with such speed that Oliver almost passed out from the force. Teron leapt from where he stood and caught Oliver before he could hit the wall. He placed Oliver down to breathe and then faced Silver. I don't care what sort of things you have in your mind, but you will not maltreat my child like that, Teron said. Your child? Your child? I was your bloody child. Have you forgotten? I was a baby. I didn't ask to come to this world. You couldn't control that thing between your legs. You got my mother pregnant, and I had to be born. I didn't ask for any part in it. I was a victim of your horny activities. Yet I was the one set to be punished. Does that sound fair to you? Silver asked. Teron could not answer that it was true that Silver had done nothing wrong. It was he, Teron, who, to preserve his name, decided to get rid of Silver. Teron took a deep breath and tried to think things through to handle this situation he had found himself in. "All right, Silver, I was wrong. I didn't make the right call then. You turned out talented and more powerful than I would ever expect. At such a young age, you have done so much. So, right now, I'm begging that you forgive me. It may not be much, but you can inherit after me," Teron offered to Silver. "What the bloody hell is wrong with you? Your wife, your kids, they are all here, yet you act shamelessly like you haven't done anything wrong. How in the world do you expect me to simply forgive you? Are you insane? Is there something wrong with you, old man?" Silver asked. "Silver, please, that is enough," his mother finally spoke up. "Mum, allow me to handle this. This is an issue between father and son. If he feels that my behavior is so bad, he should try taking me down and punishing me. I want to see just how strong the man who decided that my life is worthless is," Silver said. "You will close your mouth, you little brat," Teron roared. He unleashed his mana. It filled the room like a raging storm and caused the window to explode. Lightning began surging around his body as he charged at Silver. The ground underneath exploded as he moved. Silver smiled as he saw his father coming. He took out the Minotaur's rage. His father made a lightning blade on his hand and stabbed at Silver. Silver used the axe to block the collision, caused the walls to crack and the room to shake. Silver's mother used her light magic to create a barrier. His sister carried Oliver and took him into the barrier to meet his mother. Teron thought that strike would be enough, but to his surprise, his hand was stopped by the axe, and Silver was smiling behind it. "Dear father, is that the best you have?" "If so, then it's my turn," Silver said and spun the axe, slashing down to cut his father in two. Teron leapt back and dodged the attack, but before he could get his footing, Silver used the momentum of the moving axe to leap into the air and send a kick to Teron's chest. Teron was thrown back and crashed into the wall. He got back up and was honestly pissed. He raised his hands and cast a spell, Thunder Arrow. His voice boomed in the room as a 3-meter-long lightning arrow fired at Silver. The lightning arrow shot at a crazy speed that would be impossible for any normal person to dodge, but not Silver. He didn't even need to use Flash Step to dodge it. He used his normal speed and dodged the attack. The attack blew the entire wall. Even the formations that were drawn into the house could not stop the force of the attack. Silver took the opening after Teron cast the spell. He used Flash Step, attaining a teleport-like speed, and arrived before his father. He swung diagonally from down to up. His father did his best to react in time, covering his palms in thick lightning, and using his hands to parry the attack. He was able to deflect the attack, but the force sent him stumbling backward. "I see you are not called a great mage for nothing. Your battle sense is very good, but I doubt it will be able to defeat me," Silver said. His father didn't respond. He had acknowledged that Silver was a threat, a very strong one. He couldn't speak like an elder or father at this point. He had to concentrate and win. But even that seemed to be far away, because he could tell that the difference in strength was great, even speed, and Silver was yet to even use magic at all. How did you get this strong in such a short time?" Teron decided to ask. He couldn't hold himself back from asking. "You want to know? Well, I'm just that talented. The reason you didn't see it back then was because my body wasn't strong enough to hold my talent." He, Silver said. "If that's so, then it wasn't my fault. How could I know that you would bloom late?" Teron said. Silver frowned when he heard that. He gripped his axe, and his body vanished and appeared behind his father. "You are making it worse, you old bastard," Silver said. He swung the broadside of his axe, slamming it into his father and sending his father into the wall. After that, Silver stopped. He put away the axe, and picked up a seat. He sat down and faced his father, who was getting up. All this time, no one had come into the room, and that was because Silver had done something before he entered. He sealed off the room with a dark spell, and no one could get close to 100 meters of the room. Now he undid the seal, and the running sound of the knights and guards could be heard headed this way. They barged into the room, holding their swords and spears, with a blond man leading them as captain. Immediately they assessed what was happening. They all surrounded Silver and pointed their weapons at him. The captain came closer and drew his sword. "Don't move, you have caused havoc in the house of the Duke," Your penalty shall be death, the guard said in a righteous tone. Are you dumb? Silver asked. The guard got enraged and decided to attack. Stop it, Damien, Silver's mother ordered. The captain stopped midair and immediately sheathed his sword. All of you leave now, she said. All the guards bowed their heads and left the dining hall. After the guards left, the place became quiet. Even his mother watched to see what would happen next. Duke Teron, or father, whatever you choose. I have cleared off my beef with you for now. I don't need your name or anything else. I just wanted to meet my mother and say hi to my siblings. Now I can leave, and we don't have to see each other again, Silver said. Ha 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 ha. Teron laughed as he got up from the ground. I may have lost this fight, boy, but I don't plan to lose the war. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat the whole kingdom. The moment you entered here and declared that you were my son, you already made things hard for yourself. I'll tell the whole kingdom that you were my son that went missing, and now you have been found. I'll make you bear the name of Teron and become the pillar that lifts me higher, Teron said shamelessly. Silver could already tell what game his father was playing, and his father was actually going to win. Silver didn't have the connection and influence that his father had yet. Even though he was rich, he couldn't buy the connections his father had. Even if he went and spread the truth of what happened 13 years ago, no one would believe him over his father. But Silver was not one to go down easily. He had ways to make sure his father didn't spill the lies. But as he was about to use this method, the system came online with a notification. A special message from the goddess has been delivered. Silver, there are things only those of status can accomplish. That was the entire message, but it didn't take all his brains to understand that she was telling him to agree to carry his father's name. And as usual, Silver simply obeyed the goddess. She was the only person his dragon pride didn't fight against. Fine, do what you want, but let me inform you ahead of time. I'll be making sure that I use your name and status to the max, regardless of what happens, Silver said and stood up. He turned around, and to his surprise, his mother had basically leapt at him with her arms open. She caught him in a bear hug. It's been so long since I wanted to do this, so long, she said and started crying. Silver hugged her back. They stayed that way for some time before she let go. You'll have to tell me everything tonight. I'll have a room ready for you, she said and left the room. She pulled Sage to help her. Silver looked at his brother and his father. I don't plan to take over this house, and I also don't plan on forgiving you. I understand why you did what you did to protect your name, but there is no way I'll forgive you, Silver said and left the room. Today had been quite eventful for Silver. Now how would he move forward? Silver spent most of the night talking to his mother in the room she prepared for him. She hugged him all through and only finally let go when he said he had to sleep. But he didn't sleep after she left. He used the window to get to the top of the roof and sat there. After a while, his sister Sage came to the roof as well, like she knew he was there. She sat beside him and they both looked at the stars in the sky. After a long while, she finally spoke. I don't know what to say at this point. I don't know how to feel after everything that just happened. I don't know what to say after finding out that I had a little brother and my father tried to get rid of him, she said. You don't have to feel bad. I overdid things on my side, even the way I reacted to you the first time we met, Silver said. If so, then let's start afresh. We may not know each other, but you haven't done anything wrong to me or anyone. If I were in your shoes, I would have done worse. I'm certain of it. The issue now is my brother. He will hate you because he wants to be family head, and with you now, that dream got crushed, Sage said. He will have to learn how to live with despair because he isn't good enough to rule anything. I'd prefer if you were the one that had it. Not that it matters to me. I'm just thinking about how my life will be now that they will announce that I'm their son. I have a family back in Rybist, and honestly, I love them all. I have to meet them to explain things. I basically have two families now, Silver said. Your sister, Leah, how do you think she'll take it? Sage asked. Well, she may not say it outright, but she will be happy with the news. One of the reasons is that Leah is in love with me, Silver said. Whoa, you sound certain of that? Sage said. Yup, I know for a fact, and if word gets out about who I really am, it will give her a free opening to love me not as a sister but in a romantic way, Silver explained. That makes sense. Your life and everything will change after this day. The way people react to you and everything. You may not notice it, but me and Oliver being the highest form of nobility in the academy makes it hard for us, but we try to cover it up. Well, I'm sure it won't be a bother for you. You know how to handle attention since you have the entire third year against you, Sage said. That's the least of my worries. My main issue is those that will try to get under my skin from the political angle. They are the ones that will trouble me. But for now, I'll keep watching and seeing what happens, Silver said and stood up and left her there. When he spoke with her, he felt like she was somewhat reasonable, and so he decided to make a small connection with her first. This is just the beginning. The kingdom will accept a Demon King candidate as one of their own, and as their prodigy. I feel like this is about to get fun, Silver said as he got into his room. The next day, Silver made sure he returned to the academy early. He knew today was about to be the most stressful day of his life. He found Leah as fast as he could and explained everything to her. He wanted her to know and digest it before the real announcement was made. The news took her by shock, and she felt it was a joke, but she saw Silver was serious. It took close to an hour of explaining and more for him to make her understand. Later that day, word went out from the Duke about Silver. It became a hot topic all over the city and the kingdom as well. Many people started digging into the details of the person called Silver. Where did he grow up? What did he do? Such attention was good, but it also started calling enemies to Silver. Silver decided that he would stay in his room for the day, but those that knew him personally came to his room. Leah, Michael, Aaron, Faye, and Sajia, they were all in his room. Only Oliver wasn't. It all makes sense now, your abilities and strength. It makes sense, Michael said. No, it doesn't. Silver has the strength of an S-ranked adventurer. I don't think him being a noble makes it reasonable, Faye pointed out. That's true. Even with noble blood, he is too much of an oddball, Aaron said. Guys, now's not the time for this. How is the outside looking? Silver asked like he didn't already know. Well, you just got a fan club because the most good-looking first year, who is also the strongest, also turned out to be a noble, the son of a duke, Leah said calmly. Yup, and it's made up of girls alone, Michael said. Immediately he felt the piercing gaze of Leah and Faye on him, so he quickly shut up and looked away. The boys, on the other hand, now hate you to their guts for exactly the same reason, Sage said. It's only been 4 hours since the news got to the academy. To think it would go that far in such a short time, Silver said. Well, you should start getting ready, young master, because duels will start coming in from left and right. Many guys feel that if they beat you up, they will gain popularity and the attention of the girls, Leah said. A seriously stupid idea, but guys have massive egos, bro, and they will do anything in that regard, Michael said. Well, I'll just keep a low profile for now, Silver said. They all gave him a look that said, you couldn't even keep a low profile if you tried with all your might, you walking overpowered machine. Advanced Magical Class. This was the class for those who wanted to learn more spells and better ways to use their magic in different situations. It was generally an open class held in one of the large halls, but the S-class students were all recommended to take it. They couldn't ship it. So over 100 students sat in the hall, with Silver's class. They were a mix of all first-year classes. The instructor was a middle-aged man, Nick, with a slim build. He had a lot of gray hair and dressed in a minimalistic manner, wearing a white shirt and trousers. When he walked into the hall, he took out his books from his ring and placed them on the teacher's table before turning to the board. He picked up a piece of chalk and wrote down magical formations, then turned to face the class. Welcome, all of you, to the first advanced magical class for the semester. You are already accustomed to how this academy works, so we will skip right into the topic. Many of you, till date, use basic spells to cast magic, right? And some of you believe that this class will teach you some advanced spells, but you are wrong. If you haven't maximized the weapons in your hands, what's the use or starting to teach you another one? It is pointless because you would reach an uncrossable plateau. You have to first understand and master the intricacies of basic spells before you can step into advanced spells. In your first year, Building up your basic spells is what we will be doing here. It's when you get to the second year that you will start learning real advanced magic theory and some practicals. Now, before I start my explanation on magical formations, are there any questions?" he asked, and several hands went up. He picked a boy from the students, who got up and spoke. "Sir, are you saying we can't learn advanced spells?" "Because I remembered during the entrance exams, a student used an advanced spell," the boy asked. He was talking about Leah. "Oh, I did hear about that, and it is very much a normal situation. There is nothing out of the ordinary with that. I am not saying you can't learn it, but it is better if your time is invested in making the most out of every spell level before leaping into the next. I have seen the files of the person that did that, and she received a lot of training before coming here to the academy. She has probably touched on the aspects of formations as well," Nick answered. The boy raised his hand immediately again, and Nick picked him again. The boy got up and spoke. "Sir, what you are saying is purely based on assumptions. Can this person show us that they have really touched what formations are?" he asked, and his question resonated with the other classmates, so they agreed. Sigh. "Well, all right then. Miss Leah, can you come and show us your knowledge about formations?" Nick asked, but before she could stand up, Silver, who was beside her, got up. "Sir Nick, what these people are asking for is completely unreasonable. The knowledge that my sister has was gained through her hard work. Why should she show off to someone for free? If he wants to see what she is capable of, he should be able to pay the price. Otherwise, she is not obligated to show anything to him," Silver pointed out. The students started talking, but not about the matter. Rather, they were talking about the fact that Silver called her sister. People already knew that Silver was the Duke's son and that Leah's family had taken care of him. He called her sister? Does this mean he still takes her family as his own? One girl asked in a hushed tone. "Of course. He grew up with them. He only just met the Duke. He would be a monster to just throw away the family that took care of him." A boy answered her. These sorts of discussions were happening all around. "What's your name?" Nick asked the boy who had asked the question. He may know Leo and Silver, but he couldn't know everyone. "My name is Brian, sir, from Class 1B, he spoke. "Well, you see, Brian, Silver Teron is currently the #1 student in the whole first year." On that note, his words are quite precious. Because if I decide to overlook what he said and force her to show off, I wouldn't be in trouble, you would be. Imagine him wanting to make your life difficult. He has the resources, connections, and position to do so. I like to take life realistically. I don't want to promise you that the academy would stop him, because we can't. He has the privilege on so many grounds. So, that being said, do you have some sort of method to reward Miss Leah if she is capable of what we asked her? If she is not, then she will also reward you for wasting your time," Nick said. Brian started looking flustered after that, but he had his pride as a man. He couldn't back down now. He could only step forward. "Yes sir, I have currently accumulated 1,000 points, and if she is able to do it, I'll transfer all my points to her." To Leah, who had already made over 5,000 points through academy work in just a few days, 1,000 was not too tempting, but Silver was the one who set the stage, and so she would gladly take those points. To the other students, that amount of points was absurd to give away. Only S-class students could easily rake in thousands. Nick looked over at Leah and asked, "Miss Leah, are you all right with that?" "Yes," she said and stood up. She walked to the front of the class. "All right, Miss Leah, make any sort of magical formation or circle for demonstration purposes." All eyes were pinned on Leah, but she didn't panic. She had received the best types of teaching and resources from Silver, more than most nobles could ever see. She raised her hand, and without a spell chant, a magical circle formed over her hand, shocking everyone, but she didn't stop there. The circle expanded quickly and covered the whole space of the hall, and then snow began falling from the circle. She looked at Nick with eyes that asked, "Is this enough?" He nodded, and she stopped her demonstration and returned to her seat under the stupefied gazes of her mates. Brian only came to realize at this time that he had messed up. If he hadn't been so egotistical, he could have saved himself the shame and also the points. but there was no use crying over spilled milk. He would have to go and meet her after this class and hand them over to her. He dared not think of cheating her. Now that that is out of the way, I will explain what magical circles and formations are. In this world, there exists mana all around us. Magical circles use mana from around us in items as well in order to amplify the effect of a spell. It is a build of intricate and carefully set up mana lines and patterns that draw out the mana around it to amplify the base spell engraved in it. Now we have wasted enough time, but your assignment for next class will be to read on formations and try to create your best formation. I will be rewarding marks and points for it, so take it seriously, Nick said. He ran into some more details about formations that would help with their assignment, and then the class was ended. Before Silver could leave, Brian ran to their seat, but when he arrived, his throat nearly leapt out. He saw Silver, Leah, Michael, Faye, Sage, and Aaron. These were all top 10s of the academy, and their aura as they sat together made it hard for him to breathe. He struggled as sweat trickled down his face. "Are you here to hand over your points?" Silver asked. Brian managed to nod yes, but he was still shaking. "My sister Leah and I have discussed something that will help you. You see, I've decided to have eyes in all the classes and know what is happening. I can't be the top student and be ignorant about those under me, so I need your help. 1,000 points isn't something you can recover from easily, right? It will take a toll on you. The food you eat will be the base cafeteria meal, and that doesn't have the nutrients to really keep you going. Stale bread and water, oh, it sounds dreadful. You need the points for studies and feeding, so if we take them, you will have a very hard time, and your studies will suffer. I'm sure you don't want something as bad as that to happen, right?" Silver asked. He pushed those images into Brian's head, making Brian see how dreadful it would be if he actually gave all his points now. When Silver was certain that the idea had settled, he hit the nail on the head. "So I have a proposal to help you. 1,000 points, so you can pay it over time, but there will be a constant 1% interest every 3 days. So all you have to do is give her whatever you can, whenever you can, and it will slowly reduce, but be warned, the interest will still be the same. What I mean is, the 1% interest is 10 points, no matter how much you have paid back. Even if all you have left to pay is 1 point, and you miss 3 days, you will owe 11 because of the interest. Finally, for the mercy I have shown you, you will become my informant in your class. You will update me and give me regular information about key happenings. How does that sound? It's a good deal, right? You get to keep your points and pay back little by little, without any hassle. And you just have to inform me of happenings. That's definitely a good deal, Silver persuaded. Because Brian's head was full of thoughts of how dreadful it would be to give all his points now, he quickly accepted the deal, thinking he had taken the best route here. If only he knew he was signing his soul to the devil right now. Silver took out a contract. It was a special type that bound the people by blood, and if anyone broke their part, they would receive a backlash and die. He had bought a few from the stores the other day because he wanted to start making some moves. He could use a darkness contract spell, but that would be unorthodox. Silver wrote the details of the deal and handed it to Brian. Brian read it and found nothing out of the ordinary. So he took a knife from his ring, closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and cut his finger, allowing a drop of blood to rest on the paper. Silver did the same. He took a blade and cut his finger with a smile, allowing his blood to drip onto the paper. The paper glowed and disintegrated into dust, meaning the deal was set. "You can go now. Your interest will start after 3 days from now," Silver said. Brian thanked Silver and left. After he left, Silver gave a happy chuckle. "He's dumb," Leah pointed out. He couldn't see that Silver was making him a long-term slave, probably until the end of the academy, Sage said as well. "How come?" Michael asked. "Allow me to explain," Faye spoke up. She had watched her further work, so she knew certain things about business and deals. 10 points will be added to the points that boy owes every 3 days. I'm guessing that the boy would want to pay in at least hundreds. But to get up to 100, he would need a week or so, and he can't just give Silver everything, so it will take 2 weeks for him to pay 100. What's more is that there are 14 days in 2 weeks, and when divided by 3, We have a figure with a remainder of 2. So that boy will have to give an additional 40 points as interest, no matter what amount he brings. But there's more. Let's look at it realistically. When we look at it realistically, Keep won't be able to even keep up the 100 points payment. That interest will catch up to him, and that would elongate the time of his service, she explained. Later that day, Silver decided that it was time to head into the labyrinth. It had been about 3 days, and today he needed to eat. Yes, gluttony was on its last day. Though he had enough souls locked up, he decided to go. Those souls could be for later. The guards already knew him, so they let him in as soon as he reached the gate. Silver decided not to call Fang, Dawn, and Galen. His clones would be enough if he wanted to get serious. He walked through the first floor like it was his house. The Mangaldans that attacked him were too weak, so he got rid of them easily. He passed through the second floor. When he got to the third floor, he was immediately met with a massive Mangaldan about 12 feet tall. The Mangaldan charged at Silver. It swung its fist at him. Silver blocked it to gauge the strength. His hands trembled a bit after receiving that attack, but the strength was not impressive to him. He grabbed hold of the Mangaldan's arm and twisted it. The arm tore off easily, and he used the arm to swing it into the face of the Mangaldan. The fist slammed into the face and sent it crashing into a wall. He followed up immediately, punching into the head of the Mangaldan, crushing the head. Immediately after killing that one, he sensed a horde headed his way. Silver pointed his hand in the direction. As soon as the Mangaldans showed up, he fired dark blades rapidly, cutting through the horde. He wiped out half of them and then charged into their midst like a bullet. His speed was faster than they could react to, and he tore them apart easily. Silver had muted his notifications except for the level up notification, so when he leveled up, it came through. Level up, 2 free stat points. He finally leveled up to 70, but he didn't stop there. After finishing the Mangaldans, he headed deeper into the labyrinth when suddenly he heard a scream. He knew someone was about to get killed, but Silver wasn't a hero. Still, he decided to check it out. The only people allowed here were 4th years, and if there was a Mangaldan that even a 4th year couldn't beat, then he wanted to kill it. That would be more EXP for him. Silver ran in that direction and saw a group of Mangaldans, 5 in total, about to kill a female student. Wow, this academy is shit, allowing students to come here and die, Silver said. He leapt into the air and fired a dark bullet, but the bullet didn't pass through the head of the Mangaldan, which was a shock. It did, however, draw their attention and cause them to face Silver. Silver used his dragon eyes on them, wondering why it was able to block that shot. They had stats over 600, and it was just the basic dark bullet that he used to shoot. He didn't make it special. The Mangaldans charged at him. They were faster than any he'd faced so far. He was sure these Mangaldans were not supposed to be on the 3rd floor. It was possible they had chased this girl from the lower floors. A Mangaldan leapt at Silver, trying to bite his head off. Silver stepped back and grabbed the mouth of the Mangaldan, ripping it apart. He used the body to throw at the other incoming Mangaldans, then gave chase. He took out his sword and slashed, firing an abyss flame arc. The flames burned through the Mangaldans, causing them immense pain. They started thrashing around, trying to hit Silver before they died. Not happening. Gates of Hell. Silver cast his spell, and the gates opened to take all their souls. He then used gluttony on them. These were stronger Mangaldans, and he was sure they would have some skills he could take. Gluttony activated. 3000 EXP gained, x10. You have gained skill, charge, improve speed for a short distance dash by 2 times, x10. The skill felt pretty useless to Silver, and unlike the other time, he didn't get multiple choices. He already had flash step and didn't see the need for charge at all. Sigh, well, whatever, he said and started walking away. Wait. The girl called out to him, but Silver didn't pay attention. He didn't want her thanks or her questions. At least tell me your name, she said. Sigh, Silver Terron, he said and walked away. Silver immediately headed deeper inside the labyrinth at full speed. He wanted to see what level he had to reach to start seeing this as a real challenge. He went deeper and deeper, ignoring all the little fries along the way. But if any tried to obstruct him, he would simply smash them to pieces. Just like that, he made it to the 10th floor, the last recorded floor to be raided. After the 10th floor, there were mysteries beyond, and now he was about to find out. Silver stepped into the next floor, and the whole place changed. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything at all. He started using his senses and vibration sensing to navigate. He headed into the corridor, and soon he found a group of monsters. They looked like Mangaldans, but their skin seemed different, like metal. The monster immediately charged at Silver. With every step, it caused sparks on the floor. It suddenly extended a silver blade from its arm and slashed at Silver. Silver leapt back, dodging the attack, but before he landed, the metallic Mangaldan was already charging at him. Silver could tell without a doubt that this monster surely had stats over 1,000. The Mangaldan kept slashing and pushing Silver back. Its attacks were quite simple, relying mostly on its strength and no technique or anything. After watching it for a while, Silver took out his sword and blocked the attack. The backlash caused the Mangaldan to be pushed back several steps. Silver then charged at the Mangaldan. He stabbed for the head and forcefully tore through the hard metallic surface, killing it. The Mangaldan disappeared and left a small metallic core. Silver took the core and then went deeper inside. Silver now understood why the Mangaldans had vibration sensing and could see in the dark. It was because they lived in places like this. The ones on the upper floors were just weaker versions of these. Because of the ruckus he made during the fight, more Mangaldans started heading his way, 3 of them. As soon as they were in range, they charged at him with their blades. Silver dodged the attack of the first one and stabbed the gut of the Mangaldan. Another one attacked immediately. Silver moved out of the way, and its blade stabbed into the ground, stuck for a second. That second was all Silver needed. He leapt up and delivered a kick to the head of the Mangaldan, completely removing its head. He stepped on the body, used it as a springboard, and stabbed right into the head of the next Mangaldan, killing it. The body fell and turned into a metallic core. Silver took the core and continued his journey inside. He decided to go as deep as the 12th floor, and when he reached there, he would turn back for now. Back in a dimly lit room, a cloaked man sat at a desk watching a small black bird in a cage. He stared at the bird for hours until finally, he took out a small pin and stabbed it into the bird. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but then suddenly, the bird started screeching and thrashing around madly until it turned into a grotesque bird. The man reclined into his chair when he saw that the bird had transformed, and he started whistling a tune. After he finished, he burned the whole letter. Silver, so he was the son of a duke? He was a lost son? That story does not check out. That boy wasn't lost. He knew what he was doing all the time. There's no way he wouldn't know that he wasn't truly the son of the one he was with. And it would be easy for someone like him to find his parents. Something is being hidden by the Duke. It's probably a ploy to stop things from escalating. But that aside, this Silver has become way more interesting than before, the man said. He opened the cage and took out the bird abomination. The bird writhed and thrashed around, and the man simply snapped its neck and killed it. From the darkness of his cloak, the outline of an evil smile showed on his face. When Silver finished with the 11th floor, he felt a strange energy calling from the deeper floors. He decided that he wouldn't go now. When he had more time, he would enter and spend enough time searching the labyrinth. Right now, a few things had to be fine before he could be free like that. There was the issue with a monster wave that was headed for Ribest. Then there was the issue of him being the son of a duke. He was yet to personally go and tell his mother and father in Ribest the news. He was sure that they had already heard about it, but that didn't change anything. He decided that this weekend he would go to Ribest with Leo and talk to them, also probably bring them to the city to meet the Duke and his mum. As Silver thought about going, he remembered that Mike was in the city. He would have to check on Mike and take him back as well. The whole family needed to be there. The weekend started the next day, so it was the best time for him to go. Silver left the labyrinth and headed to the store. The woman was a bit surprised to see him back so soon, but she said nothing. Silver took out all the basic core drops and handed them to the woman. It was as much as the last time, which still shocked her. Then he took out the metallic cores and dropped them. When she saw those, she froze in shock, staring at them with wide eyes. "Oh, how did you get these?" she asked, stammering as she spoke. "In the labyrinth, of course," Silver responded. "Sorry, but I won't be able to award any points for them until they are shown to the director. These cores are extremely precious and very expensive. Only the director can decide on what to do with them," she said. "Oh, is that how it is? Well, no problem then. When I return from the weekend, you can hand over the points to me after your discussion," Silver said. "That will be good. I'll still give you the points for the basic cores, so hand me your card." Silver handed his card to her. She took it and transferred over 20,000 points to him. He collected his card back and left the store. "Good thing I didn't take out all. She might have just passed out," Silver said to himself as he left. On his way back to his room, through a corridor, Silver spotted a group of second years standing and waiting, a total of 5 boys. Silver had only really had interaction with the third years of the academy. He was yet to meet the second and fourth years, so he had no business with the second years. He simply walked by. But then, they stepped forward and blocked him, and a white-haired boy began talking. "So you are the Silver that's got the whole school heated. Prodigy student defeats not 1 but 2 third years. Also turns out to be the son of a duke. You're the hot topic across all years. The girls are all about how good-looking and strong you are. All that must be getting to your head, right?" the boy asked. Silver gave him a look that said, "Are you stupid? Don't you have anything better to do? Like seriously, is there nothing you'd rather be doing right now than be here spewing rubbish?" Silver asked. "You bloody bastard," the boy roared. He nearly threw a fist but managed to stop it in time. "Your hand would have been crushed into bits had you hit my face," Silver said with a devilish smile. "So that's how it is, eh? You're getting cocky. You might be the son of a duke, but within this academy, that doesn't matter at all," the boy said. "Son of the duke? You think I care about that? I was already a B-ranked adventurer by the age of 12. I have more wealth than some noble homes, and that was long before I knew anything about the duke. I don't need the duke to change the shape of your face in one punch." "So you want to test that out?" Silver asked. He decided to be proud. He decided to shove his success into this boy's face and show him how little he was. All the boys had started getting pissed at what Silver was doing. They really wanted to beat him up. Silver walked closer to him and spoke. "If you don't like what I'm saying, then I'll duel all of you at the same time. In fact, I challenge all of you to a duel at the same time. You can't refuse since I am the junior here. The duel will be on the first day after the weekend. You have enough time to prepare because I will be going all out, and I'll make sure that I show all of you what hell can look like." The rules of the duel are that there is no giving up, and the only way to lose is when the person passes out, Silver said as he walked past them, leaving them stunned. Silver bounced out of there feeling triumphant. What better way to boost his popularity than to take out 5 second years at the same time? Silver wanted one thing, to take over the academy. His dreams had led him to the academy, but they hadn't shown him what to do now again, so he decided to do anything that came to mind. It was possible that he would be on the right path, and he would understand why the goddess wanted him to be here. "Congratulations, you are on the right path to understanding your task. The goddess Ophelia has rewarded you with a question ticket." A question ticket allows you to ask one question to the system and receive an answer. In short, to think about your question properly before asking. "Oh, something good has arrived." Silver spent the night thinking about what it is that he would ask. This was a ticket that allowed him to break the order and ask whatever he would like. But Silver understood that whatever he asked, the system would try to give an answer that would answer him and still not answer him. He was smart enough to know that. And so, the Parliament of the Mines was called into session, and in the end, they decided that the best question was not to ask what his task is, but to hit a very specific issue and not go broad. "System, I want to ask my question now, and my question is, what is my importance to this world now?" This was a very simple and basic question, but it allowed Silver to see if he was really needed and if all his actions were important. Answering, "Your existence is needed to a very high degree. If Silver Terron is removed from this world, there will be no next generation, and the definition of peace would cease to exist." Silver was right. It gave a vague answer that answered and left more questions, but it at least made Silver know that he had a serious role to play. And as a prideful dragon, that made him feel happy. The next day, Silver and Leah left the academy to head back to their town. They would only be able to stay there for a day before they had to start coming back due to the length of the journey. They headed early to the Adventurers Guild to ask about Mike. Luckily, they found out Mike's location without issue. He had found a place to live in the city. Silver and Leah headed there. They knocked on the door, but there was no response. It seemed he wasn't inside. Silver decided that they would leave and head back home without him, but as they turned to leave, they saw him coming towards the house. "If it isn't the son of the Duke," Mike said as he approached. "Seems the news got to you as well, Mike," Silver said. "I would have to be living under a rock not to know what happened. You are basically the talk of the town. Many people don't even know your face, yet they know all about you," Mike said. "I didn't expect it to be that big of a deal, but that's not why we are here. Sorry to spring it up on you, but we want to take you back to Rybist to see Mum and Dad. They deserve some explanation as to what has happened," Silver said. "That makes sense, but I would have preferred a heads up. Either way, I'm sure you would have informed me if you could." "So, do you have a carriage ready?" Mike asked. After waking up, the contrast that he showed from his former behavior was daylight clear. It was as though the evil spirit that had been making him act that way had left him. "Yeah, that's not an issue. It's waiting up the street." "I'll show the way," Silver said. By the streams of a beautiful lake, a young man sat on a rock, splashing his legs through the water. He looked like he was only 12, his face smooth and young, with soft blue eyes. His long blue hair covered his bare back as he sat wearing only a simple short. The air in the surroundings was very clear, and the mana that had soaked the entire environment was very high. This would be paradise to any person who had mana. The boy sat quietly without saying anything for a while, but then a man came out of the shadow and knelt behind the boy with his face down. He wore black tight clothes like that of an assassin, only his head was open to be seen. "Young master, I have news for you. Another Demon Lord candidate has been found as you asked us to do. But there is an issue. This candidate is said to be very strong, and aside from that, he also stayed with the humans. We do not know if he knows that he is a candidate yet, but Laura was able to find out with her special ability." The man spoke. "Is she the one that told you of his strength?" the boy asked without turning. "Yes, she said she tried to pry into it, but all she got was a slight glimpse, and from that glimpse, she could tell that he was strong." "It is the first time I have seen her speak of any of the candidates she has seen like that. It seems he is really different from the rest," he said. "Different? That's intriguing. If this is so, then we will have to find this person and bring him here. Remember the plan, to be the one that controls the other Demon Lord candidates and lead them to finally crush the humans. We can't let one of our own live with the humans. We have to save him and raise him to be the Demon Lord that he ought to be." "As a disciple of one of the Demon Lords, I take this as my responsibility," the boy said and stood up, walking towards the man in slow steps. "The place this boy is, where is it?" he asked. "It is a kingdom not too far away from here." Laura said that. "She didn't tell me the name, though." "The young master will have to ask her that himself." "So, it is neither the Holy Kingdom nor the Empire, just a small kingdom. Then it should really be no issue. We should get ready to head there. I'll have a word with Laura and ask about the details. You, on the other hand, will send the word to my elites and also to my master. You will inform him that I will not be around for a while. I'll go to that kingdom myself and find the person who is to be one of the Demon King candidates." When Silver arrived at Rybist, the word of his arrival spread like wildfire. Everyone in town knew the boy Silver, the anomaly that they had all come to love. So when the news that he was the son of a duke reached them in Rybist, they were hit with many feelings. Would they ever see this boy that had grown with them? They also felt that his absurd talent made sense, but even with all this, they never saw him as an outsider. He was still one of the rising stars of Rybist. As Silver, Mike, and Leah walked through the street, they were greeted by everyone, with people being all friendly with Silver. No one wanted to care if he became the son of the Duke. Silver also didn't care. The name Terron was just for formality. He knew nothing about being a noble, and he was not ready to learn. He had enough on his plate as it stood. As they headed for their home, Silver saw Quinn and his party. Immediately Silver laid eyes on Quinn. He could tell that something was different. He didn't know what it was exactly, but he felt the essence of a power in Quinn, one like that of a legacy. But it didn't feel complete. It felt as though it was a legacy, and yet it was not a legacy. But he could tell that whatever that thing was, it made Quinn a whole lot stronger than the last time. He wanted to use his dragon eyes to check out Quinn's stats, but then he was tackled by the one and only Roxy. She hugged him with so much force that they fell to the ground with her on top. She buried her head into Silver's chest like a puppy looking for warmth. The others just watched in shock. They were used to her clinging to Silver, but they didn't think she would be this happy to see him. Silver decided to respond to her hug and wrapped his hands around her. He could feel Leah's gaze on Roxy, but he acted as though he couldn't. "I missed you so much," Roxy said with her head still buried in his arms. "I know, I've been busy, that's why I've not been able to come," Silver said. "HMPH, you have to make it up. I know you will only be staying here today, so take me out on a date tonight to make it right," she demanded. Everyone watched silently at the two of them, the only sound being Leah struggling to control her breath, trying not to get mad. "Fine, I'll do that, but for now, get off me, please," Silver said. Since she had gotten what she wanted, she had no issues with getting off him. She stood up and helped Silver stand as well. Silver dusted himself off a bit and walked up to meet Quinn. "It's been a while, Quinn," Silver said with a stretched out hand for a handshake. "It's been quite long, bro," Quinn said and hugged Silver rather than shake him. Though it had only been weeks since they left, it felt like it was years, because they all grew out together and were used to seeing each other every day. Mike also walked up to Quinn, but before he could say anything, Quinn hugged him. "It's good to see you back, you mischievous idiot," Quinn said. "Well, it's good to be home for a bit, bro," Mike said. During his time as an adventurer in Blacklight City, he had enough time to think, and he really thought about all that he had done. He had almost thrown away his loving family, a family that didn't care if he was less talented or more talented. At first, it was because of Leah, but very quickly, it stopped being about her and was simply about his pride. And the more he tried to protect his pride and make it look like Silver was the evil person, the more he fell deeper into his delusions. Before he knew it, he could no longer see anything else but the truth. Everything became his warped perspective that he created. And that perspective was that everything would have been okay if Silver never showed up. If Silver was never brought into his life, everything would be okay. But that was a lie. Silver was what the family needed. Silver allowed the family to have a fancy life. He allowed Leah to chase her dreams of becoming a mage, and all while doing this, Silver never asked for anything in return. Even though they weren't his real family, he never showed them disrespect. Mike took in a deep breath and let the air go with a smile. He would have succumbed to the abomination that day if it hadn't been for Silver and his cringe lines. Quinn let go of Mike and looked at the group. "Let's go to the tavern first and have a small talk before we head home to Mum and Dad. There is something I have to tell you all," Quinn said. The group agreed and headed to the closest tavern. They all headed in, and their presence drew attention as expected. Silver wasn't at the legal age of drinking yet, which was 14, so he didn't partake in the ordering of drinks. Though nobody would care or try to stop him if he wanted to. Silver was more well known and loved in the town than even the mayor himself. The drinks arrived, and those that wanted to started drinking. "The reason I wanted to come here is simple. I'm getting married," Quinn said. Silver, Mike, and Leah froze immediately when they heard that. They ran it through their heads multiple times to be sure that they weren't wrong. "Did you say getting married?" Mike asked. "Yeah, I am. I've been planning on writing you all letters to inform you, but I've been a bit busy," Quinn said. "How? When?" "You never looked like you had any romantic relationships happening," Silver said. "Not everyone can be like you, Silver. The amount of people that love you is quite high, so you have to do things in general to not cause issues and mislead anyone. For me, I was able to do what I wanted in secret until we were ready to let people know," Quinn explained. "Hey, you basically called me a playboy just now." "I'll have you know I'm still single," Silver said. "Ha, let's check that theory," Quinn said. "People who love or adore you, Silver, right here at this table. We have Leo and Roxy," Quinn said. Leah immediately went tomato red when Quinn said that. She squealed and covered her face in embarrassment. Though it was evident from the very beginning that she had some feelings for Silver, her status as sister wouldn't allow her. She was terrible at hiding that type of stuff. Roxy, on the other hand, had already made everyone knows that she loved Silver, so she had no reaction to what Quinn said. Now, aside from these two, there are also Faye, the Viscount's daughter, and that beast woman adventurer as well. Only the heavens know how many you have found in that academy, Quinn said. Silver is a real playboy, Rox said, and everyone at the table nodded in agreement. Oh come on, I'm only 13. Stop making it look like I'm some guy that chases women all around, Silver cried out. The issue is your face. Have you tried leaving just bedhead and a dirty face for once a day? Rock asked. Silver sleeps like a rock. He doesn't toss, so his hair doesn't get too scattered. Also, his mana is way too high. It would eliminate any dirt after some time, Quinn said. They all burst into laughter after that. Hey, we are going off topic right now. It isn't about me now, it's about Quinn and his marriage, Silver said, bringing their attention back to what had started the discussion. So Quinn, have you told Mum and Dad about it? Silver asked. Yeah, they gave us their blessings. Mum was eager for a grandchild already. She said we grew too fast and all left her at the same time, Quinn said with a laugh. Alright Quinn, now the most important question of all, who is she? What's her name? Do I know her? Silver asked. Oh, I haven't told you who she was yet. Well, she is here with us, Terrelyn's ward, Quinn said, and for the second time, Mike, Silver, and Leah froze. They slowly turned their eyes to look at Terra, and she immediately looked away. How long has this been going on, Terra? Silver couldn't stop himself from asking. She didn't answer, though she just looked away, refusing to meet his eyes. Sigh, either way, bro, you have the eyes of a god. I don't think it gets better than her, and with how she is, you guys would match effortlessly. You have my go-ahead, Silver said with a real smile. After they finished and left the tavern, Quinn split up the party, so now only he and his siblings were headed to their house to meet his parents. The walk was not too long, and they made it in under 10 minutes. When they arrived, his mother was outside. Immediately she saw them, she ran and grabbed Silver, Mike, and Lo in a group hug. Welcome back, she said, filled with excitement. Mum, you didn't welcome me, Quinn said and pouted. You are yet to give me a grandchild, so there is no welcome for you, she said. She dragged Mike and Silver inside. Leah and Quinn followed behind. When they walked in, they saw their father using a rag to clean a sword. When he looked up and saw his kids, he dropped the sword and stood up immediately. Whoa, what's happening? To see all my children at the same time, he said and hugged each of them. After he greeted all of them, they all sat down. Leah and her mum went into the kitchen to make some tea and snacks. You three are still so young, yet all I can see right now are men sitting down, he said with a smile. Well, one of us is becoming a man after all, Mike said. He and Silver glanced at Quinn, and Quinn looked away to avoid their eyes. Oh, it seems he has informed you about his marriage. It came as a shock that he wanted to marry that noble lady. But she is really a great girl, and I feel she will be a great match for Quinn, their father said with a smile. Dad, stop, you are embarrassing me, Quinn said. Shut up, boy, I'm not told yet. If you talk again, I'll whop your ass, he said and then burst into laughter. In the case of Quinn, she was the prince, and he was the damsel, their mother said as she and Leah brought out the snacks. She placed them down and took a seat beside her husband. Leah also sat down beside Silver. As expected, she was the one that made a move on him. Your wimpy brother couldn't do anything. Not long after you guys left, she asked him out, and some weeks later, he asked her to marry him, their mum said. So she was the one who asked you out? Silver asked. Well, yeah, but I was the one who proposed, Quinn said. Yeah, you got lucky. I would have probably attacked you if I found out that she also proposed to you, Silver said. Hey, calm down, Silver. I always wanted to ask her out, but I wasn't sure if she would accept. And before I could get the courage to ask her, she did, Quinn said. The best swordsman in Ribest can't ask a girl out. That's really something, Mike said, and they all laughed at Quinn's expense. After they all calmed down, Silver sat up and spoke. I'm sure that you will let know about what happened and that it was found out that I was the son of the Duke, Silver said. We heard about that, but you don't have to worry, Silver. You are still our son, my little child. And I'll not allow even the Duke to monopolize you, his mother said. I know, Mum. I was never going to stop being your son. I don't care about the Duke and all. They are my family in name. But still, I now have two families, and I want both to meet and get to know each other. So I want you and Dad to come to Blacklight and see the Duke and his family. My real family. To meet my biological family. It can be any time, but I'd like it to be soon, Silver said. You don't have to worry, kiddo. We will go there as soon as possible. I have to give the Duke a piece of my mind about what happened, his dad said. Silver actually knew the truth about what his father wanted to say to the Duke. Silver was delivered to their house, and it didn't look like he had gotten lost. It was as though someone had asked that he be taken away. So Silver's father wanted to ask the Duke what really happened, but he didn't want Silver to know about his plans at all. After their discussion, they spent time talking and catching up until some time passed. Silver left the house later and decided to head for the labyrinth. There was a lot he had to discuss with the Guardians, especially on the matter of the beast wave. He got to the labyrinth. Outside, it was filled with tons of stalls selling lots of things and other businesses, from armors to potions and more. Everyone who knew Silver immediately greeted him with respect as he passed by. Some tried to get him to shake their hands, and others hailed from afar. Those that didn't know him began asking, "Who the hell is that kid? Is he the son of some noble or something?" Well, technically, it was discovered that he is the son of the Duke, but he was a little prodigy that grew here. He is hailed as the strongest of the town, Silver Terron. So he is the one that everyone has been talking about, the lost son of the Duke. Honestly, I thought that story was bogus, but it seems I was wrong about that. Silver didn't pay attention to them. He walked into the labyrinth unhindered. From the first floor, he began seeing a lot of adventurers, young and old, fighting. He simply walked through without care and made it to the second floor. He kept going until he was at the fifth floor and then teleported when no one was there. Immediately after he appeared in the throne room, he was jumped by Elsa. "Daddy!" she called out as she leapt on him and sent him to the ground. "That's the second time today, damn it," Silver complained as he lay on the ground like he had given up. Elsa finally got off Silver. He got up and stretched his body before heading for the throne. He sat there, and Ella sat on his lap. All the Guardians and his summons, aside from Dawn, bowed before him. "All right, let's get straight to business." "The beast wave, that was the reason I came here," he said. "Well, my lord, the reason is really simple, to be honest," Drake said and came forward. Lily was scouting the area for certain materials for her study, and then she noticed an upset in the beast movements from a forest and mountains to the north. It seems that something has awakened, and its presence is causing the beasts to start moving. If it is not stopped, all of them will head in this direction, Drake said. "I understand the situation then. How about we head to that place and have whatever it is killed? I'd like one or two of the Guardians to come with me to the location to battle whatever is there. We can't openly protect Rybist, well, not yet. And this town is like my safe zone, so it can't be damaged at all." Silver gave his take. The matter seemed to be less confusing than he had expected. He thought he would have to make plans and everything to stop the wave. He grossly underestimated how powerful his team was. "All right then, let Lily and Zack go with you." Lily is the one who found out about the beast wave, and Zack has been in search of a real battle. The rest of us have been busy and unable to help him out. "This should prove useful to him," Drake explained. "All right then, I'll go with both of them. We will leave in half an hour." "You all can leave, Zack and Lily. Let's meet here in half an hour." "Drake, Galen, and Fang, you stay," Silver said. They all nodded and teleported away except for the three he mentioned and for Elsa, who had rested on his lap. "Galen, Fang, the reason I asked you to stay is unrelated to the place I am going. I'd like for Galen to get stronger. So, I am asking that you, Fang, engage in battles with him from today, push him with all you have, and force him to evolve. If you understand, then you can both go," Silver said. They both nodded quietly and left the throne room. Silver dropped Elsa from his lap and walked to the back of the throne. I'd like to pick some high-grade weapons, mostly one-time use weapons. We don't know what we may face there, so we have to be ready for anything, Silver said as he opened the door to the library. Drake and Elsa followed him inside. He headed for a section where some explosives were stored. All of them were above advanced tier, and one of these would cost hundreds to thousands of gold. He stocked up with a lot of them for a while and then he was ready to leave. Master, you should take this as well. Drake showed him a wooden doll. What does it do? Silver asked. If you drop blood on it, the doll will grow and activate. It will use exactly the same power as that person. It will fight with the power of the person whose blood touched it. So if you face a strong enemy, all you have to do is make their blood touch the doll, and you'll have a fighter that can combat the enemy. The only thing to take note of is that it has a 1-hour duration, and it will turn to dust after that. But not to worry, there are hundreds of them stored, and the method to make more exists here, Drake explained. Silver immediately fell in love with the ability of that doll. He took it from Drake and placed it with the other things he had collected. After he finished, they left the library and waited for Lily and Zack. After half an hour passed, Zack and Lily finally arrived at the throne room. All right, we should get going. I have a date this evening, and I have to be back before then, Silver said. Lily activated a magical circle that would drop them close to the forest. Silver walked into the circle. Zack carried his massive axe and walked into the circle. The circle flashed, and they appeared at the edge of the forest. The reason she couldn't teleport them in was because the mana of the being that had woken up was interfering, and that could cause a lot of issues. Silver could already feel the presence deep in the mountains, and it got stronger by the moment. He could understand why the beasts would have a hard time here. When it got too much for them to handle, they would all start running away, and that would be the beast wave. Silver walked into the forest, and they started running. Lily flew close behind, and Zack ran as well. Their aura was enough to ward off any beast as they made their way to the mountains. The mana got stronger as they went. The amount of mana had already surpassed that of Silver, and that was alarming. The only person he had seen with mana this high was Lily, though hers was still much higher by comparison. They got to the base of the mountain, and there were no beasts. The environment was no longer safe for them. Silver could tell whatever it was deep underground. Zack, make a crater as big as you can, Silver said. Zack nodded and then took his axe. The axe began glowing blood red. His eyes also began glowing as he lifted the weapon above his head. Silver and Lily gave him some space. He roared as he struck down. The axe hit the ground, and the explosion that followed was extremely loud and massive. And when the dust and particles died down, there was a massive crater with a hole at the center. The attack had broken into the underground chamber. Because of the sound and force of the explosion, whatever was underground got furious, and its mother exploded out like a raging typhoon. This spike in mana was what the beasts needed to start the beast wave. They couldn't take it anymore and all started leaving the forest, heading for the town in the hundreds. Silver immediately telepathically contacted Elsa. Elsa, the beast wave is incoming. We need to stop it before it goes anywhere. Get Gillen and Fang to handle it, along with one of the guardians and as many labyrinth beasts as you will need. The beasts are at least 500 or more, so I'll leave it to you. Make sure that you ensure the battle is fought away from human eyes. We don't want word of it going out, Silver informed her. All right, Daddy, she said, and then ended their connection. Silver turned his attention to the hole that was before him. The mana was violently rushing out, and whatever was in there was coming out soon. Let's be battle ready. We don't know what will be there, but we have to ensure we take it down quickly, Silver said. Suddenly, faster than he could react, a massive burst of chaotic energy exploded from the ground. Lily darted to his side and used her magic to form a barrier and protect him. Zack also used his axe to split the energy, but you could tell from the way his feet dragged that it was tough. When the energy explosion died down, Silver asked Lily, What energy was that? I have never felt something like that. I think I have felt this energy before. It is a very special one that is only born from the merge of all elements. It is called chaos energy. It is said to be capable of doing anything as long as the person has mastered it. Many races have the ability to sense more than one element. Fairies, elves, and spirits are the ones who are capable of learning a lot. Some people learn all the elements and then merge them into one, a very difficult thing to do, and from that comes chaos energy, Lily explained. So whatever is in there is a being that has learned all the elements and has merged them into one? Silver asked. Suddenly, a figure blasted out of the ground and flew into the air, shining brightly in a red light and exuding mana that Silver had never seen before. Even Lily was a little bit less when it came to mana. That being possesses more mana than me, Lily pointed out immediately. Silver tried to use Dragon Eyes on her, but he was hit with a backlash that caused a splitting pain to hit his head. Ugh! Silver cried in pain as he held his head. Whatever happened? Lily asked. I tried to check her stats, but she was too strong. It backlashed, Silver said. The glowing chaos around the figure died down and revealed a beauty that rivaled the goddesses. Her waist-length red hair complemented her eyes. She donned beautiful armor with gold and white. She was like the goddess of war and beauty all in one. But her looks were not deceiving anyone, because as she looked at Silver and his group, a rushing bloodlust hit them. Silver could tell that she wanted to fight them, and this was not going to be an easy fight at all. Zack, Lily, give it your all. Let's take her down, Silver said and transformed into his dragon newt form with full wings. His power surged, but he didn't stop there. Even with his clawed hands, he still wielded his axe and buffed his power more. The woman in the sky saw that Silver and his group wanted to fight her as well, so she made the first attack. She shot down like a rocket, making a sword appear and covering it with a ridiculous amount of chaos energy. She went for Silver, who was at the center, but before she could get close, a barrier from Lily blocked her sword. Zack, go now, Lily said. Zack charged, leapt into the air, and slashed with his axe. The woman quickly countered with her sword and blocked Zack's attack. Zack refused to back down easily. He channeled his mana through his axe, and it glowed red. The woman didn't know what he was doing, but she knew she had to stop it. Her chaos exploded and sent Zack flying. Zack had done his piece to distract the woman. Silver had made his way into the sky and was coming from above at a crazy speed. She noticed him a bit late, and his attack was in motion. With his buff from his dragon form and his axe, his attack carried a strength close to 70,000 or more. He swung the axe at her, and she covered herself in a thick layer of chaos. The axe collided, and an explosion happened, sending Silver flying and the woman to the ground, but she was unhurt. She got back up immediately and began smiling. She looked at them and finally spoke. You are the ones that woke me up. You may be strong, but you have no power against chaos, she said in a cocky tone. Silver, who was flying in the air, heard that, and his pride was hit. He knew he could defeat this woman. He had just wanted to see her strength, yet she claimed he was weak. Zack, Lily, stand back, Silver said and dropped to the ground. He began walking toward the woman in steady steps, and with every step, he brought out one clone, and then the clones transformed into dragon forms. She saw this and scoffed. Do you believe 10 clones can stop me? She asked. When Silver heard that, he was then hit with a thought. His clones were overpowered replicas of him, and they had all his abilities and skills. Though he was the one supplying mana to them, he had enough mana. So he had an idea. What if his clones made overpowered clones of themselves? The only drawback of that would be that all the mana would come from him. But his mana was growing at an astonishing rate, and he would only use this idea when he seriously needed it. So Silver gave it a try and passed the instruction to all the clones, and they all made clones of themselves, making an army of 100 who were 10 times stronger than the original clones. But the mana consumption was crazy. Silver could feel the mana flowing out of his body like crazy. This skill was not something he could use whenever he wanted. But for now, he was going to burn through all his mana because all the clones also transformed into the dragon newt form, and that on its own ate a lot of mana. At this point, not even Drake could hope to stand against Silver. This was a 100-man army of Silver, and some had stats 10 times the original. and most had stats 10 times the clones. When the woman saw this, she froze because she could feel the strength from 100 of them. She was already internally shaken when she saw the first 10 that he made, and she was bluffing when she spoke. She didn't expect that Silver would actually summon more clones that were even more powerful. It's not possible to have such a skill, it must be a bluff. She yelled and started dashing for Silver. She fired a massive beam at a group of the clones, but they all used their swords to counter it easily. She was shocked when she saw that, but the other clones had already circled her and were moving in for an attack. She became unsure of what to do. She tried to fight, but one clone parried her sword, and 3 more placed their swords near her neck. Another 3 went for her lower body with their swords around it. She froze in place at this point. There was no way out. She had lost. "I give up. Please call back your clones," she quickly said. Silver was shocked that she gave up so easily, but he was happy because he had used more than 90% of his mana already. He unsummoned his main clones, and that caused all the clones to disappear. He bent over and huffed and puffed. He couldn't hide that he was very much spent. Lily and Zack, on the other hand, were shocked. They didn't expect that Silver was actually this powerful. They knew he had potential and was going to be great, but it seems they underestimated things. He was already crazy strong. The woman walked to Silver, but all her bloodlust and killing intent had gone away. She looked at Silver and spoke, "My name is Ares, a chaos spirit. Form a pact with me." Silox, Fang, and Gillen charged into battle. They were teleported by Elsa to the battlefield. They had to handle the beasts that were headed for the town. But they weren't alone. A host of over 100 labyrinth monsters of all sorts followed behind them, charging into battle. Elsa wasn't there with them because she and Jade had to create a deception barrier that made sure no one on the outside could see what was happening. Jade carried Elsa on her back as they slithered around the battlefield, while Elsa dropped the nodes needed. The nodes looked like her scales with shiny red tips. When she planted all the nodes, she stopped, made a hand sign, and all the red tips activated, creating a very large veil that made it look like nothing was happening inside the veil. Meanwhile, the battle in the veil had commenced with both sides clashing. Even with a lesser number, Silox was able to command her army. Unlike the chaotic beasts, Fang, Gillen, "You two are free to fight however you want," Silox said. Immediately, Fang's flare exploded with lightning. He dashed like a bolt and broke into the enemy line. His body was like an overcharged fury ball, moving so fast that one could not follow him with their eyes. Some beasts encircled him and tried to attack. Fang roared, and a mighty bolt struck from the sky and decimated them. The beasts were immediately terrified of him, and they retreated from him. Gillen walked up to him with a laugh. "You scared them away, but now it's my turn to get busy," Gillen said and took out his daggers. These ones had been made by Zack the Minotaur, an excellent blacksmith who decided to gift Gillen since they got along well. He used his mana technique to make the blade even sharper and then charged at full speed. He leapt into the air and came down with a spinning slash. He easily decapitated several beasts. He landed on the ground and started to massacre. His blade movements were fierce and precise. He wasted no excessive energy. In the span of minutes, the beast wave had been cut down to more than half, with Fang and Gillen contributing a massive chunk. The beasts started trying to run away, but Silox ordered her army to give chase and cut them all down. Her army had also suffered losses. About 10 had died, but it was still a domination compared to what the beasts had lost. "That went easier than expected," Gillen said. "I alone could have handled it, but the master loves to be careful. It's like he doesn't understand the force he commands," Silox said. They watched as the labyrinth beasts killed all the remaining beasts. They all regrouped after the slaughter, and Elsa made her way to the center with Jade. She deactivated the veil and then cast a massive teleportation circle that teleported all of them back to the labyrinth at once. "My name is Ares, a chaos spirit. Form a pact with me." "Huh? A pact? What brought that up? Weren't we just fighting right now?" "How did it go from that to forming a pact?" Silver asked. "You defeated me, basically, meaning you are stronger." "What's bad in wanting to form a pact with a strong person? Also, you're astonishingly good looking, and you have a strong body for such an age. Who wouldn't want to have you?" "If you had lost this battle, I would have turned you into mine. I'd shower you with care and everything. No, 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 cut, that's too much. Silver stopped her. What the heck was she saying? They just met, and she was talking about intimate things. Are we shy now? Don't worry, you'll get used to me, she said and ran her finger on Silver's cheek. Lily held her hand and pushed it back. That's enough touching. He is still a child by current standards, so tame your lustful eyes away from him, Lily said. Could it be that you want him too? Ares asked. Don't ask dumb questions. I only stopped you because he is my master. I can't have a chaos spirit touching him however she wants, Lily said. Alright, that's enough. Ares, tell me about this pact and what it entails, Silver asked. Well, it's like a contract we sign, binding us together. I'll help you with all you need and listen to you. The pact may look equal, but the stronger side is normally the boss, which is you in this case. I know you want to ask why I want to do this, but don't worry about it. I have personal reasons for wanting to form a pact with you. The fight with you also played a role in making me decide this, Ares explained. Silver thought about it for a while and decided to go with it. He couldn't see any real risk, so he decided to try and take the risk, whatever they may be. Then how do we do it? Silver asked. A drop of your blood and a drop of mine need to touch first, and then both parties must agree. Silver took out a knife and slashed his palm. She did the same with her sword, and they shook hands. Their hands glowed, and a pattern of a drop of blood appeared on the back of their hands and faded away. That meant the pact was successful, and to complete it, a notification came up. You have formed a pact with the Chaos Spirit, Ares. You have gained a new dragon skill. You are on the right path. A powerful ancient being from beyond has seen you and your actions. Your latest action was the nail in the coffin. The being has decided that you are dangerous. He will start coming to stop you. Survive. Message from the goddess Ophelia. I'm sorry, Silver, but the being that is coming for you is something else. I can't help or give you details. Order refuses. Please survive. It might take a while for him to arrive, but he may send minions ahead of him, a being that even the goddess and the system recognized as powerful. This was a large issue, a very large one. But Silver knew that immediately worrying and jumping about would not change anything. He simply had to get stronger. He didn't know how long it would take to face this being. For all he knew, it could be the next day, or it could take 10 years. Either way, he could only give his best when the time came. What was on his mind now was the fact that he had gained a new dragon skill. He quickly checked it to see what it was. Astral Dragon Form, a semi-invisible dragon form that you can control and use to battle. All stats will be increased tenfold when activated. The drawback of this skill is extreme strain on the body. This skill was awesome. If it increased his strength by 10 times, his buff would then help him get to 100 times. The only skill that could match up to it is the Joker of the Abyss. Even though it had a drawback, and the effect of the drawback was buffed as well, it didn't matter, because the gains far outweighed the cons. I want to talk to you about a lot of things, Ares, so will you come to my labyrinth to talk? Silver said. Well, I'm not going to leave now. You are officially stuck with me, she said with a smile. Lily gave her a cold stare and then activated the teleportation to the labyrinth. They vanished and left all the destruction of their fight there. Even the beast corpses outside the forest were left there, all of them. A few minutes after Silver and everyone had left, a group of horses with armored people on them came to the site of Silver's fight. There were about 20 horses, and about 5 of the riders were female, each of them wearing black armor with the crest of the king on it. The one leading them came down from his horse. He walked a bit and looked at where the fight seemed to have taken place. The crater that Zack left, as well as the small damage caused by the fight. Captain, what happened? A woman asked. There seems to have been some sort of fight here. It didn't last long though. I'm seeing the prints of hundreds of people, but I can only sense that there were no more than 4 people here, he said and returned to his horse. Could it be that one had a cloning spell of some sort? She asked. Probably. We should head to the other side. That's where Sharon sensed the beasts. Let's find out what happened to the beast wave, he said and got on his horse. They rode through the forest, and when they made it out, they were shocked to see the corpses of beasts littered everywhere. They all looked in shock, not knowing what to think at this point. "That's a pretty intense scene, right?" a voice said from behind them. They all turned around quickly while pulling their swords and getting defensive. And then they saw, seated on a tree, the most fancy-looking clown that could be. The clown held a deck of cards and was shuffling it rapidly at an incredible pace, but only his fingers moved. The captain pointed his blade at the clown and spoke. "Who are you?" "Well, it's common courtesy to tell others your name before asking," the clown said. "I'm Rogers, the captain of the Venom team of the Black Knights," the man said. "Oh, I think I've heard of the Black Knights, one of the most elite chapters of the kingdom's knighthood." "Well, you can call me the Joker of the Abyss," the Joker said with a smile. "What are you doing here, Joker?" "Speak now or we will have no choice but to take you down," the captain said. The Joker started swinging his legs after hearing that, and then suddenly he dropped from the tree and landed on the ground. The group immediately came down from their horses, marched forward, and took a defensive stance. "Stop where you are, and tell us what you are doing here," the captain said. "Well, you see, I was walking through here, and then suddenly all these beasts jumped out and attacked me. So I decided to take care of them, but I got too tired after that and decided to rest, and then you guys showed up." "You killed all of them by yourself?" Rogers asked in shock. "If that's true, then we will have to take you down." "A stranger capable of taking down a host of beasts by whatever means is crazy. We will have to investigate you and be certain of who you are first." "Venom, into formation 1." Rogers gave an order, but before they could carry it out, the Joker drew a card and looked at it. He smiled after looking at it and spoke. "To think my luck would be so good." He flung the card into the air, and the card exploded into a massive purple magical circle. It expanded over the whole field and then, the dead beasts started rising into zombies one by one. The Black Knights looked at this in shock and some in fear. "Captain, I'll be seeing you more often, so don't die here. Your squad should be able to handle this without trouble," the Joker said. Then he pulled out a card and used it to vanish. "That motherfucker!" the captain roared, but now was not the time for him to lose his head. He had to fight. Back in the labyrinth, Silver was about to get into his discussion with Ares at a dining table in the massive dining hall. He felt his clone return to him, meaning it had done the job. When he was about to leave that place the first time, he sensed people coming, knights to be exact, so he sent his clone to handle it. Silver and Ares talked to themselves for a while, and Silver got to know her better. She was over hundreds of years old, but she engaged in battle with a hero once upon a time, and that severely injured her. So, she went into hiding for many years and only woke up recently. Silver was shocked when she explained the fight to him because the hero she fought was one of the weakest, according to her. Yet that hero had easily injured her, and Ares was unable to put up a fight. All she could do was run. This gave Silver a small gauge of the strength of the heroes. He had to get stronger because he was certain that a clash was inevitable. After getting to know Ares, he left her to Elsa and the Guardians. Ares had taken a liking to Elsa and started treating her like a younger sister. And, of course, Elsa loved it. Silver had come to understand that Elsa just loved attention. Silver left the labyrinth after that. It was getting dark, and he had made a promise to Roxy. He quickly got to his house and cleaned up. He left his room to see Leah standing outside his door. She looked at him, like she was scanning him, and then spoke. "You are going for the date with Roxy?" she asked. "Yes, I promised her," Silver said. She looked at him and pouted. "Then promise me that when we are back at the academy, you'll take me out on a date as well," she said. Silver didn't see an issue with it, so he agreed immediately. She let him go. He left the house and headed for Roxy's house. Silver and Roxy headed to a restaurant for dinner first, but as soon as Silver placed his hand on the door, he felt something strange behind him. He turned around and saw a black portal. A 7-foot abomination was stepping out of it, about to attack Roxy. Silver flash-stepped and took her out of the way, while sending a kick to the head of the abomination and killing it immediately. He dropped her down carefully, his eyes still trained on the portal, but then Roxy started tapping him. When he looked at her, he saw her pointing. So he looked and saw more than 20 portals opening all over. Silver was not someone that could be frozen in shock because he had enough minds to quickly analyze things. "Roxy, "Sorry, but our date will be called off. Head to Quinn and tell him. Gather your party and fight," Silver said, and charged in the direction of the abominations that were coming out of the portal. He didn't even draw his sword. He leapt into the air and pointed his hands down, firing a thick stream of abyss flames. The abominations screamed in pain as their physical bodies and souls were being torched. Silver then took out his sword and started slashing, shooting out dark blade arcs, finishing off the abominations. He landed on the ground, but he couldn't rest as more portals had started forming, and for some reason, the abominations had taken him as their main enemy, and most of them were headed for him. Silver looked at the horde headed his way and realized something. Many of the abominations running towards him were once humans. He could still see their features a little, and he could tell it was rare to hear about human-based abominations unless they were created. Someone had used these humans to make abominations. Not that it mattered to Silver, he would cut them all down the same. When the largest abomination got to him, it swung its hand. Silver blocked the attack with his sword, but he had to leap back as another abomination tried to get him while he was focused on the first one. He pushed off the ground as soon as he landed, getting as high as the one that had just attacked him. Then he slashed out a dark blade arc and decapitated it. Immediately he landed back again. He was surrounded by more abominations. He thought about ending this fast, but then the thought of trying out his swordplay and martial arts filled his head. An abomination attacked fiercely, and Silver parried the attack, but still allowed himself to turn quickly. He turned very fast and his sword cut through the stomach of the abomination. He grabbed hold of the body immediately and chucked it at some abominations. Silver moved faster, dodging attacks and cutting down abominations, regardless of what race they were before. But such a waste of time was too much, because the town had now entered an uproar and was fighting against the abominations. He looked over towards his house's direction, and he could see smoke. Something was up, and he needed to find out. He decided to charge through the abominations and kill all of them. His movements became way faster, and he started one-hit killing them all. "I have to be faster," Silver said. He ran as fast as he could, but the constant fights on the way slowed him down more. This is definitely the plan of someone. So many abominations. What am I even saying? Of course someone is the cause of this. The abominations are appearing through portals. And they can't build or create anything, so someone is definitely behind it. Silver set his mind straight and ran fast through a dark alley to get there faster. But then, in the alley, the cloaked man appeared. He was that person from the Dark's Blade. He was the man that knew how to turn people into abominations. It all made sense for this man to be the one causing this. Silver should have known that this man would certainly be back. The cloaked man faced Silver but refused to show his face, as expected. "We meet again, Silvertoren, the prodigy of the Duke that got missing," the cloaked man said. Silver didn't even allow him to talk more. "You said you would never come to this town again. Why are you here?" Silver asked. "Oh, that was before I found out how special you are. Now, I want you. So what will it be? Come with me and I'll spare the town, or stay and fight me, and the town gets destroyed," the cloaked man said. "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Silver started cackling like a madman. The cloaked man was confused as to what was happening. "Do you think you are strong enough to give me options?" Silver roared in rage, his mana and aura exploding from his body like a typhoon. The windows and doors of the houses within a 100-meter radius took damage. When the cloaked man saw this, he understood that he had made a very large mistake. He had grossly underestimated how strong Silver was. But this cloaked man was a scientist, a mad one, seeking the creation of new life and the best life. That was why he worked on abominations, trying to perfect them. So right now, more than anything, he wanted to test, to find out how strong this boy was. "Ha ha ha, are you angry? There is nothing you can do." Boom. Before he could finish that statement, Silver's fist connected to his face and sent him rocketing into a wall, breaking through it completely. Silver charged at the hole, but his vibration senses picked up something shooting out of the hole. He sidestepped and dodged. A black tentacle-like limb shot past. As soon as he dodged, he immediately grabbed hold of the arm, pulled it with full force, and drew the cloaked man out. The man flew into the air and rolled on the ground, his hoodie falling off his head, revealing his face. He was a middle-aged man with deep dark circles and hair that had all gone grey for some reason. His skin was extremely pale as that of Drake. One of his limbs was transformed into a black tentacle-like limb. He got up and faced Silver with a mad smile on his face, then lashed out with the limb. It crackled through the air as it headed for Silver. Silver dodged easily, but the limb whiplashed and came back. Silver still dodged it and then charged at the man. The man quickly reacted. He took out a black ball and crushed it. A purple smoke formed, turned into an arrow, and shot at Silver. Silver immediately covered himself in abyssal flames. The arrow hit, but the flames cancelled it out. He rushed at the man, grabbed him by the neck, and then slammed him into the ground before chucking him out of the alley. Silver summoned his clones, and they all used a skill to change their appearance, then went in all directions to help the town fight the abominations. Silver then left the alley with slow, steady steps. He got to the man and spoke. "We aren't done yet, so get up." Silver stomped the ground and caused the ground to explode, throwing the man into the air. He leapt into the air, spun, and then kicked the man to the ground. The man was half conscious, but he still tried to do something. He pulled out a needle and was about to inject himself, but Silver grabbed his hand and twisted it, forcing the needle to fall out. "Do you think I'll let you just transform into one of those things? I have uses for you, and I plan to work you to the bitter end," Silver said. "Ha ha, to think it would end this way. I should have just run away, but my obsession with creating the perfect being has caused me this. I was a simple child until my mum died at the hands of a sickness. That was when I realized that humanity was flawed." "Hey, cut the stupid backstory. No one wants to listen to that crap. Your mum died, boo-hoo, cry me a fucking river." "Do you know how many people have lost their parents to worse tragedies? If they thought like you, would they be any good person? If you want to kill and experiment, for fuck's sake do it for yourself and by yourself. Don't use your poor mother as an excuse." "Think I'd sob with you and say you did your best? You don't get a participation award, bro," Silver scolded the man. The man couldn't say anything after that. He just looked at Silver, in his mind thinking, what sort of human was this? Silver squatted beside the man and continued speaking. "I want to take down the Black's blades. You guys have pissed me off. I could simply brute force my way and destroy all of you, but that would cause too much of a ruckus. So I need to get into the system first. After that, I'll snatch all of you up quietly and kill you all. Now, you alone can save yourself because I'll be using you, whether you like it or not," Silver said. He placed his hand on the man's head and forced a dark contract on him, like he did with those A-ranked adventurers. It took a while for the town to be cleared up. After Silver captured the man, more portals stopped spawning, and the adventurers, with the aid of the clones, took care of things. Sadly, there were still deaths, 4 in total, 3 men and a female adventurer. Their bodies were properly cleaned and kept. They would receive a funeral from the whole town that they fought to protect. Because of all that had happened, Silver and Roxy could not go on that date. But Silver took her to the top of the Viscount's roof, and they sat there watching the stars. After some time, Roxy slid her fingers and intertwined them with Silver's. "Silver, I know that you'll be going places, doing great things and lots more. And I can't keep up with all that, you are just too fast. But I want you to promise me that no matter how far you go, that I'll have a place with you," she said in a calm voice. Silver could tell that she was serious. "Roxy, there may come a time when the world will be against me, and those that stand with me will be at risk. If you still decide to stay with me even after hearing this, then for sure you'll always remain special to me." Silver, Leah, and Mike could not stay for the burial of the 4 who had died. He couldn't even brief the Viscount about what happened. He was only able to tell it to Quinn and let Quinn handle the issue. They got into their carriage and left town. Silver looked through the windows, observing Roxy's sad face as he left. He took a deep breath and put that to the back of his mind. The carriage soon entered the forest. They would be arriving early the next day before classes start, as long as there was nothing to hold them back or waste their time. "Yesterday, when the abominations suddenly attacked the town, I didn't see you," Mike said. "I was searching for the person that caused the abominations to appear. I did find him, but he put up some crazy resistance, So I had to kill him. Obliterated him, Silver said. I see, it's good to know that you were there to help. Also, was that what you were telling Gwyn? Mike asked. Yeah, I needed to brief the Viscount, but I had to leave, so I left it up to Gwyn, Silver explained. After their small chit-chat, they stayed quiet for most of the journey, only talking from time to time. Silver and Leah finally arrived at the academy. They had dropped Mike off a while ago before coming to the academy. They got out of the carriage and headed inside. It was still a bit early, so they had enough time to get ready. I'll see you in a bit, Leah said before heading for her dorm. Silver did the same as well. He got to his room, but Aaron was already out. He quickly took his bath, wore his uniform, and headed for the classes. He arrived a bit late, even later than Leah, which shocked him. He took a seat at the back quietly. Miss Elizabeth was up there already, but she was yet to start. After Silver walked in, she began the class. Because of their small number, she could tell when a student was not around. She was also informed as his homeroom teacher that he would be going home for the weekend, so she understood his lateness. All right everyone, before I go on to teach, I'd like to make an announcement that I was asked to. Every year, the royal family hosts the elite competitions. I'm sure all the nobles have heard of this. But for those that haven't heard about it, it is a competition that spans first years to fourth years from all academies in the kingdom. The winners of these competitions are given the tag of elite. There exist other awards to it, but those will be decided by the royal family. Blacklight Academy has 2 elites in the 4th year. They are both part of the student council. But we haven't won any more after that. Hopefully, this year there will be some change, she said and glanced at Silver. So this is what that director wants. She wants to use me. Not a bad idea. But I'll have to really think about the benefits of the competition. I'll need more information for this, Silver thought. So, our academy was given 10 slots for every class, from the 1st year up to the 4th year. That means we can only take a total of 40 students from the academy. The director and the board, with help from the council, have decided that the best way to get those 40 would be to have a small-scale competition in the school to choose them as well. So, the date will be informed to you, and maybe some details about it. You all should keep yourselves in the best state for when the competition starts. After that, she taught on basic magical concepts. Though most of the students didn't have their minds on the lesson because of the announcement she had made. Another thing on their minds was the fact that Silver was having a duel today, a 5 versus 1 match. When most of the students got this information, they felt that Silver was prideful and needed to be put down. Others believed that he could pull it off. They had witnessed his fights, and they felt like he hadn't even put his all into it yet. With the time getting closer, things like bets were being placed. When it was time, the 5 second years were already in the arena, but Silver was fashionably late. He walked into the arena like he didn't care. The arena was packed, from 1st years to 3rd years, even some 4th years. The reason for the 3rd years being there was because they wanted to see the downfall of the dude that disgraced them. It's wise if you give up now. I don't know what made you choose to duel us, but we will not take it easy on you just because you are alone, the boy spoke, but Silver started picking his ear with his pinky finger like he hadn't heard anything the boy had said. The boy fumed with rage. Whatever it took, they had to take Silver down. Get into formation, the boy said, and he took out his sword. There were 3 sword users in their team and 2 mages with staves. They took a V-shaped formation. The boy was at the front, with the mages next on either side, and lastly, the 2 sword users behind. You guys even made a formation to fight me? Sadly, I have to play with you. I want to show everyone who I am, Silver said. System, are there any spells similar to what that man I fought in the alley used? Silver asked the system. It had been quite a while since he bought spells. Dark Tendrils, 20,000 SP. Purchase it. Purchased. You 5 can come at me anytime, Silver said. The boy frowned and gave the order. Move forward. Dark Tendrils, Silver said in a calm voice. Black liquid-like tendrils shot out of the ground. The boys were taken by surprise by the tendrils. They had come to know Silver as a sword fighter, and although they knew he had magic, they were not expecting him to start with such a spell. Before they could react, the tendrils latched onto them, throwing all of them at the walls. They slammed into the walls with so much force that they cracked. Sigh. Fighting you all with even 10% will kill you too easily. I want to feel some thrill from this fight, so I'll take it easy, just to have fun, Silver said to them. Don't insult us. The leader got up and charged at Silver with his sword. The sword began releasing a cold energy. It seemed his element was ice. He got close to Silver and slashed for the head, but Silver took one step back and dodged the attack. The blade passed by 1 inch, and Silver stepped in and head-butted the boy. The boy's head swung back with full force, and Silver followed with a punch that lifted the boy into the air. He then used his dark tendril to grab the boy, pulled him down, and spun, sending a kick to the boy's face. The boy coughed out a huge amount of blood as his body shot through the air, rolling on the ground before finally coming to a stop. The other 4 saw what happened to their leader. 3 of them charged at Silver, while 1 went to heal the boy. The mage who was charging at Silver shot a fireball, which suddenly exploded when it neared Silver, blocking his view. The 2 swordsmen flanked from each side, hidden by the flame. 1 went for the head, the other for the stomach. Silver smirked. He found their tactic nice, but it was far from enough. He dodged the one aimed at his neck by bending backward. He shifted to the side as he bent, allowing him to dodge the strike to his abdomen. Using his superior physique, he recovered from the bend immediately after the swords missed him. He stood up straight and grabbed both their hands, pulling them close to each other and smashing their faces together. The mage tried to attack quickly, but Silver threw both of his teammates at him. They collided with the mage just as the fireball formed, causing an explosion that sent them flying with burn wounds. At this point, everyone watching knew Silver was going to win. They had underestimated him, and those who bet against him were weeping over how many points they would lose. But what worried them more was the pain those 5 boys would endure. Silver had yet to go serious on them, yet he was dominating. The leader had received a healing potion from his friend, so he was able to stand again. He pointed his sword at Silver with conviction. Silver watched him and sighed, then took out his own sword. I'll honor you and fight you with a sword as well. But I'll warn you now, the blade of my sword leaks a very potent poison, so if you get cut, the pain you'll feel will be overwhelming, Silver said. The boy said nothing in response. He simply charged at Silver, going for a stab. Ice formed on his sword, quickly increasing the length to hit Silver, but Silver leapt back just enough to dodge the strike. Silver then went in for a slash, shattering the ice on the sword and returning it to normal. He ran at the boy full speed, reaching him in a second before the boy could even react. When the boy finally reacted, he tried to block, but he was too late as Silver stabbed his arm. The poison spread faster than the boy had expected, and he was suddenly hit with a dreadful amount of pain. He fell to his knees, screaming in agony. The last mage saw this and wanted to help his leader, but Silver was standing right there. He had to do something. Earth Golem. He called out and stabbed his staff into the ground. An earth golem started forming, but Silver didn't let it. He charged at it and slashed through the golem before it fully formed, then sent a kick into the mage's chest, shattering some ribs. The mage went flying, landing roughly. The whole fight was in Silver's favor at this point, but he had yet to knock anyone out. All 5 of them were still conscious, but in heavy pain. The fight would not end until someone was knocked out. Silver knew this, as he was the one who set that rule. He used the dark tendrils to pick all of them up by their necks, choking them until they passed out. Then he dropped them and walked out of the arena. After Silver left, the arena was quiet for a while. Even when medical practitioners came to take the boys, the audience remained silent. Finally, those who supported Silver burst into cheers, the majority of them being girls, which pissed the guys off more. But what could they do? Silver had just proven he was a terror. No one would want to pick a fight with him. He didn't even need the Duke's backing. His personal strength was enough to make him a feared entity in the academy. The audience slowly left the arena, most of them discussing the duel. Silver, on the other hand, was getting happy outside in one corner because a notification came after he finished the fight, and it was a crazy good one. You have completed a hidden mission, established dominance. Rewards: 1 ticket to a Void Labyrinth X10. Void Labyrinth, a special labyrinth that contains void beasts, offering massive rewards to those who enter. but with equal danger. This was a labyrinth he could use to get stronger, and his buff allowed him to have 10 tickets instead of 1. He would reap greater rewards every time he would go because he would have no-legged from the last entry. After the duel, most things had returned to how they used to be, but the memory lingered in their minds for days. It was not something that would be easily forgotten. But regardless of all that, Silver had better things to do. Aside from classes, he was to meet Dawn and see the mercenary group. He also had the void tickets, the school labyrinth, and a few other things. He even waited through every class so that he could head to his room and get into the void labyrinth. Silver had noticed one thing, though: his brother, Oliver, was not in class all through today. He didn't know why that was, but he had a bad feeling. Inside the council lounge, Oliver stood before the president, the #1 seat of the council. Oliver Teron, the son of the Duke, the first son to be precise. I know you are wondering as to why I called you here. It's weird for the council president to suddenly ask for a first year in private. But I feel there is an issue that both of us can align with. And that issue is Silver Teron, the one who walked into your life and caused things to go from worst to worst. I understand that your position as the heir to the Teron name was already in doubt because of your sister and her crazy talent. But even then, you could survive. You could still hope that all would be okay, and you just had to work hard to prove that you are the right one for the name. You dedicated your life and all your strength to become the one that would be the heir, and when you were catching up, Silver shows up in the picture. And I understand your pain and how you feel because he is not only disrupting your life, he is also disrupting this academy. I understand that he is a special case, one that the director favors, but I am the council president. I am the #1 student here, and my words are to be gold to the students. I refuse to allow Silver, no matter how important he is, to take a position I toiled for. And I know you feel the same way about it as well. He doesn't deserve to come and take what is yours. Where has he been all those years? Yet he wants to come and take control. The issue is that the director has asked the Great Council not to move against him. My hands are tied, and I can't stop him, so that is why I need your help to stop him. The president said. What can I do? Silver is strong. There is no way I can stand against him. I did it twice and lost twice, and he wasn't even taking me seriously. No matter how much I want him gone, I don't have the strength to do that. Oliver said. Let me tell you a bit about Silver and his brother. I looked into him and got to know the person Mike. Silver came into their lives and took away Mike's sister. The attention and love she was to give Mike were shifted to Silver. Mike strived to fix this, toiling away with all that he had, trying to get his sister back to himself. But the imposter Silver didn't let him. This drove Mike to the brink, and word was that he almost turned into an abomination. Then Silver went ahead and saved him. After saving him, Mike now sees Silver as a benefactor and no longer strives for his first goal. Now, this may look like a normal cheesy family story of forgiveness and such, but I can tell you that it was a plot from Silver. He knew that if he pushed Mike, his biggest enemy at the time, to the brink of death, and then saved him, Mike would come to see him as a gracious hero, who despite being his enemy, decided to save him. And with that plan, he took total control of that family. Mike was the last line of defense, and Silver tore it down. He will do the same to you, the president said and leaned back, using his hands to hold his head up a bit. How do you mean? What will he do? Oliver asked. Oh, that is simple. You will hate him, and hate him, and hate him. And that will cause you to lose focus on being the heir, and your sister will ascend. You will become miserable and want to go rogue or kill yourself, or even kill Silver. But then he will come with a solution for you, an unexpected yet extremely tasty solution. He may come and say something like, she is your sister. If you asked, she would give you the position. And she will, because she and Silver would have made the plot together as a team, and she will let you become the heir, but not without signing several contracts. And you will sign, because you are at your lowest, and they have offered you redemption at the price of some little conditions. That's what you will think, little conditions, though they aren't little at all, but you will be unable to see them. And after you sign your soul away, you become the Duke in name, but you will never really have real control. You will be their puppet, and they will control you. At this point, Silver has won. He has manipulated you into becoming his puppet and shield. Whatever shit happens will be put on you, and you will be their scapegoat. This is the reality that may befall you if Silver's plans fall into place for you. The president finished. Oliver was petrified and shocked. He was scared of what the president had said because all these were his worst nightmares. He had to make up his mind now and do exactly what the president said. That may be his only way out of such a dark future. So what do I do now? Oliver said. The competition, the one that will be used to decide who will go for the elite competition, is coming up in a few days, and you have to use that. One of the competitions will be to scale through a particular labyrinth, not too far from here. I have a map of that labyrinth, and there is an inescapable room marked on it. What you need to do is decide on a method to trap Silver inside. The room can only be opened from the outside, so all you have to do is get him locked inside and leave him there. He will either slowly die or stay there for all eternity. Do you understand? You will reclaim all that you have lost if you do that. I don't know how you will do it, but that is up to you. I'll provide the resources and opportunity to do it. If you understand, then we can move on, the president said. I understand, President. I just have a few questions. You said that Silver is favored by the director. What did you mean by that? Oliver asked. That is beyond what you need to know, Oliver. Just do what you need to do without questions, and you will be able to get what was yours back into your hands. Remember, you must be ready. You can only do this once. If you fail, it's all over for you. He will catch on to the scheme, and at that point, he will try to get rid of you since you have become a threat. He will do what you plan to do to him. He will kill you in the labyrinth and leave you there to die, so be careful. Your brother Silver is smart, and his plots run deep. If there is one shaky part, he may try to get rid of it, and that's why you need to take him out once, the president explained. President, how do you know so much about my brother? Oliver asked. Because he and I are similar in a way. I are always trying to be a few steps ahead of people. That is the reason I see him as a threat. But he has yet to understand the world like me, and so he is not fully mature. That's why I'll be able to take him down before he becomes too strong, the president explained. Silver's parents from Ribist, as well as Quinn, finally came to Blacklight to see the Duke. It had been days since Silver had visited them, and today was the day they came. For those reasons, Silver asked permission to leave the academy and take his parents, as well as his siblings, to see the Duke. Jade and Oliver had also gone home from the academy to host Silver's parents when they arrived. Their mom had spoken to the director on their behalf. Silver and Leah were about to leave the academy after telling their friends where they would be and why they were going there right now. Their parents were currently at Mike's house, waiting for Silver and Leah. As Silver and Leah headed for the gates of the academy, Silver saw someone he hadn't seen since he came to the academy. It was Faye's brother, Ray, who was a third year now. When he saw Silver, he was a bit surprised, but then he came to meet Silver. Silver, it's nice to see you, Ray greeted. Same. I haven't seen you at all, Silver said. Well, the S-class of the third years has had to do a lot of things, and I have to top them to remain in the S-class. But I have seen you and heard about you. You are basically the hottest topic in the academy. The whole third and second years hate you, mostly the guys. But all the same, he informed Silver. You don't hate me now, do you? Silver asked. Not possible. You are a friend. I won't start hating you because you beat some of my classmates. But in all honesty, you are something else, defeating third years like it was nothing. You geese seem to be headed somewhere, so I won't delay you further. But I'll leave some info with you. You should watch your back very well and be wary of everyone. Not only the third and second years have issues with you. I am certain that by now even the council will have their eye on you, Ray said. He bid them farewell and then left. Silver didn't think much about anything Ray said. He would handle the issues no matter how they came. But Leah was a bit worried about it, so she asked, will you be okay? Are you worried about what he said? You don't have to worry. Even if they ganged up on me, they would still all lose in the end, Silver assured her and continued walking. They finally got to the house and met with his parents and Quinn. Since all of them had arrived, they got into the carriage that had been waiting and headed for the Duke's mansion. When they arrived, the guards tried to stop them, but when they saw Silver inside, They immediately opened the gates and let them through. "Seems you are quite important, ha ha," Mike said. "Well, he is the son of a duke," Quinn followed up. "He is still my baby boy regardless," Silver's mom said and hugged him tightly. The carriage pulled up, and the same butler they had met that day, as well as some maids, were already waiting for them. As soon as they stepped out, the maids and the butler bowed. "Welcome, young master," they all greeted. "That's enough, you geese should raise your heads," Silver said. "The master and family are waiting for all of you. Allow me to lead you to them," the butler said before leading the way to the dining room. When they arrived at the dining hall, Teron, as well as Silver's mum and siblings, were already seated. As soon as they stepped into the hall, the air became tense. Silver's parents looked at the Duke and his wife, and their age could be felt. "It's an honor to meet the Duke and his family." Silver's father swallowed the rage and greeted with a bow. "Please, raise your heads. You are the parents of the son of the Duke, even if not biological," the Duke said, emphasizing the not biological part. Silver noticed that and shot a look at his father, the Duke. The Duke felt the sudden killing intent, and his palms became sweaty. He was unable to forget that fight with Silver. He, one of the greatest mages, was utterly defeated by his son, whom he had tried to kill. Everyone took a seat, and then the food was served. Regardless of etiquette or any noble rules, they all began eating. Then, finally, Silver started the conversation. "I understand that currently, my parents are very angry with the Duke and my mother, so I will reveal a few things that I have hidden. Mum, Dad, Quinn, Leah, and Mike, I'll beg that you forgive me for hiding the information that I am about to reveal. You will know that I possess a greater memory, mostly due to my legacy. So I can remember everything that happened from the moment I was born. Yes, I know all the details, and so today, I'll tell you in detail how I came to meet you, my family," Silver said, and the air grew chilly and tense. His family never knew he had such an ability. They didn't expect that his ability to retain memories was so deep that he could remember that far back. "When I first opened my eyes in this world, I was surrounded in what was my mother's room. Maids were helping her after she had just given birth. Someone then left to call the Duke, my biological father, and he came rushing to see the child. When he arrived, he was informed that his son lacked the natural talent he should have, and my father could not take it. So he ordered my death. Yes, he ordered that I be killed to not sully his name, but my mum spoke. She knew there was no way I could stay there with her, so she took the risk of letting me go. She asked her husband to let me live, but I would be taken away and given to another family. My father, nonchalant about the issue, allowed her to do as she wished. And so, I was given the name Silver and handed to a maid to be taken far, far away and given to a family. And that was when I was taken to meet you, and you became my family a day after I was born. Those are the details that led to my current family." Silver finished. When he was done, all eyes at the table were pinned on Teron. "You decided the worth of a child on the day he was born?" Leon asked, his anger slowly seeping through. "And now you see that he has made something of himself, and you decide that it's the best time to walk back into his life and give him your name?" Leon asked in rage, slamming his hand into the table with force, not caring if he was in the presence of a duke. "Do you know how my wife and I dreaded the day that we would have to explain to him that he wasn't just abandoned at our door, but rather he was given to us? They chose to give him away. They decided he wasn't what they wanted." "Are you crazy?" Leon yelled. A guard barged into the room when he heard the noise. He intended to quiet Leon, but the thick killing intent emanating from Silver, Leah, Mike, and Quinn suffocated him. He fell to the ground, struggling to breathe. Another guard came in and quickly pulled the first one out to save him before he passed out. "I understand your anger, Mr. Leon, I really do," Teron tried to say. "Don't act like you know anything." Sarah, Silver's mother, spoke. "Do you know the horror you put your wife through all those years, the pain of having the child she birthed snatched away? All you were searching for was potential, and when the child with the greatest potential was right in front of you, you couldn't see." Nobody said anything for a while after that. They had expected things to be a bit bad, but now it was worse, and the instigator, Silver, also behaved in a solemn way. After a while, He got up. Enough of the sad mood. All your hate toward this douchebag of a father that I have is naturally normal. But the only reason I agreed to take his name is because there's a lot I want to do, and his status will make things easier for me and also give me a certain level of protection. I simply want to use his name, so I chose to carry this name of his. Now I do hope that everyone gets along, especially you, Mum, and you, Mum. Silver pointed to both his mothers, causing their hearts to skip. As for Dad and Mr. Teron, I beg that you don't get into a fight and try to kill each other. As for the rest, do whatever Silver said and left the table, waltzing out of the room. Teron stood up before anyone else could leave, and then he spoke. I know I don't deserve Silver. In fact, if word got out of what I did, I would be punished heavily by the king. That was why this story of him being lost was made up. I'm not asking for forgiveness, but I'm also pleading that all of you go along with the story as well. Everything calmed down, and Teron invited all of them to stay for the night. Both of Silver's mums hit it off great and began to chat with each other. Silver took Quinn out for a walk in the city. He still recalled Quinn's rapid growth and the strange energy that was in Quinn, and he wanted to know more about it. As they walked, he used Dragon's Eye on Quinn and looked at his stats. Quinn's level was now at 35, which was already stupidly high for someone without a legacy. Even Silver, with an SSS-ranked legacy, was at 70. Aside from that, he had stats in the 200s, and that was really crazy. He was basically a monster at this point. But all that paled compared to the one piece of information that Silver saw. Quasi-legacy awakened. Silver didn't understand what that was, but he felt there was something about it that was probably the reason for the energy he felt. Quasi meant that it was in an incomplete state, and this was the first time he had heard of an incomplete legacy. So Silver decided that it was best to ask. He just had to ask. Quinn, has there been anything out of the ordinary with you? Silver asked. No. Why do you ask? Quinn asked. I sensed an energy from you, a sensation similar to a legacy. Did you awaken a legacy? Silver gave it to him straight. I guess nothing gets past you. Well, I had a dream one night. There was a warrior clad in black and gold armor. The warrior stood in a void, and only his presence brought light into that darkness. He stood with his mighty sword, his concentration unwavering, his eyes locked on the distant void. And then, all of a sudden, rips and tears began to appear, and some dark-winged entities started flying out and attacking the warrior. But with every slash, the warrior tore down hundreds of them. The light his sword exuded was like a purifying light that cleansed the void and rid it of the vermin that were those winged creatures. But the battle dragged on. For how long, I don't know. Maybe years, maybe months. But it was beginning to wear him down. When he was much weaker, a great rift tore through the void, and a great being came through. It was like a never-ending, snake-like flow of dark energy with red glowing eyes as big as the moon. Compared to this being, their warrior was less than dust. He was an ant, incomparable. But he still decided to charge with what little energy he had. And before they clashed, I suddenly woke up. When I woke up, I felt a warm feeling in my chest, and it caused strength to flow through my body. And the more I train and attempt to cultivate this feeling, the stronger it gets. I know this may all sound crazy, but that's what happened. Quinn explained all the details. So Quinn gained his own legacy from the dream? That dream must definitely mean something, but for now, we can't know. But I'll look into it. Don't sweat it, bro. I believe you, Silver said. The ancient being has sent a minion after you. Leave any populated area now. The fight will not be easy. Silver suddenly received information from the system about the minion. If the system was telling him to get somewhere clear, then he better do it before the city got destroyed. Quinn, I'm sorry. I have to go. An emergency just came up, Silver said and turned around, running toward the city gates. He activated flash steps and pushed his speed to the limit, making it out in less than a minute. He immediately headed into the forest at top speed. When he was in the forest, he thought it would be best to talk to Elsa and tell her what was about to happen so that she could ready some backup. But as soon as he contacted her, something disrupted the communication. The space around him started distorting and shifting. The minion has arrived. A portal opened, and a being walked out of it. It looked like it was made of black marble. It resembled some sort of angel, with two dark marble wings on its back. Its head was covered in a marble helmet, and its blue eyes shone through it. It held a sword of the same material and wore armor of the same material. When it came out and saw Silver looking at it, it stopped moving and became like a statue. Silver was confused. All his minds were confused. What was this being doing? Even the eyes of the being went dim. He tried to use his dragon's eye to see what was going on, but it was like he was looking at a normal statue. It didn't have stats or anything, not even an energy flow. All his minds found this weird. They decided that he should just attack and try to end this quickly. Silver took out his sword and charged at the statue. But when he struck it, a massive force exploded and sent him flying through trees, smashing them to bits. He rolled and rolled for a good distance before finally coming to a stop. He tried to get up, but then he noticed an energy close to him. It was almost too late. The sword of the minion came for his chest from below. He immediately transformed into his dragon newt form. He survived the attack, but he was thrown so far that he brought down even more trees. This time, he paid more attention and looked up quickly to see the being almost on him. But as soon as he looked at it, the being stopped and became a statue again. This pissed Silver off. He took out his axe and charged at the being again. This time, he struck with even more force, and again, an even stronger force blasted him away and sent him flying through several trees. Silver lay on the ground, trying to catch his breath. But then he sensed the angel again. He quickly got back up and flew into the air, dodging the sword at the last moment. This angel was fast, and it covered so much distance in the blink of an eye. Silver stared at the angel, and it froze again, but on his way down, he blinked, and the angel moved, reaching him in a second. The angel swung for his head before his eyes opened. His head would be cleanly lopped off. All Silver could rely on was his senses. He snapped his head back with speed faster than any human. The sword missed his neck, and then he opened his eyes, and the angel froze. This time, Silver refused to blink. He immediately had a meeting of the minds, and they immediately came up with a theory. This angel never moved when you looked at it. In fact, it turned into a non-living being, but when you looked away, it moved. So what would happen if Silver had clones looking at it while he closed his eyes? It would stop moving. Arg, a plan wasn't forming, even with 11 minds. Silver was confused. If the statue was not moving, he could not attack it. The defense was impenetrable, but if he looked away, it would kill him. After a small moment of thought, Silver had an idea that would possibly work, and that was to use vibration sensing with his eyes closed. He activated the skill and then slowly closed his eyes. As soon as his eyes closed, his vibration sensing picked up the movement of the angel. It vibrated out of the statue form in milliseconds and then charged at Silver. Silver took his axe and swung it at full force to counter the angel. But as his axe hit the sword of the angel, they got into a short stalemate. But Silver could already tell who was winning, and it was not him. Silver was thrown back, rolling through the forest until he stopped. He got back up quickly and blocked the next attack coming from above, which brought him down to his knees, creating a small crater underneath him. Silver used the small time that he had to check the stats of the angel. Now that it was a living thing, it should be possible, and it was. Name, level, strength, 200,000. Defense, 200,000. Speed, 200,000. Agility, 200,000. Intelligence, 200,000. What in the world are these stats? Silver asked himself. If these were the stats of this minion, then it was evident that it was holding back. He had to do something before the minion got serious. Silver immediately summoned his clones in that state. All of them closed their eyes and used vibration. They all transformed and attacked the angel. The angel recognized the new threats and turned its attention away from Silver to the clones. All the clones tried to jump him at the same time. But then, the angel stabbed its sword into the ground, and some snap of energy exploded out, and all of them were caught inside. They all suddenly slowed down, slowing down to 1/10 of their original speed. This was the ability of the angel. Now that they were all slow, it started walking to each one of them to attack. Silver, who was still kneeling, had to make a quick choice. This was the first time that he had faced a foe that put him in such a situation. He had never faced someone who dominated him this much. But he was far from over. He still had a lot of things to use and win. While the angel walked to the first clone and stabbed him through the chest, Silver started transforming into the Joker of the Abyss. He let the clones work as bait to buy him time while he transformed, because right now he was also in slow motion, and the transformation was slow. By the time the transformation was complete, 5 clones had already been killed. Silver slowly took a card off the deck and flipped it, and it was exactly what was needed, as expected. A time speed-up card. He activated the card, and his body sped up back to normal speed. He quickly drew another card, the shooting star card. The card transformed into a beam of light, shot at the angel, and blasted its arm, damaging it badly. Because of this sudden attack, the time dome stopped, and the clones could move freely. They all immediately activated the abyssal flames and covered their swords, quickly attacking the stunned angel. The flame blade arcs rained on the angel's body heavily, cutting into the hard marble body. They managed to bring the angel to its knees. Silver then transformed back into human and used Flash Step to get to the angel quickly, and then he activated the spell, Gate of Hell. But not with just his blood, but all the clones donated blood to create the biggest gate he had ever created. The gate formed, and from the depths of the gate, chains shot out and wrapped around the angel, pulling it inside, forcefully pulling it. When the angel was pulled into the gate closed. It stayed quiet for a beat, but then the gate refused to disappear and started shaking. Silver knew that the angel was about to break out, but he knew that the gate would still have damaged the angel, so it would be really weak now. Silver summoned the clones that were dead back to him. They all lined up 10 meters away from the gate, holding their weapons. They all gathered the dark mana into their weapons, making sure to use all of Silver's mana. And when the gate shot open and the angel shot out, they all attacked, and the darkness arcs hit the angel, cutting and destroying the angel's body into pieces of stone. Congratulations, you have killed a hash. 2 level ups. 50 free stat points. You have successfully survived the minion. Silver leaned against a rock to catch his breath. What he had just gone through was the first serious battle he had in a while. That angel was on another level. Stats. Silver called out. Name, Silver. Race, human, 50%. Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy. Awakened. Magical affinities. Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 1,100,000. EXP, 10,000. 63,000. SP, 1 million. Level, 73. Strength, 2,040. Defense, 2,040. Speed, 2,040. Agility, 2,040. Intelligence, 2,220. Free stat points, 700. He had well over 700 stats to add, and he had 5 stats to add them to. So he decided that 100 would go to each one, and the rest would be saved for any emergency. Strength, 2,140. Defense, 2,140. Speed, 2,140. Agility, 2,140. Intelligence, 2,320. Free stat points, 200. Silver dusted himself off and got up. This fight today had shown him that while he packed strength, there were more and more strong beings lurking around. If this was just the minion, then how would the master be? He pushed those thoughts aside for the moment and decided to head back to the city. A distance away from Blacklight, on a mountain path, a portal appeared. From the portal, a blue-haired boy, a cat lady in a maid outfit, and a golden-haired elf in pure white and gold armor walked out. You seriously followed us? Your father will not be happy with that at all, the blue-haired boy said. You don't have to worry about it. I informed him that it's training for being a demon lord. He has been my encouragement, so he couldn't stop me, she said. At least hide your ears. We don't want anyone finding out. And you, Ray, make sure you use the ring I gave you. It will help you conceal yourself. He spoke to the maid, and she simply nodded in response. Why didn't Laura come with us? She was the one who sensed the new Demon King candidate. She should be here, the elf said. Laura was called by the Demon Kings. They had something to discuss with her, the boy said. They changed their appearance to look normal and headed for the city. When they arrived at the gate, they identified themselves as travelers and got temporary passes to enter. As soon as they entered, they began their search. There was a special energy that a Demon King candidate gave off, and that was what they were looking for. After a while of no success, they entered a tavern. As they were entering, they brushed shoulders with a guy who was leaving with another guy. They didn't notice anything until they sat down, and then it hit them. They felt the energy they were looking for on the person who brushed past them. They all got up immediately and left, leaving the waitress stunned as she was bringing a tray of water. The three of them came outside and started looking around for the person they had touched, but they couldn't find him. "I can't believe we got close and then lost him," the blue-haired boy said. "We should look more, at least we know that he is here," the elf said. On the roof of the tavern, Silver was seated with a piece of barbecued meat on a stick, watching the three as he sat up there. He had just arrived back in the city and met with Quinn to have some food at a tavern, but then Lily contacted him and told him that someone had entered the city and they were powerful non-humans. Normally, people entering the city was not important, but because she was heavily attuned to magic, she noticed when a portal was opened even at that distance, and she checked it out. The only reason she didn't know that Silver was fighting the angel was because the angel had more advanced ways to disrupt and hide things. When she told Silver of their presence, he decided he would find them later. But he never expected that as he finished eating, they would walk into the same place. So he bid Quinn farewell, bought a steak, and went to the roof to watch. What could they possibly want in this town? He followed them from the roofs until they decided to split up, and then he made 2 clones and had them follow the maid and the elf, while he followed the boy. He kept following as they searched different places and entered different places, but it seemed that whatever they wanted, they couldn't find it. Silver got tired of waiting and watching, so when they finally converged at night to end the day, he came down from the roofs and started walking toward them, making his presence known. When the three noticed his presence, they all turned in his direction as he came out of the shadows into the crystal lights. "Hello," he greeted with a smile. The blue-haired boy looked at Silver keenly, and then he felt the energy of a Demon King candidate. It's you. You are the one," the blue-haired boy said. "What do you mean, bro?" "I'm not anyone," Silver said. "You're not human, right?" "You're a Demon King candidate," the boy said. As soon as he said that, Silver silently alerted Lily and Elsa to be ready to teleport the whole squad here. "No wonder you guys are here." "A spirit, an elf, and a beast woman," Silver said. It shocked them that he knew what they were, as it was supposed to be hidden from everyone. "I don't know how you knew our real races, but let's skip that." "I am called Aqua, a water spirit and a Demon King candidate." "The maid beside me is Ray." "The elf is Calder." "I'm Amber Greenwood, daughter of the king of the Golden Elf tribe, the ruler of all elves and a Demon King candidate," she introduced herself enthusiastically. Aqua was shocked because this was the first time he saw her do something like that. "I see, so you are Demon King candidates." "Well, my name is Silver Terron, and as of now, I'll have to take you to my hold to talk," Silver said, and then multiple portals opened with the guardians walking out, all armed. Another portal opened behind Silver, and he pointed at the portal. "Please, this way, let's not have conflict." Aqua was shocked when he found himself surrounded. He could feel the power emanating from the guardians, and he knew they were strong. He didn't believe that he would lose in a fight, but the cost of winning would be very great. So he decided to go with the flow. He didn't know how Silver had such powerful backup, but he wanted to find out. So he headed inside the portal without argument. As the three of them passed through the portal, Silver checked their stats as they went inside. Aqua LV 1, Evolved. Strength 3000. Defense 3000. Speed 3500. Agility 3500. Intelligence 4000. Amber LV 95. Strength 1000. Defense 1500. Speed 1000. Agility 1000. Intelligence 2000. Ray LV 90. Strength 800. Defense 700. Speed 1000. Agility 1000. Intelligence 1,500. They all had high levels and outstanding stats. It seemed they had amazing legacies that allowed them to get to this level fast. Silver became eager to get to know what they were about. He wanted to gather information on the Demon Kings. Everyone walked into a portal and returned to the labyrinth, into the throne room. Aqua, Ray, and Amber looked around the place in shock. They didn't expect to be brought here. But that was not the main issue for them. The main issue was why Silver brought them here. They looked up at Silver, who was seated on the throne already, lapping Elsa. The Guardians stood alert, watching. Even Galen, Ares, and Fan stood watching. Silver felt that this was really important, so he summoned Dawn. It had been a while since they saw each other. She wanted to leap and hug him, but then she felt the dense atmosphere and knew that something was up, so she quickly gathered herself. "What is this place?" Aqua asked. "Well, this place is my home, my labyrinth. But those are unimportant details. Tell me about you and the Demon Kings and also why you came here." Silver spoke. "There is a commanding tone in your voice. Why should I respond to such impudence? I have come here to take you back to the place where I and the other Demon King candidates are. And you will come with me, even if it is by force. Do you understand that?" Aqua said. "You may be a Demon King candidate, but you are still a candidate. You are still weak and a nobody as of now. And right now, you stand in my home, and I can kill you in a second," Silver said. "Amber, it seems we will have to force this one back," Aqua said to Amber, but Amber raised her hand and waved it, meaning she wasn't going to be a part of it. "Huh? Why will you not fight?" Aqua asked. "Because I have interest in him, and also, you may have not noticed, but some of these beings here have power levels that only the High Council has," Amber said. Silver was confused about what she meant by High Council, but now was not the time. "That's impossible. They can't be that strong. If you don't want to fight, just tell me," Aqua said. He took out a staff and pointed it at Silver. "Ray, back me up if things go sour," Aqua said. He was about to cast a spell when suddenly, a hand was placed against his neck. He looked up and saw Drake looking at him coldly. Aqua didn't see him move. He didn't. So how was this man here? Amber shifted away as soon as this happened, to show that she was not interested in the fight. But Ray immediately charged at Drake. Drake swung his arm like he was swatting a fly and sent her flying. She hit the wall very hard and passed out. "Is this the Demon King candidate? Is this how pathetic you are?" Silver asked. Aqua was pissed at that, but he couldn't move or he would die. "This is because the demon curse has yet to be bestowed," Amber spoke up. Silver immediately turned his attention to her to hear what she had to say. "When the Demon King candidates are chosen, they must head to a place known as the Gates of the Demons. Within, there are the statues of several Demon Kings before us. In that place, on a blood moon, you will receive your curse, which will become a huge part of your power. According to what is known, a single curse can raise one's level by tens and hundreds. That is when the true Demon King candidates are born. Currently, there are 11, and you are the 12th. Only 2 remain to be found. If they are found, we must all converge at the gate at the blood moon," she explained to Silver. This was the first time that he had heard this, but it did make sense. Heroes and Demon Kings are the ultimate beings. There had to be something that differentiated them from mere mortals. "I see. So you will be weak until then." "Well, I understand." "Now, as for leaving with you, that will be a number. In fact, tell your Demon Kings and King candidates that I have a lot to do as of now." "I will not be going anywhere," Silver said. "You must," Aqua yelled, but Drake gripped his throat, forcing him to stop. "When is the next blood moon?" Silver asked. "According to the Watchers of the Stars and Skies, they say in a year's time. There is still an entire year until the blood moon, the period for the awakening. On that day, both heroes and demons will head to their respective places to receive their blessings and curses," Amber explained. "I see. I'd love to ask some more questions, and Lady Amber seems to be more understanding. So I and she will have a talk. As for Aqua and Ray, take care of them. We can't have a Demon King candidate dead. It would hurt," Silver said before getting up from his throne. "Lady Amber, please come with me," Silver said as he walked toward the door. She looked at Aqua, who was extremely pissed. She smiled and walked away. He had expected to come here and show his dominance. He didn't expect that Silver would have such people under his wings. It took him by surprise. Aqua couldn't take this humiliation. His common sense went out the window, and he transformed into his water spirit form and slipped out of the hand of Drake, shooting for Silver. But before he could cross half the distance, a massive black fireball shot through the hall. Aqua, in his liquid form, only managed to notice it when it was almost hitting him. He tried to dodge, but the fireball was so fast that it still evaporated half of him, causing him excruciating pain. The fireball continued until it hit the wall, exploding and leaving a very massive hole. The labyrinth immediately started closing up the hole. Aqua turned back into his human form with his arm bloodied and battered. Normally, when he was attacked in his liquid form, it would only weaken him, but not damage his physical body. Then how did that attack just now do it? He asked himself in dread. If you ever think of attacking Father again, I'll destroy your existence, Elsa warned, her eyes glowing in pure anger. Silver and Amber paused at the door to look at Aqua. You should be careful, Aqua. When you are here, my word is law, Silver said and walked out. See you later, Aqua, Amber said with a smile and left as well. Aqua tried to heal himself. He tried to produce more water to regenerate his arm, but it wasn't working, and he was bleeding. He existed in two forms, the form of the spirit, his water form, and his physical form. Each one worked complementarily. He could escape physical attacks by turning into water, and he could regenerate limbs using water. But now, it was as though his two forms had been separated from each other and he couldn't regenerate. The flames that touched you are not normal. I will not explain what they are, but you can't use your ability to regenerate for now, Elsa said as she walked up to him. I'm a Demon King candidate, you all can't do this to me. He yelled. You are extremely lucky that Elsa left you alive. You tried to hurt Silver. If I were the one, I would have killed you where you stood. Dawn spoke. How can you all follow him? I can tell that he is weaker than all of you. I may have underestimated you all before, but now I know that you are all strong. Why then are you all choosing to follow him? Whatever it is that you have, I can offer you. Drake placed his foot on the mouth of Aqua to stop him from talking. You are wrong about many things. 1. You have nothing to offer us. 2. Silver is stronger than all of us if he goes all out. He doesn't even know his own power yet. And lastly, we chose to follow him because we deemed him worthy, Drake said. Silver took Amber to another room. They sat across a table and started talking. Before we start, let me ask, why are you helping me out? Silver asked. Well, I did say I was interested in you. I like you, it's as simple as that, she said with a smile. Huh? We just met. Are you playing a prank? He asked. No, why would I? She responded. Silver was confused at this point. It sounded so unreal and unbelievable that a girl would like him just like that. He wasn't that good looking. I know I may be slightly good looking, but that shouldn't be enough to make you like me so quickly, Silver said. You underestimate your face, Silver. You see, in the elf race, the closer the blood is to royalty, the more beautiful they are. I have siblings and relatives that have the highest royal blood history-wise, and they all look beautiful, but I do dare say that you have them beat, she said. While leaning forward, Silver backed up a bit. He looked at her suspiciously. Like why wouldn't he? Elves were the most beautiful race. How could he be better than the top elves? You must be joking. No human would believe that they have a royal elf beat in beauty, Silver said. But then she got up and leaned across the table with her face almost reaching his. In this moment, Silver, who was a really powerful dude, felt weak. He felt like he couldn't move or do anything. I am assuring you that you are very much better than they. Since I laid eyes on you, your energy, your face, it has the charm of a proud and almighty being. And that attracted me, so I want it, and I've always had the habit of having what I want, she said in a hushed tone. This is my labyrinth. You can't have what you want, Silver said. Ha ha ha, don't play with me, Silver. You may be stronger and have a lot of resources, but I'm dead serious about having what I want. I can stay years watching you, and when I find a girl that even slightly loves you, I'll kill her. I'd even fight you to kill her, she said. Silver could see the crazy in her eyes. She wasn't lying at all. Well, sorry, but I already have a few people that love or like me, And if you lay a hand on them, I will never love you, Silver said with a smile. She frowned at that because she could tell he meant it as well. Silver, why not leave them and choose me? She asked. Well, because I don't know you, and also because everything you're saying sounds like a fictional novel written by a lonely Ataka virgin at 20 years old that sits in his room beating his rod 8 times a day, Silver said. She looked at him confused, like what the hell did he say? Silver saw her confusion and spoke. It sounds too good to be true. Oh, is that the issue? Then let me show you that I'm serious, she said, and immediately wrapped her hands around him and tried to kiss him. But then the door slammed open with Dawn and Saros standing there. Silver looked at them in shock. He was seen in an awkward situation. How would he explain this? Now this is not a happy sight. You tried to take his first kiss, Aras said. Dawn pulled out her sword and charged without saying a word, headed for Amber. Silver immediately got up and spread his hands wide to block her. Stop, Dawn, she didn't do anything to me, Silver said, managing to stop her. Well, not yet, Amber said. You aren't helping at all, Silver said. Well, it's true, I wanted to take his first kiss. Does that upset her? You two may be stronger, but I will kill both of you and have Silver, she said clearly and straight. Stop talking like I'm some sort of property, Silver said. So what's stopping us from killing you now and preventing you from ever having the chance to kill us? Aras said. Well, there would be one less Demon King candidate, and when the heroes find out, that would lead to the war of this generation, Amber said. Like I would care about that. If you come for my life, you will die, Aras warned. Okay, enough of the crazy death bickering. Tell me what Blue Hair wants by coming here, Silver said to Amber. Oh, his plan? Well, he wants to kill all the heroes and have the Demon Kings rule, she said. Huh? How? If they are equal, Demon Kings and heroes, there should be no war, Silver said. Well, there is a prophecy about a being called the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord will take all the Demon Kings under his wings and will be the greatest and will end the wars, she explained. Aqua believes that if he gathers all the Demon Kings under him, he would ascend to become the Demon Lord and he will kill all the heroes to stop all wars, she explained further. Fuck, I have never seen a very clear prophecy be so misinterpreted in the worst possible way, Silver thought to himself. It was as though Aqua was intentionally forcing himself to believe that his interpretation was real and made sense, because it didn't. The people that allowed him to walk around believing this interpretation are as guilty as well, because there is no way there was no one there that knew his interpretation was shit. So Aqua simply has a case of delusions of grandeur, Silver said. So do all the other candidates just go along with his stupidity? Silver asked. Well, the candidates are all eccentrics that love getting stronger. The only person who seemed ready to lead was Aqua, and so they let him lead. But he seems to think that he was the one that recruited us all, and he is the only one to be the leader, she explained. Poor guy, Silver commented. Silver returned to the throne room with Ares, Dawn, and Amber. Aqua and his maid had been healed up and were waiting for him. He got on the throne and then looked at Aqua. You three will go back to wherever you came from and tell them that this Demon King candidate is busy, so I can't come, and I don't plan to come for a while. If that doesn't sit well with them, they can come see me. I'll be here in my little corner of a kingdom, Silver said. Why do I have to go? I want to be here with you, Silver, Amber said. No, I don't want to get on the bad side of the elves yet. You have to go. Maybe after you go, you'll realize that I'm not what you like, Silver said. It's funny how you think you'll make me go away. I'll be back, Silver, she said with a smile. Lily, send them to the surface as far from here as possible, Silver said to Lily quickly. He was tired, and he didn't want to stress himself further. Lily did as he said and teleported them. They would handle themselves there. After the meeting with the families, the next day, they all had to go to school, and today was the day they would have to show their magical formations that they had been working on. Everyone in the class of advanced magic would have to show their formation. They had been given an ample amount of time to work on it, so if they failed, they would lose points. Silver sat in the class with everyone. He could notice that Oliver, his brother, was glancing at him from time to time. He knew what was happening. He understood that Oliver was up to something, but he couldn't say when Oliver would do something. The class kick-started, and the teacher came into the class and asked all of them to head to the training field. Some people would be showing off some destructive formations, and so they didn't want to have the classes destroyed. Simple formations were getting shown, well, until the S class started getting called, with the first person from S class being Aaron. He walked out of the group and stood a few meters away from everyone. As a fairy, he had good access to a good amount of elements, but the one he decided to use today was air. It was what he recorded as his main element. He raised his hands into the air, and a massive green formation started forming, with intricate circles and designs. It finished forming, but did not stop there. A smaller one formed under the bigger one, and then a smaller one, and then another smaller one, until there was a total of 5. And then they shifted into the open field. The formations began rotating. The first and third ones rotated in one direction, and the others rotated in the opposite direction. And then, like a black hole, the biggest formation sucked in a mighty amount of wind. It passed through the first formation, powering up and becoming more compressed. The compressed air shot through the next formation at high speed and got more compressed. The same thing happened until it shot through the last formation. It became a very small, highly compressed beam of wind. It blasted into the ground with a very loud bang. The ground exploded in all directions. The teacher immediately made a massive barrier to block the debris from hitting the students. Aaron turned and faced the teacher after he finished his presentation. He saw the look on the teacher's face and smiled wildly. He knew that he had done well, the pride of the strong. The next person is Michael. The teacher shook out of his stupor and called out the next person, who was Michael. Michael passed Aaron as he got to the clearing. He spoke to Aaron as they passed each other. "I'll surely beat yours," Michael said. Michael stood, and like Aaron, he started. A blazing red formation formed up in the sky, and then a fireball started coming under it. The fire was not ordinary, because it looked like liquid fire swirling around, creating a massive ball that still grew in size. It kept growing until it was over 3 meters wide. When it reached that size, a formation appeared underneath it, and it sucked the fireball in a stream-like method, converting it and firing it as a flame beam. It was like a laser beam made of fire, tearing through the floor and melting sand and rocks. Like with Aaron, everyone was shocked at the sight. But this would not be the best presentation yet, because up next was the one who wanted to prove himself at all costs, Oliver Teron. His formation was the triple-layered flame formation that created a very massive flame tornado. At the top of the tornado was one formation, at the center was one, and at the bottom was one. These 3 formations were what he used to control the heat and direction of the tornado. His presentation was perfect as well, and he received a smile and approving nod from the teacher. Up next was someone Silver had not really paid attention to, because she just turned out to be a normal genius. She was one of the girls he saw during the entrance exams, but he lost interest in them. She came and used a wind-type formation and did a very massive and beautiful wind formation that fired a massive wind sword from the sky into the ground, creating a massive crater. This was what a genius could do, but sadly for them, people like Silver existed in their world and stopped their genius from shining. The best person up was Leah, and everyone knew she was number 3 in the class and the first year. They had seen her present a peaceful formation once, and so now they wondered what she would do this time. Leah raised her staff into the air, and the temperature dropped immediately. A massive magic circle formed under her feet and spread out until it almost reached the students who were standing. She turned around and looked at Silver. "Brother Silver, please try to attack me in the circle," she said. Silver could tell what would happen if he stepped into that place, but for the sake of the presentation, he charged into the circle. Immediately he entered. 5 massive ice lances formed and fired at him. He quickly dodged all of them, but as soon as that round finished, another 5 fired at him. He kept trying to dodge until he had to step out of the circle, and the attacks stopped. His presentation might not have been the flashiest, but it was without a doubt the best that had been shown up until now. An automated defense formation that attacked and defended at the same time. All she had to do was give the circle her mana, and the automated mechanism would do what it needed to. The teacher was surprised to see such a presentation. He couldn't believe that Leah was actually a commoner. She was beyond genius. After her turn, the next person turned out to be Silver. Once his name was called, everyone paid attention. This was Silver, the most popular person in the academy as of now. He was loved and hated by the students. There was no middle ground when it came to him. You either hated or loved him. What do you think he will do? Michael asked. He is well versed in darkness magic. He will probably use that, Leah said. They all watched closely to see what Silver would do, and Silver was ready to put on a show as well. Since he had decided to be the number one in the academy, he might as well do it with all his heart. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. A dark purple web spread from his feet, twisting and contorting into a magical circle. When the circle was fully formed, it looked grotesque and twisted, shifting and writhing. Suddenly, from the circle, a dark flame erupted from the formation and completely covered Silver before starting to form into a massive flame dragon. They all looked in awe as Silver was floating at the center with his eyes closed and his body in a restful state. The massive black flame dragon struck fear into the eyes of onlookers as it roared into the sky, a pillar of flames so thick that the heat could be felt all around the school. The ground vibrated as the gigantic being stood there. If only Silver had known that day in the academy, his father, the Duke, and one of the older princes of the kingdom were at the academy having discussions. It was a secret meeting known only to a select few, but when the massive beam of flame reached the sky and the wave of heat washed over the land, the prince ran to the window and opened it to see what was happening. He was a 30-year-old magic enthusiast. He had black hair, but his eyes were gold, a feature inherited from his mother. They were known as the goddess's eyes. They allowed the user to see energy flows, perceive things that others couldn't, and much more. With his eyes, he had pursued magic and how to understand it. He had created the best team of magical analysts and researchers. What was that now? That beam of dark flame, that wave of heat. I can tell it's not a very advanced spell, but it contained so much power and beauty. The director sighed. She knew it was only a matter of time before the son of the Duke started getting involved with the royal family. When that beam of flames shot into the sky, she immediately knew it could only be Silver, as she knew that the first years would be practicing formation in that field today. Well, that beam of flames came from a first year called Silver Terron, Matilda said. Wait, you mean the son of Sir Terron? I have heard about his exploits. The king has been talking about how he would love to see this person. Since he is the one, my eagerness to meet him has risen even more profoundly, he said. Matilda didn't say much. She just used her magical crystal to ask someone to bring Silver to her office. Back on the training grounds, before everyone could wrap their heads around the grandiose presentation by Silver, a man entered the training ground. He met the teacher and informed him about what they asked him to do. The teacher nodded and spoke. Silver, that's enough. Head back down. The principal wants to see you. When he mentioned the principal calling Silver, everyone started speculating as to what the reason could be, but Silver wasn't worried in the slightest. He had a feeling his presentation played into this situation. He returned to normal and walked out of the training grounds, heading for the director's office. He got there, knocked once before entering, and then saw his father, Matilda, and the little Squeak sitting there. But it didn't matter. He didn't like seeing two people he didn't care for. He didn't know that he would come to hate the prince even more. I'm Prince Alvin. I've heard a lot about you, the prince spoke. As soon as Silver realized that it was a prince of this kingdom, he got pissed. You both have tried to drop me at the center of a political issue right now. Knowing fully well that I hate it, yet you decided to push your luck, Silver said with a growl. We just wanted to introduce young Matilda. Tried to use her usual method to make it seem like she was making sense, but Silver cut her off. Shut the hell up. There are still things I have to handle in this academy, so you better know not to make things difficult for me. Matilda was shocked by Silver's response. She knew he was a touchy person, but she didn't expect he would behave this way with his father and the prince present. Silver, you need to calm down, Terron spoke. Silver shot a look at him, and Teron shut up immediately. Matilda was surprised by this. Why did one of the greatest mages suddenly keep quiet when his son looked at him? Prince Alvin, I'm not interested in what you have to say right now. I am a 13-year-old first-year student. No matter what it is, I should not have been sought out at all. You are distracting my education, Silver said and walked toward the door. Wait. You can't walk out on me. I am your prince, Alvin commanded. Silver gave out a heavy sigh, snapped his head back, and looked at Alvin. With all due respect, Your Highness, I have something important to do. I beg that you allow me to go, Silver said. Not until I have had my talk with you. Alvin stepped closer to Silver. Silver turned around and faced him. Sadly, I only listen to people who are stronger than me. As it stands, you can't be a threat to me, Silver said. Huh? No matter how much of a prodigy you are, it's impossible for you to be stronger than me. Do you even know what you are saying? The prince snapped. My prince, sadly, my son has spoken the truth. Even I, the Duke, know that magic of the highest order failed when it came to him. I was utterly defeated by my son. This is information I intended to take to my grave, but as it stands, my son is a walking threat, and he is baiting the prince into a trap, Teron explained. Alvin's eyes opened wide in shock. He knew he was not as strong as the Duke, and if Silver had defeated the Duke, then he was here talking rubbish when this person could eradicate him in seconds. The prince stepped away from Silver to avoid pissing him off further. He turned to Teron and spoke. If your son is that strong, could it be that he is a hero candidate? Alvin asked. Sadly, Number Silver possesses great power and potential, yet he isn't a hero. I would know if I saw one. There is one currently in this academy. I've been asked to look after her, but her information is classified. 12 hero candidates have been found, and our kingdom managed to produce one. Silver is not that one, Matilda said. Then how can he be this strong? Alvin asked. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry about it, Prince. One day, you'll know who and what I am. For now, stay away from me, or there will be issues. Those eyes of yours can be dangerous when I least expect it, so I don't want them looking at me at all, Silver said and walked out of the door. Did you tell him about my eyes? Alvin asked. Not at all. This was the first time he has ever met you, Matilda said. He has the ability to see my eyes and their uses. This boy is scary. Duke Teron, I am sorry, but I'll have to inform my father about all this. Your son may need to be contained, Alvin said. Sigh, to contain him may take a lot, but I believe the king's forces will be able to. I have already harmed him by letting him go missing when he was young. And now I am plotting to have him contained. He would definitely not forgive me if he heard this. He already sees me as trash, but now I will break whatever connection he has to me. But still, I understand how big of a threat he is. He may offset the balance if he is left to keep growing at this rate, so we must do it, Teron said. Silver, who was outside a few meters from the door and had hidden his presence, listened to the whole thing using his vibration sensing. Teron, this is Strike 3. Strike 1 was attempting to kill me as a baby. Strike 2 was attacking me when we reunited. And Strike 3 is plotting to trap me. How disappointing can you be? I believed you could become something of a useful father to me in even a little way. But even that was too hard for you. Sadly, my mum and siblings will have to be fatherless in the future, Silver said, determined to get rid of his father. Some may say Silver was a hypocrite because Mike had done the same thing to him, attempting to kill and cause him issues, yet he chose to let Mike live. But Silver didn't care. Mike was his brother and was a child who actually had some reason to hate Silver. But Teron was a grown man without reason to even hate Silver at this point. He should be begging for forgiveness, yet he is still plotting his capture. The best thing now was to kill him. Silver walked through the corridor with slow and steady steps. He could smell the trouble in the air from all directions. It was all aimed at him, so it was time to get serious. It was time to begin his movements. His mercenaries had grown close to 1,000 well-armored and trained people. They had received a whole lot of benefits and rewards and were very loyal to Dawn. The 3A-ranked adventurers had been his ears in the city, gathering information and intel. And then there was the man in Black Blade, who was feeding Silver all the information about the group. And he discovered that the group stemmed from the capital, and that was where the majority of their people were. Silver decided that he would take over this cult, kill the master, and seize rulership by force. They would come in handy for sure. The day for the internal competition for the selection of those that would go for the elite competition drew near. Many students trained as hard as they possibly could, wanting to improve even if only a little. They needed all the help they could get. On the night before the day, Silver decided to go into the Void Labyrinth. He was yet to test it out and was curious as to what it was. So he headed out in the night into a dark corner and then activated one of the 10 tickets. A swirling portal appeared before him, and he walked inside without hesitation. The inside of the portal was a corridor made of what looked like crystals and glass. Outside the glass was an empty void filled with stars and clusters of dust. It created a beautiful scenery. But Silver was not bothered by the scenery. He could sense a lot of strong beings headed his way. He decided that tonight, he would evolve. No matter how long he had to grind and kill, he would make sure he evolved tonight. When the beings came into view, they looked like they were made of black crystals, their bodies held together by strings of energy that felt like mana but were more potent. 6 of them faced Silver, their great eyes glowing red, and they launched at him. Their speed was unbelievable as they reached Silver in a very short time. Though it was not comparable to the speed of the angel he fought. He leapt back and dodged the powerful punch of the first one. The fist slammed into the ground and caused a crack which fixed up instantly. Another one leapt over the head of the one that had punched and charged at Silver, its hand turning into a sharp blade that went for Silver's throat. Silver pulled out his sword and immediately parried the attack. He stepped in and pushed the hand of the being aside, then went for a slash from down to up. But his blade hit the crystal body, and nothing happened, only sparks flew. However, the force of the attack still sent the being flying. Silver didn't have time to chase that one because 2 of them tried to flank him, both aiming for his head with their attacks. Silver flipped and dodged the attack. His hand was placed on the ground, and he used his dark tendrils. They shot out of the ground and latched onto the legs of the 2 that had attacked. But they immediately deactivated the connection between their main bodies and their legs, allowing them to escape. The legs that were tied then suddenly moved at great speed toward Silver. Silver immediately created a tendril wall. The legs hit the wall and were repelled back. After they were repelled, they returned to their owners. These things have really good fighting abilities, Silver commented. The 6 of them charged at Silver again, running in formation toward him. I can't let them keep that formation. I have to break them apart. He used the tendrils again, and the tendrils lashed out with full force, forcefully hitting them and spreading them apart. When there was an opening in the formation due to his intervention, he charged through the opening, got behind them, and then took out his axe. The axe glowed bright red. Have some of this, he roared and swung the axe down. The axe hit the floor, causing massive vibrations and cracking in the ground. The energy that he had gathered into the axe exploded out and slammed the beings into the walls. Using the opportunity, he charged at one of them and swung for the head. His axe met with the head, and this time it dug deep into it. Silver then channeled his abyssal flames through the axe, and they erupted from inside the head of the being. Congratulations, you have killed a crystalline. 1000 EXP, 500 so. When Silver saw the amount he got from the crystalline, a smile formed on his face. If he killed all 6, he would level up. And if there were lots of them, he would be able to actually evolve. A smile formed on his face as he looked at the remaining 5, eager to kill them. The other 5 crystalline also seemed eager to kill him. They all got in formation and were about to attack. The one he killed turned into a crystal the size of a fist, but Silver left picking it up for later. He had to handle the enemies that were in his face now. The 5 of them charged at him. Silver swung his blade and released a massive abyssal flame arc that pushed them back but didn't do much damage. You haven't consumed in 3 days. Gluttony rage mode has started taking effect. Your increase in strength and loss of sense will begin now. You will lose all control after 5 minutes. Silver suddenly felt a heavy pang of hunger, his eyes glowed red, and his strength started surging as the hunger in him grew. He had decided to turn off the gluttony timer. He felt that he would not have to worry, as he could consume at any time. But he had totally forgotten that in the last 3 days, He was yet to consume anything. He thought about eating from the gate of hell. But with what little consciousness remained, he decided to allow the hunger of gluttony to take over him for the meantime. He had 5 minutes. He wanted to see how much stronger he could get before he lost control. So he attacked the crystallines with the hunger biting at him. His veins bulged, and his eyes glowed crimson red. He swung his axe with even more strength. This time due to the hunger. The axe hit one of the crystalline, and in one swift move, he managed to cut through it and kill it. Congratulations, you have killed a crystalline. 1000 EXP, 500 so. Silver huffed and puffed as gluttony automatically absorbed the soul of the crystalline. It gave him a sweet feeling, but it was far from enough. The crystallines attacked Silver all at once, but because of the hunger of gluttony, his strength was increased several-fold. He took them down without issue. Level up, 2 free stat points x10. He finally leveled up after he killed the remaining crystallines, and his hunger had also subsided after he killed all of them. Silver picked up all the crystals that dropped on the ground one by one. He kept them in his ring as he headed deeper inside the labyrinth. He walked for a while without sensing any crystallines, but soon, a team of 10 crystallines came his way. Silver decided not to waste a single moment. He summoned all his clones, and they went into battle, 1 versus 1. After he killed all of them, he leveled up again, finally reaching level 75. The progress was fast, but he needed it to be faster. So he picked up his speed and started rushing through the labyrinth floor. He moved quickly, using his dragon newt form to take them out quickly and also using his clones. Finally, Silver made it to the floor that led to the second floor. By now, he had reached level 80. He decided not to distribute his stat points yet. Silver walked down the crystal stairs and into the second floor. When he arrived, he immediately saw 2 crystallines, but they weren't like the ones he had fought. These ones were red crystal in color, and they gave off a stronger aura than the black ones. Immediately they saw him, they charged at him. Their speed was evidently greater than that of the blacks. Silver didn't care, though. He blocked the first one with his axe and pushed it back. The second one leapt into the air. Silver turned to face it, and he aimed for the head. But a red force field appeared and blocked the attack. His axe managed to break through, but the force field blocked it enough for the crystalline to make a retreat. So these ones have abilities, Silver said. The 2 crystallines regrouped and charged again, one in front and one at the back. They moved from left to right, interchanging to confuse Silver. But Silver was bored by their movements. He transformed into his dragon form and threw his axe at top speed. The force field appeared to block the axe, but the axe managed to break through. Silver chased after it with flash step. He grabbed onto the axe and swung at the head of the crystalline at close range, killing it. Congratulations, you have killed a crystalline. 1500 EXP, 700 so x10. This one gave him far more EXP than the black ones. A smile formed on his face as he looked at the second one. He used flash step, getting behind the crystalline and lopping off the head before it could react. Congratulations, you have killed a crystalline. 1500 EXP, 700 so x10. Silver picked up the crystals they dropped and started heading deeper into the labyrinth. He had fallen in love with this labyrinth. If he kept up the pace, he was sure to finally evolve. In the director's office that night, Teron, the prince, and Matilda were seated inside the office discussing. The topic of their discussion was, of course, how to capture Silver. Teron pulled out a cube and placed it on the table. This is called the Eternal Cube. I, along with several mages, have been looking for ways to seal powerful beings and ensure they never leave. The cube is yet to be perfect, but it can very much seal anyone for a period of time. During the time that Silver will be sealed inside, a slave collar will be made available, and a very impenetrable prison. The collar will be put on him, and he will be locked inside and will only be allowed to leave when he is needed by the kingdom. He will be studied and also trained to make him a very useful weapon for the kingdom. Teron finished explaining his plan on how they would capture Silver. I see. So how do we go about capturing him and putting him into the seal? Matilda asked. That is also simple. We have 2 people in the S class that work for the kingdom, right? The hero candidate and the other one, right? We will ask them. They possess enough magic to activate the cube and also seal Silver. They just need to be in a place where no one will see them. And the best time for them to do that will be during the labyrinth competition tomorrow. It will be the best opportunity, and I'm sure they will be competent enough to carry out the task, Teron explained. I see, that all makes sense. So we just have to inform them on what to do, and we will be able to capture Silver, Matilda said. Thank you, both of you, for agreeing to do this for the kingdom. Sir Teron, I understand that he is your son, but what must be done must be done. And besides, your family will receive a lot of rewards from this as well, Alvin said. In the council office, the president sat at the table having a midnight snack with Oliver seated on the opposite side, reading some papers. This is the layout for how you can get Silver into the room and lock him inside. You have to carry everything out the way it is here. If you do, everything will fall into place, and you will have gotten rid of Silver for good, the president said. I understand. I'll do my best. But I've wanted to ask, what if Silver escapes from the room? What will I do then? Oliver asked. He won't. Even I can't escape from there. It is impossible. No matter how special or strong he is, he won't be able to get out, the president assured. That night, two plans were being made for the boy who was happily cutting down crystallines in a void labyrinth. Which side would actually prevail over Silver when the time comes? Congratulations, you have reached level 99. Silver plopped to his knees, his breathing was haggard, his mind was in disarray. It took every ounce of mental strength to keep Silver functioning. This was the first time he had fought until he burned out. He struggled to get back on his feet. Despite the exhaustion he felt, there was still a smile etched on his face. He was so close, so very close to leveling up. His current stats looked like this: name, Silver; race, human, 50%, Dark Dragon, 50%, legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy, awakened; magical affinities, summoning, darkness, abyss magic; mana, 1,500,000; EXP, 50,000 89,000; SP, 1 million; level, 99; strength, 2,140; defense, 2,140; speed, 2,140; agility, 2,140; intelligence, 2,320; free stat points, 1,420. He had yet to distribute any of his stat points, so his stats remained the same. But he was far more experienced now, and his fighting had entered another level. When he had finished with the second floor, he arrived at the third floor where he met the orange crystallines. They were significantly stronger than the red, faster and more coordinated as well. But he still managed to win even when they ganged up on him. As Silver tried to catch his breath, another orange one came for him, and this would be the last battle for his evolution. A tired Silver, and a strong crystalline. Silver had the recovery rate of a dragon, so all he needed was a bit of time to get everything in order. His body was at 60% now, and if he stayed for one more minute, he would be in tip-top shape. But the crystalline wasn't ready to let him. It charged at Silver like a rocket. But Silver had fought enough of them to know their ability. It was a flash step type of ability that boosted their speed to double. They used it unexpectedly, normally in the first charge, to try and get behind you fast and take you out. Silver leapt into the air and brought out his wings, staying in the air, and then from above, he came slashing down. The crystalline saw the attack and tried to use its ability to dodge. But Silver was smarter. He used his own flashed step to move faster as well, cancelling out the crystallines. The axe connected, and using all his strength, he decapitated the crystalline easily. He landed on the ground. He wanted to celebrate his kill, but the system had better plans for him. Evolution starting in 30 seconds. Silver panicked when he saw that. There was no way he could attempt an evolution here. He had seen it take Fang a while. He had to go somewhere safe. This was a very important moment in his life. System, take me out, Silver said. The portal to take him out appeared, and he leapt into it immediately. When he got out, 10 seconds were already gone. He had to move fast. The only way to go now would be to activate a teleport straight into the labyrinth. It would take a lot of mana to force teleport there, but he had to do it. He didn't have the time to contact Lily or Elsa. He did what was needed, and a black hole formed under him. He fell right through into the main throne room of the labyrinth. He saw Drake and Elsa talking, but before he could say anything, the timer hit 0. Silver fell to the ground unconscious. All his minds were turned off, and so, his evolution began after 13 years of being in this world. Congratulations on your evolution. You're 10 times buffeted in your evolution. Name, Silver. Evolved. Race, Dark Dragon, 80%. Human, 20%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy. Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 5 million. EXP, 10,000. 1 million. SP, 2 million. Level, 1. Evolved. Strength, 15,000. Defense, 15,000. Speed, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Intelligence, 20,000. Free stat points, 1,420. You have attained full dragon form. These were the first things that Silver saw when his evolution was over. After he finished reading them, another notification came to him. A vision from Ophelia is ready after your evolution. It will be streamed into your mind directly. Suddenly, he began seeing something. It was the labyrinth inside the academy. The vision kept taking him lower and lower into the labyrinth, even through places that he had yet to reach. After about 100 floors, it finally reached the end, where there was a mighty door heavily sealed. After Silver saw the door, the vision ended, and his eyes opened. When his eyes opened, he saw Elsa looking down at him. "Daddy!" she called out. When he woke up, and immediately he was surrounded. The guardians and everyone else looked to see if he was okay. Silver struggled to stand up from Elsa's lap. He immediately realized that he was naked and only a small piece of clothing covered his nether region. Elsa, where are my clothes?" he asked. "You were covered by dark dragon flames, and they burned them all up. I was the only one who was able to come close to you due to my high resistance," Elsa explained. Silver nodded and pushed himself up to stand, and that was the point he realized there was an issue. He felt really different, so he asked for a mirror immediately, and when they brought a full-sized mirror for him, he couldn't help but ask, "Who the hell is that?" He refused to believe that it was him. The person that stood in the mirror was way taller than Silver before. Silver had a fit body, but it was never as chiseled as what he had now. His face as well, it was like it just doubled in looks. It gave off cute and handsome vibes all at the same time. But those were the least of his troubles. Now, he had his dragon wings out without even activating them, and also 2 black horns that perfectly flowed into his hair and made him look more stunning. "I won't lie, even I would date me," Silver said. He felt chills run down his spine. He turned around to see way too many hungry eyes from the females of the group. "I have to remind you all that I am still 13, dragon or not," he said to clear their minds of any thoughts. Silver looked at his wings and horn. He couldn't walk around the human world with this, that would be crazy. He tried to control them, and they actually retracted into his body like they were never there. He took out some clothes from his ring and put them on quickly. He didn't remove the small piece of cloth that was covering him until he was fully dressed. He didn't want to show his assets to all of them. "How long was I unconscious?" Silver asked. "A few hours," Elsa replied. "I see, so it didn't take as long as Fang." "Well, then I have enough time to make it to the academy." "Aries, Lily, I need both of your help today. There will be attempts on my life during the competition. I will give you the details of the plan later, but we have to get everyone involved," Silver said. "We understand, but I want a reward after it," Ares said. "What sort of reward?" Silver asked. "A kiss." "Not happening," Silver refused. "After this competition and the elite competition, I'll try to clear the labyrinth in the academy. After I have cleared it, we will discuss the next move, whether to raise our own city and kingdom or to continue hiding. It has been on my mind for a while now, and I figured we should discuss it," Silver said. After speaking with them, he had Lily teleport him inside his room. He knew no one would be there, so he decided to rest. He had to head to the assembly hall quickly because the competition was about to start. On his way there, Silver kept getting looked at by not only his mates but even seniors. Everyone knew he was good-looking, but this time they couldn't peel their eyes from him. Silver increased his walking pace. He didn't want too many eyes on him. But the issue was that most of the students were also going to the assembly hall, so he couldn't get away from them. When he arrived at the hall, everyone was seated, and more were coming in. He spotted his friends there and headed the same way. They had also kept a seat for him. "Hey guys," Silver greeted them. They all looked to greet him as well, but they were also stunned by how different he looked. "Silver, what happened to you?" Michael asked. "Huh? What do you mean?" "I am the same person," Silver said and took his seat. "Oh, you are definitely not the same person. It's like you got polished." "Like, what the hell, dude?" Michael pressed. "I don't really get what you are talking about, Michael," Silver still denied. "You have to tell me what methods you use, bro." "This is not fair," Michael complained. "What's he talking about?" Silver asked the others, but he could see a frown on Leah and Faye. "What's happening, guys? Why are you two angry?" he asked. "It was already hard stopping all those Fang Earls from getting to you, but now how can we stop them? Who goes and gets a glow-up overnight?" Faye complained. Before she could complain even more, a teacher walked into the hall. "Good day, first years. Today is the first part of your competition. The competition will be held in the labyrinth east of the city. Only those who make it to the last floor will win. The rules of this are simple. Fight until you make it to the last floor. If you can't make it, or you want to give up or call for help, check your cards. You will be able to call for help or give up using the cards. You just have to spend all the coins you have, no matter the amount, and you will be saved." The students burst into murmurs when they heard what would happen if they wanted to give up or be saved. They would lose all their hard-earned points. It was a crazy payment, but they understood that one could die in that labyrinth, and their points were nothing compared to their lives. But still, the academy was being ruthless. But what could they possibly do? "I'm sure you all already know that death is possible in the labyrinth. It is a B-ranked labyrinth, and it has enough dangerous monsters and unpredictable uncertainties. Now, this is the last but very important rule. You aren't allowed to fight or kill each other. Your enemies are the monsters inside there, not your classmates. If you are caught sabotaging your classmates or trying to kill them, you will be punished so severely that you will cry for death and not receive it. You can all enter the labyrinth alone or in self-formed teams, whatever route you choose. Best of luck to you. The competition will be starting in an hour. You all have an hour to get to the labyrinth. I will see you there." The man finished and left the stage. Immediately after he left, everyone got up and started heading out of the academy. Silver could still feel the gazes of his friends on him. He would have to find a way to explain things to them, but that was an issue for another time. What was on his mind now was how he would kill Teron. Inside the director's office, Teron sat on a chair with a worried expression, while Matilda looked through the window of the office. "Today is the day." "Did you give the cube to the students?" she asked. "Yes, the ones we talked about," Teron said. "You don't regret this at all?" "He is your son, after all," Matilda said. "It's for the best. Besides the fact that he is already one of the strongest people in the kingdom, he is also very smart and cunning. I may have produced the seed that birthed him, but that child is a demon without a doubt, and if I let him, he will become something else," Teron explained. "You left out the part that talks about how you feel inferior to your son, and that hurts your ego," Matilda said with a smile. Teron frowned but said nothing. Inside a study room, two men argued loudly. "How could you not tell me about this until now? How could you hide the fact that your wife was a fairy?" one man asked, yelling at the other. "Because of this. Because of things like this. Because you all would see it as a crime. You would see it as treason when all I did was fall in love. I have served humanity for many years, poured out my blood and sweat, but I had to hide the fact that my wife was a fairy for many years just because she was a fairy. I couldn't be happy because every day I wake up knowing that people like you would take her away from me. You would castigate her and make her feel like a criminal, and all she wanted was to have a family with me and be happy with our son. But now she's gone, and I decided that you, who have been my friend for so long, should know the truth. Because I don't know when I'll die. If I die, I need someone who will take care of my son, knowing who he was as a half-fairy. That's why I'm telling you now," the man said. "This is dumb." "How could you be so dumb?" with your status and everything, it would be a great issue if word got out. I know, but it has happened, and now Aaron is part of this world, and he is growing, and I want him to be able to live a normal and happy life. If he is incapable of living a happy life here, then I'll take the risk and head into the fairy country. Even if they kill me, I'll beg them to take Aaron, because he is my world and my only joy. He reminds me of the life I had with his mother. He reminds me that I was happy and alive, even if it was just for a short while. So, to me, Aaron is not just a son, he is my heartbeat. I don't care how you see it, I don't care how the world sees me, but Aaron must have a happy life. So, Duke Teron, you, as my friend and a man like me, tell me, is that so much to ask? Should I throw away a child because of status? Aaron's father asked. I'm not one to be asked that question, because I fell victim to such a choice. You remember when my wife was pregnant last, and it was said the baby died? That was a lie. I have been thinking about how to tell you this for years now, but now seems like the best time to. He was a beautiful boy, with eyes like his mother and a heart like hers as well. But as I held him in my arms, he lacked talent. He lacked whatever it would take for him to be a noble under my name. I, the Duke known for my mastery in magic, having a child that would be talentless. That was not something I wanted. I didn't want my bloodline to be tainted, Teron explained. Teron, tell me you didn't kill your child, Aaron's father said, grabbing Teron by the collar. No, I didn't. I wanted to, but my wife pleaded on his behalf, and we sent him to another town to be raised by whatever commoner family would take him. Bam! Aaron's father's fist connected with Teron's face, sending him staggering and slamming into a wall. What the hell did you just say? How could you with a straight face tell this to me? You threw away your son, not caring if he lived or died. Have you no humanity, Teron? Is status and name all that matters to you? Aaron's father asked. It had to be done, there was no other choice. My father was a commoner, an orphan, he was nothing, a young man named Teron, struggling to survive every day. He would work, and at the end of the day, thugs would take whatever he worked for. That was until he met a man. That man gave him words that changed my father's life. The man said, living a good life makes you a saint, but those saints go unrecognized. Living a true life, filled with conscious decisions, good or bad, to make progress, and covering it with fake goodness also makes you a saint, but this saint is recognized. This meant that my father should do whatever it took to grow and survive. As long as he covered his tracks, he would become a saint, loved by all. These words stuck with my father, and he ran with them. My father had a legacy, a higher rank one, but it was just at the level of a basic noble. If he wanted to give birth to children that would become the greatest in the kingdom, he would need to marry a high noble. So my father decided he had had enough. He would no longer waste his life and legacy. So he trained alone for many years until one day, a knight saw him and felt he was strong enough to be a knight. And so my father became a knight. He grew, through evil and good methods, while covering his tracks. He grew in magic and in swordsmanship. Soon, a great war happened, and my father, who had become a captain through blood and walking over others, became the hero of the war. His status rose, and soon, the former duke, who couldn't get a son, asked my father to marry his daughter. My father reached his goal. He had finally become who he wanted to be, but with a trail of blood behind him. So my father imparted all these words to me. He told me his whole journey and told me to make the right decisions, good or bad, and cover my tracks. Teron finished his backstory. Aaron's father went and sat down. He looked at the ceiling and spoke. I don't know how to process that story, but you trusted me, the same way I trusted you. We take both of our secrets to the grave, Aaron's father said. Teron left Aaron's father and exited the study. As he walked out of the house, he saw young Aaron holding a wooden sword and looking at him with wary eyes. Hey, Aaron, why are you standing here? Teron asked. I heard you and Dad arguing. Will everything be okay? Aaron asked. It will, but you'll have to be a very good boy. In the future, I may be coming to ask you for a lot of things, and you'll have to do them to ensure your safety. If you don't, people may find out the truth, and that would be bad for you and your father. Teron said and patted Aaron on the head. Those words impacted Aaron. He was scarred after the loss of his mother. He didn't want anything bad to happen to his father and didn't know how he would live with himself if anything did. And so from that young age, he taught himself to listen to Teron, doing whatever Teron asked of him just to keep his father safe. He was a young boy, yet he had done so many despicable things even his father knew nothing about. He swore to himself that he would keep his father safe, no matter the cost. All the first years stood before the large doors of the labyrinth. The area was crowded with a lot of stalls and shops because the area around the labyrinth was seen as a good business spot. The students waited for the teachers to finish up some details and then opened the gates for them to enter. As they waited, Leah, who was behind Silver, looked at him and folded her fist tightly. She suddenly recalled her past. A 7-year-old girl fixing her bow in the mirror of her room with the help of her mother. And then suddenly, her father knocked on the door and came in. "Leah, they are here to check if what we believe is true," he said eagerly. Her mother carried her out and down the stairs, where a group of people waited. Among these people were some in white armor and white cloaks with golden designs. There were those in black and purple armor as well, and then there were those with the armor of the kingdom. Some ordinary people stood there as well, a few she had known from a young age, like Matilda and Teron. Matilda came forward and spoke. "Leah, it's nice to see you again. These people with me are from the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. They want to help us find out if you are really a hero." "We can already tell, but they would like to confirm," Matilda explained. Leah nodded, because she felt she was something special. She would be a hero, one of the great people that stood at the top of humanity. One of the cloaked men came forward and stretched his hand over her head. A light shone from his hand onto her, and her body responded by glowing as well. The man stopped and nodded at everyone. "She is indeed a hero candidate." That was supposed to be the happiest day of her life, the day she became very special, but that was only a pipe dream. Because after that day, day after day, she was taught magic from the age of 7. She was worked to the bone, casting and casting. Whenever she finally got a break, she would be given a sword to train, swinging and sparring. These were the instructions given by the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. They asked that she be trained non-stop. She would collapse at the end of every day, and her mother would have to bathe her and clean her body, massaging her to soothe the pain. Information was forced into her with countless classes and lectures, things that a girl her age would never have to face. But whenever she tried to give up, her father and the mother would encourage her, telling her to push through the pain and everything. Because of this, she started to hate them. She slowly grew detached and despised them. By the time she was 10, she no longer spoke to her parents. She only trained and trained. But in all this, there was one person who showed her love and cared for her, and that was Matilda, who helped to make the whole thing easier for Leah. But deep down, Leah knew that Matilda was also playing her. They needed someone who could control her when she became a hero, and since she was already detached from her parents, they weren't the right choice. That was why Matilda was used. Leah knew this, but her hunger for someone to care for her didn't allow her to stop meeting and listening to Matilda. She didn't want to go through this alone. She didn't want to pass through this pain with no one to cry to, so she kept obeying Matilda. But recently, Matilda had given her a mission, one that caused her heart to be conflicted. She had never been conflicted when it came to doing things for Matilda, but now, she felt a great struggle. "Hey, Leah, wake up." Silver tapped Leah. She finally woke up from her thoughts and looked at Silver, who was looking at her with a smile. "You can't be daydreaming now. We have to enter the labyrinth. You have to watch my back, remember?" Silver said and started walking towards the labyrinth with the others. Aaron passed by Leah. They glanced at each other, and their eyes met for a moment, and in their eyes was hesitation. Silver, who was ahead, could see all that was playing out. "What will the two of you do? Will you allow them to control you and become my enemy, or will you break free?" "I really hope you make the right choice and become my real friends," Silver said in his mind as he walked into the labyrinth. Leah and Aaron also entered at almost the same time, and so did the others. When everyone was inside the labyrinth, the competition had officially started. Silver's group consisted of Faye, Leah, Sage, Michael, Aaron, and Leah. But before they could start moving, Oliver walked up to them. "Can I join you guys? I feel there's no team here that I'd really fit in with," Oliver explained. "So this is how you start your own approach, Oliver." "Well, all good," Silver thought. "No problem at all, you can come with us," Silver said. They all started moving through the first floor with ease. They could hear the sounds of battles around, but they were yet to get into any fight. This competition was not exactly expected to finish in a day. It could take 2 days for some, and that was totally allowed. After a while, their first opponent attacked them, but it was a pathetic little goblin. Silver was irked at the sight of the goblin running towards them. He crouched low, snatched the sword from its hand, and used the broadside to knock it out. "I can't kill it, it feels wrong," Silver said, and continued walking. He couldn't consider the goblin a threat, so he didn't want to dirty his hands with its blood. So like that, the first floor of all 20 floors was useless, so they headed to the second and then to the third. It was on the fourth floor that some stronger goblins began to attack, and they used minimal effort to take them out. Silver could sense something with Oliver. Oliver was about to do something, and it was time to find out what. As they swatted the small fries, Oliver pulled out a crystal and cracked it. The crystal released a frequency that caused the ground to tremble and collapse. It caused a lot of dust to rise. In that short time, with the dust rising, Oliver ran to Silver and pulled him down into the hole from the collapse. This was Oliver's plan, to make it seem like it was an accident and they had been separated. When the dust cleared, everyone was there except Oliver. "Seems Oliver fell into the hole. We should head to the next floor quickly to find him," Silver said. "Why don't we just choose the hole?" Michael asked. "We can't be sure where he fell. There might be a trap there," Silver said. So they all rushed through the fourth floor. As they left, Silver appeared where they had just been. "So, one clone each. Oliver thinks he's with me, and Leo and Aaron think I'm still with them," Silver said. He turned around and summoned Lily and Aries. "Lily, Aries, I need you both to go and dig up all the dirt you can on Prince Alvin. Make sure you get a lot of dirt on him. After that, kidnap the prince, Teron, Matilda, and the council president of the academy. Keep them in the labyrinth till I come back. You can torture all of them, but ensure you don't break them," Silver said. It was the first part of the plan he discussed with them. They nodded and vanished from the labyrinth. "Now to go and watch if my friends will betray me," Silver said, and started heading for the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, where Oliver and Silver's clone had fallen through, they got up from the ground and cleaned themselves. "Sorry, Silver, I was trying to stop myself from falling and ended up pulling you into the hole," Oliver said with a fake sad face. "You don't have to worry about that. Let's just get moving. We'll meet up with the others later," Silver said, and they started moving. Oliver took the lead, and soon after, they got to a large door. Oliver immediately pointed at it. "That may be a treasure room. We should check it out," Oliver said, and ran to push the door open. Inside was a circular room, and sure enough, a treasure chest was inside. Silver walked into the room and headed for the treasure chest. When he reached the chest and was about to touch it, Oliver spoke. "You actually fell for it. I expected it to be a lot harder. Seems I gave you too much credit." "What are you talking about, Oliver?" Silver asked. "This room a broken bar. It will be your end, the place where you'll rot and die for all eternity. Did you really think you would walk free after coming into my life to ruin it? You came to take everything away from me, and I refuse that. I refuse it. I refuse it. So you will die here, rot, become one with the dust, gone forever," Oliver yelled like a madman, then stepped outside, and the door of the room shut with Silver inside. "I did it. I can't believe I did it," Oliver said in disbelief. "Did what exactly?" Silver asked from behind Oliver. Oliver turned around and jumped in fright after he saw Silver. How are you here?" Oliver asked, already breaking out in a cold sweat. "You are pathetic, elder brother. Not only are you weak, you're also a coward who tried to capture me to get rid of me." "How pathetic." "I guess it's like father, like son. Whenever you face slight problems, your first thought is to use underhanded methods to get rid of the problem," Silver said with a smile. "Don't talk about my father like that," Oliver yelled and charged at Silver. "Who gave this dog the right to bark?" Silver responded and slapped Oliver across the face, sending him flying into a wall. Silver walked to him and picked him up by the neck, lifting him off the ground. "Oliver, you've made your bed, now you will die in it," Silver said, and sent a punch into Oliver's guts. Oliver coughed up blood that spilled a little on Silver. "You good-for-nothing piece of shit, how dare you get me dirty," Silver said. He poured dark mana into Oliver's brain, causing Oliver a world of pain he had never seen. He screamed and cried until he passed out there. Silver and the group walked through the 5th floor looking for Oliver, but they didn't make any progress. So Leah brought up a solution for them. "Let Aaron, Silver, and I go one way to search for him. Leah, Day, Michael, and Sage can also go search another way." They didn't really see any issue with this idea, and they didn't think about it too much. They just did as she said and split up. Silver walked in front of the two of them, while still monitoring them closely. He decided to strike up a conversation, sensing the tension. "You know, life is really shitty. People controlling others, forcing them to do what they want, brainwashing them. They damage your psyche, cause you pain, and make it seem like they're helping you, while slowly pushing you into a wall and taking away your life. Some may give you the false hope that they will protect you or someone dear to you, while in reality, they can't really protect anything." Silver's words hit the spot, causing Leo and Aaron to feel bad. So they decided to get this done and over with. Aaron pulled out the cube and pointed it at Silver. "I'm sorry, Silver," he said. Silver turned around with a smile. Aaron quickly activated the cube, and Leah placed her hand on his shoulder, pouring mana to help him. The box opened up into several parts, and a powerful suction force pulled Silver. Before Silver was drawn in, he said with a smile, "We make our own choices, and we bear our own consequences. No one else will help when the karma hits." Silver was pulled into the cube, which immediately locked up and fell to the ground. Immediately after, Aaron fell to his knees and started bawling his eyes out. He felt a huge pain in his chest, so intense that he felt like he would die. Leah slowly slid to the ground and covered her face. Silver had never wanted to be in her life. She was the one who approached him and became close to him. He never asked for their company, yet they got close to him. He never needed them. He was strong enough to fend for himself and be the number one. Yet he accepted them with a smile, even though they knew he was cold and emotionless. But he still had fun with them and showed emotions. They had grown close after over a month with him, and Silver was a good guy. He was their friend. Yet they had backstabbed him. Never had they ever questioned the missions they were given, but this time they hated it to their bones. After a while of staying like that, Aaron got up and took the cube. "I can't do it. I don't know about you, and I'm ready to fight you, but I can't betray Silver. Whatever comes after this, I'll find a way to survive," Aaron said. Sigh. "All my life, Matilda had been the one I listened to. I listened to her because she showed me care and attention. But Dimka did the same. He paid attention to me and cared about what I had to say or do. Yet he never asked for anything in return like Matilda. I know he might hate us after this, but I can't betray him. Even if it is just once, I'd like to carry myself like a hero and do the right thing," Leah said. So both of them decided to free Silver. No matter what happened, Silver didn't deserve any of this. He was a friend. "You geese made the right choice," Silver spoke as he walked toward them. They were shocked to see him, but they didn't sense any hostility. "How are you here?" "We haven't released you," Leo asked. "The fact that you two believed that Cube could even begin to hold me was where your first problem lay. What you captured was a clone, and the person you actually captured was that clone. I wanted to see what decision you would make. Would you choose to follow my stupid father and the Matilda, or choose me? It seems I was right to trust you both. So, on that note, I'd like to tell you that your taskmasters will be punished, both my father and Matilda." How do you expect to do that?" "Your father is an evolved and has mastered magic," Aaron said. "Funny, I beat my father even before I evolved." "See? Everything will be explained in detail to you. The most important detail I have to tell you as my real friends is that I am a Demon King candidate," Silver said. Leah was taken aback by that statement, like, what the hell was Silver saying? Silver saw the disbelief in her eyes, so he allowed his horn and wings to appear, his eyes changing into dragon eyes. "I'm a black dragon." "Before you ask, yes, I was born by two humans, but my legacy took over my body. The legacy of the Dark Dragon. It changed my race completely. Silver explained. Wait, I've heard of the dark dragons, but they should have gone extinct. Their power reduced the rate at which they could reproduce, Aaron said. I'll explain later, but first, let me talk to Leah. Leah, you are a hero candidate, and I only found out recently. I know heroes and demon kings are enemies, but I don't want it to be that way between me and you. We were friends before hero and demon king, and I want to keep it that way. Today, you proved that you have my back for sure, and you broke out of Matilda's crazy control. And that assures me that you can be a friend that I can lean on. I may not be human, but still. Before Silver could finish, she ran up and hugged him tightly. I'm not sure of how I feel now, but Leah and Faye might soon have to contend with me for you. Silver walked through the portal, followed by Leah and Aaron. As soon as they stepped into the labyrinth, Elsa ran to him. Daddy! She called out and leapt into his arms. Daddy? Leah and Aaron asked at the same time. Don't think about it too much, I'll explain it later, Silver said as he carried Elsa toward the throne and sat there. But Leah and Aaron could not even move. They stayed put because of the beings they saw here. The Guardians, the Summons, and Dawn were all here, even Ares. Even though they all hid their presence, Leah and Aaron could still feel their mighty presence. Silver, where are we? Aaron mustered the courage to ask. You will address him as Master Silver, Drake said in a calm tone, but Aaron felt like his guts would spill from the pressure. Drake, don't worry, they are going to become our comrades after today, Silver said, and then turned his attention to them. This place is my labyrinth, my domain. It was left by the several dark dragons that have lived here before. Elsa is the last of the dark dragons. Oh well, before I came around, she inherited the labyrinth, and when I arrived, she handed it to me as the keeper, carrying the legacy of the first dark dragon. There is more that I'll have to tell you about myself and my past, and I will tell you all that. But for now, I have to finish the case of those that tried to manipulate us all. As Silver said that, the doors of the room opened, and some snake women and minotaurs dragged people into the labyrinth. The people were battered, covered in blood, and devoid of any spirit. When Leah and Aaron saw who they were, they froze in shock. The Duke, Matilda, the President, Oliver, and the Prince. Why did Silver have all of them here? These were people of status and power. But looking around, they could understand Silver could do whatever he wanted in this kingdom. They could easily tell that all the people standing here with him were national-level threats. If Silver went on a rampage, this kingdom would fall. It's nice to see all of you here. It seems Zaraz and Lily have done quite a number on all of you. But what can I say? You all deserved everything that you got. But I am not heartless. I'll offer all of you a chance at salvation. I will state your crime, and you will have two choices, either be killed here, or get up and fight me. I'll let you believe you can fight, of course. If you manage to land one hit, all will be forgiven. But I do not plan to hold back even in the slightest, Silver said, and he stood from his throne and walked toward them. I will explain your crimes from smallest to biggest, starting with my dear brother Oliver. You let a slithering serpent into your mind, and he filled you with lies. Silver lifted Oliver's battered head and looked into his eyes coldly. You are really stupid. You thought I wanted to fight for the family name with you? Do I look like I need that name? I have all I could want, and this little kingdom is nothing to me. There is only one reason I still stay here. But all that aside, brother, let us have our fight, Silver said and moved aside. Lily came and healed Oliver until he was in tip-top shape. Oliver, now you will fight for your chance to live, Silver said. Why do this? You are way stronger than me. You have proven that to me, Oliver said, not wanting to attack. Oh, it's for fun. You see, I believe that you should all go down in battle. So show me what you've got. And do not think of giving up, Silver said. He was about to move, but then his mind spoke to him. While he had been busy doing whatever he was doing, they cooked up a plan that Gray felt was the right plan for the situation, and when they told Silver the plan, a smile formed on his face. Ares, Lily, did you gather all the dirty information on the prince? Silver asked. Yes, we did, they replied. Great, great. Great. The only person I really want to kill here is Teron, my father, and I have found the method I can use to kill him as well as make all their lives miserable. So here is the plan. The well-known Duke, known for his good works and honesty, finds the dirty little secrets of the prince. He discovers that the prince has been involved in all sorts of evil and illegal activities, and so the Duke makes up his mind to expose the prince. But the prince finds out, and he can't really kill the Duke since the Duke was very powerful and he couldn't defeat him. So the prince meets with the son, Oliver. He understands that Oliver is trying to become the new family head at all costs. So the prince gives the young Oliver an offer he can't refuse, to help him find his father's weakness and kill the father. After that, the prince would make sure he became the family head. Now Oliver is unsure as to how to do this, but the prince has made plans for this. He contacts the council president, who, after some research, I discovered was mentored by the prince some time ago. So now the prince asks the president to help Oliver, and so the plan came into place. They plotted to kill Teron. They cornered him and sealed his magic. And in that place, they murdered Teron. But Matilda saw this, and she became the witness who reported the case to the king. And so, that is the end of my plan. The only safe person is Matilda. I plan to use her before killing her. Now, if there is anyone that is something against it, speak up, Silver finished. Silver, isn't this too harsh? That man is your father, after all, Aaron said. Father? No, that's not true. He's a sperm donor, sure, but he isn't my father. And living in a world where I biologically resemble this man sounds like hell. Therefore, I'll do what needs to be done and get rid of him now, Silver said. Aaron could tell that nothing he did would change Silver's mind, so he let it be. He felt all this was extreme, but it seemed like the best option at this point. So, how do you ensure none of them will go outside the script? Leo asked. Simple. I use a dark curse on them, and the day they think of spilling the truth, their heads will explode into a fine paste, and their souls will be trapped in a void for all eternity with no hope of rebirth, Silver responded. Leah knew that Silver was a decisive guy, but today she realized he could also be very brutal and emotionless. Leah, Aaron, there's a lot you want to know, and I'll tell you, but for now, we have to finish up the labyrinth competition. The others must be waiting for us. I'll have Lily get our captives ready for when the plan kicks in, but we should get going, he said, and Elsa opened a portal for him. Let's go, he said to Leo and Aaron. They both nodded and headed into the portal to the labyrinth. When they arrived back in the labyrinth, Silver started sensing around for the rest of the team, and luckily they were still on the 5th floor, looking for them. Silver led the way, and soon they found each other. You geese were gone quite a bit. We began to think you had gone to the lower floors, Michael said. No, we just kept looking for Oliver, but we couldn't find him, Silver explained. We don't have to worry about my brother. There are very few things in this labyrinth that can pose a threat to him. We should keep going, Safa said. They all agreed and started heading into the labyrinth to finish the competition. The whole 20 floors became a walk in the park for Silver and the group, and they finished in record time. They got to the last floor and killed the wolf beast that was there as the final boss. Silver simply one-shot the wolf. After they used the teleportation stone inside, they were sent to the surface and reported to a teacher what had happened to Oliver. The teacher told them they would head in and take a look at what happened to ensure Oliver's safety. So, are we heading back to the academy? Michael asked. I have something to do. You all can leave without me. I'll be back, Silver said as he turned in another direction and left. Leo and Aaron watched him go and knew that it was to the labyrinth he was headed. He wanted to go and finish what he had started. When Silver arrived at the labyrinth, all of the captives had been healed up completely. They were chained down in the throne room. All right, now to begin. We have to kill Teron, and the way to do that will be to first poison him. This poison will weaken his magic to a level where even the prince can kill him, Silver said. Silver, don't do this. I am your father. Please, I know I've been wrong to you, but find a place in your heart to forgive me, Teron cried out. Sorry, Teron. I'm a dragon, and dragons have no pity for useless beings like humans, especially those that overestimate themselves. You should have never tried to kill me. I was barely leaving you alive, but you forgot that I have your life in my hands. Today, we end what is known as you. Your memory will fade into the void, Silver said. Lily, the poison, give it to him, Silver ordered. She nodded and immediately administered the poison through his skin, forcefully pushing it through the pores. causing Teron a lot of pain and making him scream. Silver, on the other hand, walked over to the prince. You met me one day and decided that you wanted to capture me. Who does that? Who the hell do you think you are to attempt to capture me? Because your father sits on the throne? A throne that I could remove him from if I so wish. Once upon a time, I was under the government of you and your father. But now, I have grown past that level. You are just the sand beneath me that I walk on. You don't qualify to be a threat to me. Stop this, please, Silver. It may not be too late. Alvin tried to persuade him. Seriously? Are you dumb? Do you think you have some sort of upper hand somewhere? Do you think the Empire will chase me? Or the Holy Kingdom will attack me for your sake? Those are the only human powers that threaten me. But your small, worthless country is nothing but waste, and I can do whatever I want. Silver placed his hand on Alvin's head and forced a dark curse on him. Alvin could feel as if there was a chain wrapped around his heart. The information of the curse filled his head, and he knew what to do and when to do it. Silver took an average sword, freed the chains on Alvin, and handed him the sword. Then he went on to loosen the chains on Teron, who was already getting weaker by the moment. Immediately after he freed them, he looked at Alvin. Fight and kill Teron here and now. Alvin looked reluctant, but he had no choice. It was his life and soul versus Teron's life. I am sorry, Sir Teron, he said and charged at Teron. Teron was weak and dizzy, but he still tried to react, pointing his hand and casting a little lightning bolt. Alvin's sword glowed brightly, and he used it to deflect the lightning. Now that Teron was no longer at full strength, Alvin could take the attacks and deflect them. He got in close range before Teron could cast another spell and slashed Teron across the chest, leaving a deep gash and blood spilling around. Teron fell to the ground in pain, and Alvin stood over him and stabbed through his chest without hesitation, killing Teron. Matilda and the president watched in shock, but Oliver began lashing out and screaming. You bastard! How could you? Silver walked over to his brother and gave him a clean slap across the face. Are you dumb? Do you think we are here to play? There is no moral conduct. My word is law here. Boo-hoo! Your father died in front of you. Cry me a river. That filthy man had no right to walk this world I am on. And as for you, I have not killed you because, well, you are a stupid kid easily swayed by rubbish, and you lack the brains to think things through for yourself, Silver said, breaking Oliver down. With every word, Silver went ahead to use the dark curse on all of them, and after that came the interesting part. Now, I'll teleport all of you to the locations you need to be. First location, Matilda's office, where she is hiding behind the secret wall and watching Teron get killed. The guards and knights are on the way to your office now because they believe they received a crystal call from you, Matilda, from behind the wall. They will burst in and capture the prince immediately. Oliver will be too scared to run, and President, you will jump out the window and run, and they will chase and catch you. I aim to make it an authentic scene, so follow your lines, or you will die, Silver explained. And they were teleported from the right into the office. Alvin laid down Teron's body and held the sword over him. Matilda hid behind the wall, and the president and Oliver just stood. After a while, the guards broke through the door and tackled the prince. Everyone did as they were told and acted their part, with the president reluctantly jumping out of the window. But then he started trying to really get away, but the dark curse kicked in and caused his heart to feel like it would explode. He fell to the ground, unable to move. The guards gathered around him and arrested him, carrying him back to the academy. The news reached the whole academy in a few minutes, as only the first years were out today for their competition, so the other students were around to witness this. Silver, who was hidden and watching the whole thing, had a smile on his face. At least he was a little bit soft on all of them and only killed Teron. The news of the prince killing the duke was impossible to hide. Word got out in hours, and before a day, it reached the ends of the kingdom. It was a shocker, but what made people far more shocked was the fact that the duke's son, Oliver, had played a role in this. He had aided the death of his father. And people could already guess the reason. Someone put out news that Sage was always better than him and stood a better chance of inheriting the family. Oliver had always felt inferior, yet he still staged to get the position no matter what. But then Silver walked into the picture. the unrivaled definition of a prodigy. His presence led to heavy insecurities in the heart of Oliver, and in desperation, the prince stretched out an olive branch to him. Oliver was too far gone to think and so accepted this deal and sought to help kill his father. No one knew what would come to happen. The king refused to give a statement, saying that he would speak on it and give his verdict after the elite competition. In that time, he would have the matter looked into in detail, and the duke would be buried in grand style. The culprits would be locked up in a heavily confined prison and punished every day until the day of the verdict. They would be stripped of all status and rights until the verdict. Regardless of if Alvin was a prince and his son, the king needed to make the right decision, so he had to do what he had to do. Silver and Sage headed to the mansion when they got back and heard about the news. When Sage got home, she saw her mother crying, with other guests there. But Sage didn't flinch. Silver could see her hand trembling, but she didn't shed a tear. "Sorry, Mum and Sis, I had to do what had to be done. You are better off without those two," Silver thought. He found a way to calm his mother down and take her to her room. Silver sat on the ground in her room, while Sage sat on her bed with her mother's head rested on her lap. What was the reason for Oliver to do such a thing? Sage suddenly asked. The answer to that is really simple. Sesame and you. He let his inferiority complex eat him up. I've seen it once with my brother Mike. He even attempted to kill me once. You see, we bear a burden as people with talent, you and I. I haven't known Oliver much, but I could tell he felt inferior, and in the end, it's us who feel bad. Because we should have noticed and tried to help, but how do we help what we can't control? It's not our fault we were born the way we are. And whatever we told him would seem like we were looking down on him. In the end, all this has led to this. Oliver made a mistake, that's all, Silver said. When he said that, his mother sat up and snapped. Mistake? Are you joking? He decided to help his father get killed because his siblings were a little better than him. But I don't blame Oliver. He is my son, and I love him. It's your father and this filthy society I blame. They made him feel like he needed to be the strongest to matter. Your father fed him with words a child should never have to hear. He broke my son mentally. I'm not crying for that bastard anymore. I'm crying for the fact that he ruined my son. And the verdict for killing a noble is death. The verdict for killing your parent is death. And the verdict for attempting to cover the crimes of a noble is also death. Your father's teachings and obsession have brought my son to death. He will be executed publicly. I know that is what will happen. The king is only using the elite competition as a way to buy time and find out from his son what really happened. Just like me, he is hoping to find one thing, just one thing that would save his son from execution. Now everyone feels that Teron was a good man who tried to reveal the secret of the prince. But I know the man I married. His trails are covered with the blood of those he used. If there is any secret, then your father must have been a part of it and wanted to double-cross the prince, so the prince had to kill him. Mum, are you saying Dad had dark secrets? Sage asked. He does, a lot of them. But that is a story for another time. He is dead now, so I can tell you that all the good father act and good duke act he put up is all a facade. When I met him at first, I loved him, and though I was told by my father to marry him, I also wanted to marry him. But soon after, I got to know your father deeper, and he was the devil. I learned about all that his father had taught him, and his father was far worse than him. Their rule was to get ahead by any means, and your father, even though already a duke, followed that teaching like his life depended on it. I did everything possible to stop him from teaching it to Sage and Oliver, but because Oliver spent more time with him, he managed to instill it in Oliver. And now, the teachings have sprouted into this. She finished what she had to say and lay on her bed. Silver got up and headed to the window. He opened the window to let air in and took a deep breath. I should feel bad after this, but like always, I don't really care. Seems my emotions will never be the same. Oliver, Teron, I'll see you all in hell one day. Silver and Sage had to return to the academy after a day with their mother. Their friends asked questions concerning the matter, and Sage explained what she could. The only two people in the group that knew the truth were Leo and Aaron. As for the rest, they were yet to prove that they were real friends with Silver. The issue had also made all of them forget about Silver's sudden change physically. For Leo, Silver simply didn't want to bring her into all the conflict, but he would soon tell her the truth about the whole thing. Since the king had said the elite competition would have to hold even after the news of the crime, the date was moved closer. Now it was simply a week away, and the academy was yet to choose those who would go. So, they suspended all school activities and decided to hold duel competitions. The people who had successfully made it out of the labyrinth would be the ones to participate, and the winners would be taken to the elite competition. The duel was set to happen 2 days after it was announced, and the selections would be made randomly starting that day. Since the duel was 2 days away with nothing to do, Silver decided to head to the labyrinth. His mission was to get to the bottom. Whatever that vision he got after he woke up was, it was telling him that something was in the labyrinth, and he had to find it. When he was finally done with the labyrinth, he would know what real next step to take. So he headed to the labyrinth and entered the first floor after greeting the guards, who were now familiar with him. All right, time to see what this labyrinth holds. Silver walked through the labyrinth like he owned it, without regard for anything. The Mangaldans that saw him refused to attack. It was like there was an aura about him that made them not attack. Silver headed deeper, passing all the floors all the way to the 9th floor. That was the only floor that had some Mangaldan that tried to attack him. But when they attacked him, he allowed his aura to spill out, and the magic amount suffocated them and killed them in seconds. So, magic in high concentration can be brutal to a weak body, or should I say radioactive to their body. He didn't bother picking up their crystals and only continued moving. He also didn't allow the kill notifications to come, as they were very little to him and pointless. Sure, they added some experience to him, but he needed a whopping million exp to level up, and those Mangaldans gave too little exp. Silver was getting ready to enter the dark levels of the labyrinth, but then a very dreadful notification came through. Dreadful not because it was scary, but because this was not the image he would want to have such an issue. The minions of the greatest being are arriving. As soon as he read through the notification, the space started twisting and distorting more than it did last time. A portal appeared, and the minions walked out, but this time it was not just one angel. No, there were a total of 6. 4 of them had 2 wings like the first one he had seen, and the remaining 2 had 4 wings and looked regal and menacing. Just by looking at them, Silver could tell that they were very much stronger. Unlike last time, they disrupted the area and stopped signals from passing, so Silver would not be able to send a message out. Silver made a mental note to buy a skill that would help him deal with this particular issue later. The angels stopped moving. As soon as they walked through the portal, they turned into statues. Silver didn't waste time. He first took out his axe, which gave him the much-needed boost. He would fight them one-on-one first, and if it got too hard, he would summon his clones. He closed his eyes to use vibration sensing, and immediately the 4 two-winged angels attacked at the same time, moving at the crazy speed that he remembered. But he wasn't as weak as back then. He had changed a lot and was a whole lot stronger. So Silver was ready for them. The first one stabbed at Silver's head. He took a step back and parried the attack gracefully before stepping in and headbutting the angel. He leapt back to dodge the attacks of the 2 that had tried to flank him when he was dealing with the first angel. As he landed, he changed his sights to the one that was coming from above in the air. He swung his axe upwards, and it hit with the sword of the angel. The force pushed it up and slammed it into the ceiling. Silver immediately used Flash Step to approach the first one he attacked, while the other 2 were trying to divert and chase him. The angel he was charging at decided to use its ability. It stabbed its sword into the ground and caused time to slow down inside a dome. Only the outer angels could move freely. They thought they had captured him, but to their surprise, Silver was still moving at that speed. I knew all I had to do was make you underestimate my speed. Your dome can't stop my real speed, he said, and sped up more. He cleanly lopped off the head of that angel. Congratulations, you have killed a hash. You have 20,000 exp, 10,000 SP, 1,000 stat points. After seeing this notification, Silver came to a conclusion: these angels must be really special. In the past, when he fought that one, it gave him several level ups. But now, it wasn't able to give him the level ups due to his level up cap, but it gave him a lot of exp and stat points. He immediately turned and faced the other 3, charging at Thiemu. It was time to level up. Silver charged at the other three angels at full speed. They tried to attack simultaneously, but he was too fast and got behind them. With one powerful slash, he got rid of the three of them in one go. Congratulations, you have killed a hash. You have 20,000 XP, 10,000 SP, 1,000 stat points x10. Congratulations, you have killed a hash. You have 20,000 XP, 10,000 SP, 1,000 stat points x10. Congratulations, you have killed a hash. You have 20,000 XP, 10,000 SP, 1,000 stat points x10. With that, Silver had simply made 800,000 XP. He was really close to leveling up. But Silver had no time to think about that because the four wings had started moving. The two of them charged at a speed that was not just double the first angel's, but up to 10 times more. Silver immediately leapt back and dodged both their attacks that hit the ground and exploded, but the debris didn't fly all around. It was as though they had been suspended in time. No, they weren't suspended in time. They were slow, but very slow. From the slow-motion dust, the two angels charged through like rockets. Silver landed on the ground, spun his axe, and then slashed down to attack. The first angel blocked the attack, and it caused a sonic boom that cracked the walls of the labyrinth. The labyrinth was trying to heal up as they fought, but they were busy causing even more damage. Silver managed to block that attack, but he could tell that the base strength of this angel was way more than he could handle alone, even with the buff of the Minotaur's rage. But Silver was not yet even using 20% of all he got. He decided to end this quick and head for the depths of the labyrinth. As the two angels charged at him, their speed caused cracks along the walls, but he wasn't worried about their speed. Silver summoned two clones. Each one had a strength of over 100,000, since they were times 10 of him. So he only needed two. The two of them appeared and shut their eyes while taking Silver's most expensive and powerful swords. They charged at the two angels. Silver, on the other hand, decided to try something that he was yet to try, and that was his black dragon form. He was now more dragon than human, and so he wanted to see how powerful he would be in that form. And with only a thought, his body began transforming, increasing in size and changing color. He rose to be over 5 meters tall and over 20 meters long. The labyrinth was quite big and allowed his full transformation, but he could not move around how he wanted inside. But that was not what he needed now. His black scales shimmered. His entire aura changed, and he looked like a great and powerful being. Infant dragon form complete. Silver was shocked to find out that this form was simply an infant form. He wondered how big his full form would be like when he matured. Silver felt his power soaring. It kept going until he hit an average of 300,000, the highest amount of strength that he had even gotten to. But even though this was his true dragon form, he was still burning through his energy at a crazy rate, and he would not be able to keep this form for long unless he consumed enough food that would keep him energized. And what he was craving was flesh, as any dragon would. Now that he was in his full majestic form, Silver summoned his clones that had been holding off the angels. He opened his mouth, and a huge amount of his mana began transforming. They turned into a powerful black flame in his chest. The flames rose and rose until their heat could be felt all around even as it was in his mouth. And then he fired a thick stream of dark flames, so large and so magnificent, unlike anything that he had ever seen before. Right now, this was the most powerful attack that he had ever done, or even ever witnessed. The flames consumed the statues' bodies and souls. Congratulations, you have killed a hash. You have 40,000 XP, 20,000 SP, 2,000 stat points x10. Congratulations, you have killed a hash. You have 40,000 XP, 20,000 SP, 2,000 stat points x10. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 100 free stat points x10. Special item unlocked. Check inventory. Silver realized that a lot changed after his evolution. In the past, he never got free stat points from killing anything, and also he got only 2 after he leveled up, but right now, he got 100. He would be able to increase his strength by a lot after. That was not all. He also got a special item. He wondered what it could be. He transformed back human and put on some clothes before opening his inventory. Special item ready. Would you like to access? Yes, give it to me, Silver said. After defeating multiple hash, your body has slowly absorbed the universal law of time. You have gained a new ability, time. You have basic understanding and control of time x10. You have unlocked your first time spell, Chronos Lock. Chronos Lock. Create a 1-meter dome where the flow of time is under your control x10. Silver nearly leapt for joy at the sight of this spell. He had gained the ability to control time as well. Today had been massively fruitful for him. He decided to try out the Chronos Lock. He took out a sword and threw it forward and then activated the Chronos Lock around it. Rather than a 1-meter dome, it created a 10-meter bluish transparent dome because of his 10 times buff. The sword was caught in the dome, and Silver immediately willed for the time to stop, and it did. The sword froze right there in the air. He then sped it up to 10 times its speed, and the sword fired with crazy speed. The sword couldn't handle that speed and broke. After testing out the time dome and getting satisfied with the results, Silver decided to distribute the stats that he had gotten. From the first 4 angels he killed, he had gotten 1,000 free stat points each, which came to 4,000. With the 10 times buff, it rose to 40,000 free stat points. And then there were the other 2 4-winged that gave 4,000 together. With that, it came up to 80,000, and with the 100 he got from leveling up, that brought it all the way to 81,000. Silver was certain that he only got this much because of the angels he had killed Mangletons, but no free stat points were given, so it meant that only special beings like the angels could give him that. In all honesty, he was thankful to them for attacking him and giving him an opportunity to increase his strength. Name, Silver. Evolved. Race, Dark Dragon, 80%, Human, 20%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy. Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 5 million. EXP, 10,000. 1 million. SP, 2 million. Level, 2, Evolved. Strength, 15,000. Defense, 15,000. Speed, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Intelligence, 20,000. Free stat points, 82,420. Silver just gained another crazy increase in strength. He had enough stat points to push himself up even more now. He decided to add 15,000 to all his stats first. Strength, 30,000. Defense, 30,000. Speed, 30,000. Agility, 30,000. Intelligence, 35,000. Free stat points, 7,240. The rapid increase in stats caused Silver to feel drowsy. He managed to stop himself from fainting. "Alright now, my base strength is now similar to the Guardians," Silver said, picking up the crystals that the angels dropped and heading deeper into the labyrinth. Silver understood that he had wasted a lot of time here, so he started rushing, unleashing his mana to ward off the Mangletons as he went floor by floor. And there was nothing brave enough to stop Silver, so he reached the last floor with ease. Standing before the great door, Silver felt a strange energy calling to him. He pushed the door, and it slowly opened. As soon as he stepped into the place, torches on the wall lit up brightly, illuminating the circular hall. Silver looked around the large hall, but there was nothing except the sword that was pierced into the ground at the center. It had a black blade that pulsed with some sort of energy. Silver used his dragon eyes to look at the sword, but he couldn't understand anything about it. "It's a pretty sword, isn't it?" Suddenly, he heard Ophelia's words from behind him. Silver immediately turned around and saw an astral form of her standing. "How are you here?" "Doesn't it break order?" Silver asked. "Normally it should break, but not in this hall. And I'll explain to you why. This hall disrupts order. Order can still infiltrate, but the best it can do is stop me from revealing too detailed secrets. As for the basics, it is all allowed, and the reason for this is because of that sword. There once existed a dragon that loved taking a human form due to his love for swordsmanship. That dragon was the first black dragon, and that sword belongs to him. A treasure stolen by humans thousands of years ago and placed here because no one could wield it due to the strong will of the dragon. This labyrinth was then created using artificial methods to keep the sword safe and protected, while still allowing youngsters with potential to try and find the sword and pull it. But for all those years, no one was able to. That sword carries the will of the first mortal being to defy order, which is the dragon. He was a being that rose above gods and all, and went against order, and in a battle against order, he almost won. What happened next I can't tell you, but you will find out soon. But this battle against order was long after he left this world as the Demon Lord. He grew so powerful that this world was not enough for him, and so he left. But after he died for some reason, the humans infiltrated his former domain and stole his sword, and because of how much he disrupted order, that will seeped into the sword he loved the most, and so the will that exudes from that sword is what disrupts the order here. Now, to the reason I led you here from the beginning. That sword is needed for the task I have for you. It is the only thing you need from this kingdom. After you take the sword, you can do as you please for a while until the next stage of the task begins. Honestly, I'm grateful that you made it this far. Even though I hide a lot of things from you, you managed to trust me and follow my words. Ophelia expressed her gratitude. Now is not the time for that. How do I get the sword? Do I just pull it out? Silver asked. No, you must defeat the will that is in the sword. You have to grab the sword and battle the will, she explained. Silver nodded without hesitation and walked toward the sword. He grabbed hold of the handle, and immediately the scene around him changed. He was in a white place, absolutely white. And then a black human-shaped being appeared, holding the sword of the black dragon. The eyes of the black being were glowing red. It looked at Silver, and Silver heard a voice right in his head. How dare you try to take what is mine, here my sword that I love? Well, I am the one who inherited your legacy. It only makes sense that I take your weapon to complete the set, Silver said. Liar. No man can bear my legacy, the voice boomed in Silver's head. Silver tried to use Dragon's Eye on this will. That was all he saw. He couldn't read the stats at all. If that is how you see it, then I will prove to you that I am indeed your heir, Silver said. Silver decided that he would test the strength of this will first. He took out his sword and charged at the will. The will felt the threat from Silver. It moved, but only a beat to a mighty black flame arc. The arc was several meters tall and massive. It moved at a speed that Silver didn't expect. He managed to leap out of the way at the last moment, but felt the searing heat of the flames. Silver landed on the ground and rolled for a bit before coming to a stop. If that attack had hit me, I'd be dead for sure. For the first time, Silver felt dread facing a being. The will had yet to seriously attack him, yet he had almost gotten burned to ashes. Silver got up again and faced the will, but the will didn't move. Instead, the surroundings started changing. It transformed into a battlefield with only the two of them in it. Seems you're taking me seriously now. I don't know why you would do that, as you clearly just showed me you're stronger than me, Silver said. He took out Minotaur's rage and got into a stance, ready to fight. The will didn't move from its position. It simply raised its sword and pointed it at Silver. The sword started firing flaming blades at Silver. Each one was the exact size of the sword and moved faster than the speed of sound, causing ripples in space as they traveled. Silver swung his axe to block the first one. The collision caused an explosion, and Silver was tossed back. He landed on his feet just in time to block the second one. The same thing happened, and he was tossed back again. He managed to survive the first three easily, but as the will increased its firing pace, Silver was pushed back and hit with multiple flame blades. He rolled across the ground and finally came to a stop. This was the first time in a while that he had taken damage. Silver got back on his feet and wiped the blood from the side of his mouth. Damn, I didn't think the will alone would be this strong. How strong is the real Dark Dragon, then? Silver wondered. He recognized that there was no way he would win if he tried to do this alone, so he summoned his clones. The clones charged from all directions, trying to flank the will. All of them now had stats over 300,000, and Silver was sure even Drake might not be able to take one of them. Yet as the clones got close, the will swung its sword in a circular motion. The force from the swing blasted and hit all the clones, sending them flying. The will immediately charged at the real Silver. Silver couldn't even react to the speed with all his senses working at hyperspeed. The will got behind him and was about to stab, but a clone managed to use Flash Step and intercepted, parrying the blade to the side. However, The attack carried such force that it still slammed into Silver and his clone, throwing them meters away. Silver got up from the ground, bruised and battered, his healing factor already working to heal him. Silver's eyes opened to the reality that there were beings beyond his comprehension, and he was still weak. This will now was only a small fraction of the real deal, yet he couldn't stand against it. Ophelia, I don't know if you can hear me, but tell me, what is the strength of this will compared to the dark dragon at his peak? Silver asked, hoping she could hear. This is less than 5%, could be less, but I am certain it is less than 5%, she responded. When Silver heard that, he didn't know how to take it. What was this being? What was the dark dragon really, a world destroyer? Last question. How does this will compare to the current demon kings and heroes? Silver asked. It is 30% of the weakest of them, she responded. I see, so I'm just a big fish in a small pond. Silver felt a wave of anger at his weakness, anger at the fact that he was nowhere near the strongest. So, to change that, he would defeat this will and take that sword. All the clones, including Silver, charged at the will. When they were close, they all activated Chronos Lock at a safe distance. All the Chronos Locks activated, and caught the will, but then it vanished. It was only an afterimage. Silver looked up and saw the will descending from above. He immediately moved out of the way, and so did all the clones, putting as much distance as possible between them. The will stabbed into the ground, causing a massive explosion that left a huge crater. When the dust settled, it was no longer there. Silver heard another explosion and saw his clone flying through the air after being attacked, with the will chasing after it. Support him! Silver yelled, and all the clones, including himself, charged toward the will. They all shot dark bullets at it to try to take it down. But it was as if the will had eyes at the back of its head. It dodged all of them with grace and ease. Silver decided to try something else. He threw his axe with all his strength, and then made a plan with one of the clones. The will saw the axe and simply dodged it, but unexpectedly, a clone brought out its dragon wings and used flash step to get up quickly and grab the axe. The clone immediately swung it down, and for the first time, they made contact with the will. The will still blocked it with the sword, but the force sent it rocketing into the ground and created another large crater. Yet, immediately after it fell, it got back up like nothing had happened. All his clones created one clone each, which was 10 times stronger than the former clones. His mana would burn faster, but he could handle that at the very least. Those new clones then transformed into the tail dragon form, while Silver and the other clones used the Joker transformation. This was a massive burn of mana, so he would have to win this fight quickly. The dragons all flew into the air and charged at the will, their stats well into the millions, their speed beyond comprehension. They all opened their mouths and fired thick streams of black flames at the will, but the will was too fast. It dashed out of the way, managing to deflect the attack. Then it countered by lifting its sword and causing a massive flame tornado to come from the sky in their midst and push them back. Immediately, Silver charged at it with the other clones, and each of them drew the same card, the card of binding. They cast their cards, and glowing chains shot out of the ground in their hundreds to bind the will. They all chased the will, but it flew very fast. Still, the chains kept catching up until they were close enough to bind it by wrapping around it. They drew it down and slammed the will into the ground. Immediately, as it was down on the ground, all the dragons fired a thick stream of flames at the will. The will forcefully shattered the chains and used the sword above its head to block the flames. It pushed back against all the flames with all it had, but this was not its full strength, so there was only so much it could do. The flames continued in a constant stream until the will did something none of them were expecting. It used abyss magic. A black skull covered in abyssal flames appeared and started consuming the flames. It grew in size as it consumed the flames, which gave the will time to retreat far from the skull. Silver wondered why, but when he and all the clones looked at the skull, which had increased in size, they noticed that it was about to blow for sure. They all moved away at their top speeds, and the jokers pulled out cards that formed a barrier over them. The skull exploded, and the explosion was so massive that the barrier cracked and shattered. Immediately after the explosion, the will was already charging at Silver, and Silver was getting low on mana, so he decided to make a gamble. He ordered all the jokers and dragons to go into self-destruction very close to the will, and they all did that. The will was not expecting this. It thought they would attack normally. But when they came close, they started exploding one by one. The power of each explosion from overclocking their mana was immense, and by the time they finished, their will had taken heavy damage. It was flickering and struggling to stay in its form. Silver, on the other hand, was also out of mana and was tired as well. He carried Minotaur's rage, mustering all his strength, and charged at the will. Even in this injured state, the will was still powerful. It charged at Silver as well and went for the attack. Boom! Their weapons collided, and Silver was pushed back several steps, but the will stood strong. It immediately charged in again for another attack. Silver blocked it this time by parrying the attack to the side, allowing him to take a step closer. But to his dismay, the fighting abilities of this will were something else. The will threw its sword over Silver's head from the deflected hand into the arm closer to Silver. It immediately blocked Silver's attack and pushed him back before kicking him in the chest, throwing Silver backward. Silver got up from the floor and immediately charged at it again. The two of them crossed blades in an explosive combat. But Silver was still the one getting pushed back with every clash. Yet, he wasn't without progress as they fought on. The will was getting weaker due to the injuries it received and the strain Silver was putting on it. Silver was also getting a good grasp of its fighting style, so he was formulating a plan that would take his last mana and ensure that he took down the will. The will continued attacking while Silver constantly defended, watching closely until it was the right time. Then he activated the spell, Chrono Lock, and this time he actually caught the will. He coughed up a mouthful of blood immediately afterward from the amount of mana he had spent. Using this spell had scraped almost all his mana, but he wasn't done yet. He forced himself to stay awake and then cast another spell immediately by using his blade to draw out blood. Hell's Gate, Silver said, and the gate opened, immediately consuming the will that was frozen in time. The gate shut, but Silver knew it wasn't over. He didn't have a potion or anything to restore his mana and strength, and he was about to faint. He hardly carried any in his inventory, so for the last attempt, he decided to use his dragon transformation one last time, as it only consumed energy, not mana. As the gates of hell were forcefully opened, Silver grabbed the will with his claws and opened his mouth wide, consuming the very weak will whole, before reverting to his human form and fainting. When he opened his eyes, Silver saw that he was back inside the hall, and Ophelia was gone. The sword of the dragon lay on the ground there. Silver stared at it for a bit and then bent down to pick it up. As soon as his fingers touched the blade, to have acquired Abyssal Blade, Silver felt a surge of power flow through his body as he held that blade. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. The system didn't say anything else about the blade. It didn't tell Silver that he had gained additional stats or anything else, but Silver knew that by holding the sword, he was at the very least 10 times stronger. System, why are there no notifications or messages in the details of this sword? Silver asked. Current system level is incapable of calculating the value of this sword or giving even an approximate level. System requires an update to be able to understand this blade. Do you wish to update your system for 1,000,000 SP? Silver had never known that the system was capable of even upgrading, but today he discovered it was. But the price was half of all the SP he had. He felt the upgrade would be useful. The system might be a cold boss over his life, but it had helped him reach where he was currently. It only made sense to upgrade it to get a better experience. All right, upgrade the system, Silver said. System upgrade has begun. It will finish in 48 hours. All base system activities will be turned off. You can still access your inventory. The system upgrade began soon after, and the system went off for the first time since he had gotten it. Silver gazed at the sword in his hands with his eyes glowing in anticipation. So this was the goal, to get the sword that belonged to the Dark Dragon. Finally, I have finished what I came to this academy to do, Silver said and started walking slowly. What is the next step? I can't continue to hide the fact that I am also a Demon King candidate. I have reached a level where I should not be bothered by humans anymore. I should show myself for what's to come, and what better place to do that than the elite competition, Silver said as he walked through the corridors. Why not simply rise your labyrinth out of the ground and turn it into a city? You have resources and all that anyone would need. Mind 2 suddenly spoke. You asked Dawn to create a mercenary group, so let's use that group as the first connection to the human world after you announce yourself. We may be strong now, but we must be cautious. The best course of action will be to lay claim to the labyrinth and the extensions of the fields and other forests that surround the labyrinth. You will declare them your lands and tell the kingdom that if they choose to fight against you, you will go into battle with them. But you must show them your military strength to let them know what they are up against. You have completed the task of the goddess for now. Rather than go around crazily, it would be best for you to simply create your own kingdom and home and grow your resources with the help of the system. You only have to wait for her to give you the next instructions. It may take years or months, whoever knows, Mind 2 explained. What about the Holy Kingdom and Empire, the other small kingdoms as well? Even our kingdom will not take it lightly, Silver said. Indeed they won't, but we have enough resources to ensure that we trample most of them and survive most of them. In the labyrinth, there exist thousands of intelligent races. We can have those intelligent ones come out whenever they are born and be part of your new home. This kingdom also has a very crazy amount of slavery happening in the shadows, beast men and the like. We can save them and give them a home, train them and feed them, making them a very loyal army to us, Mind 2 explained. I see. Now there are a lot of people that I need to tell my truth to before I go public. My mums, my father, my siblings, and my friends. We should gather all of them in the labyrinth and reveal the truth to them. Those that choose to go can go, and those that choose to accept me as I am can stay. I would like all of them to know who and what I am, Silver said. Then why waste time? Order for them to be gathered already. The earlier, the better, Mind 2 said. All the other minds agreed to this plan, and so Silver contacted Elsa. Elsa, I want you to do this for me, Silver said, and went ahead to explain to her exactly what he wanted from her. After that, he headed out of the labyrinth with the sword in his hand. But because it had been 1,000 years, no one recalled the sword and thought it was a special sword that belonged to Silver. When Silver headed back to his room, he saw that Aaron was not there either. He was out, or Elsa had done what he asked. Silver didn't have much time to waste. He created a dark portal and walked through it, getting out in Dawn's office for the mercenaries. When she saw him, she leapt from her desk and hugged him tightly. Silver, I'm so happy to see you, she said. Same here, but we can leave all that for later. The important thing now is to head to the labyrinth. Several guests are waiting for me, and I'd like you to be my right-hand woman, Silver said. Dawn eagerly nodded, and Silver contacted Elsa to make a long-distance portal right into the library of the labyrinth. He and Dawn stepped into the portal and walked into the library, where Elsa was waiting for him. Daddy, the people you asked for are all waiting for you in the throne room, Elsa said. Good, thank you, Elsa. Now can you help me get Dawn into nice armor, the best that you can? Silver said. Elsa nodded and dragged Dawn deeper into the labyrinth. Silver, on the other hand, already had what he would wear. Ever since he came to the library, he had seen armor that he loved. It was a light armor made of dark dragon scales and orichalcum, one of the strongest metals in their world. It shrunk and expanded using very high-end magical technology. There was also the cape. The cape was made of pure scales that had been tempered by dragon's breath for years and beaten into a fine material. Very light and flexible, yet almost indestructible, it had a very nice engraving in the heart of the sideways head of a dragon made of dark purple. The whole outfit came to fit his new sword. It was perfect. Silver wore the armor and hung the sword at his hip. He allowed his horns to grow out to complete the look and let his dragon eyes glow. He was finished in his getup, and now it was time to wait for Dawn and Elsa. After a few more minutes of waiting, Dawn walked out wearing a new black and silver armor. Her mighty sword was hung on her back. She looked like the kind of warrior men wouldn't mind getting killed by. Her curves were perfectly matched by the armor, and all her assets. Silver couldn't help but swallow. You look great, he said, getting his head out of the gutter. She blushed in response and looked away immediately. Silver gave her a slight smile and then headed for the door. It was time for him to meet the guests. The door opened, and he walked out with Dawn and Elsa behind him. It was like the world entered slow motion as they passed. Everyone stood in the throne room, watching in confusion as Silver walked out. Faye, his father, both his mothers, Aaron, Sage, Leah, Michael, Mike, Quinn, Roxy and Leah. All of them were there, confused at what was going on. They had all been going about their day when they were suddenly sucked into portals. They appeared here and were surrounded by powerful beings that could kill them easily, so they quietly waited for what was to come. But then, after waiting for so long, they all saw the one person they were all familiar with. Or was he not the one? Was it some different person that looked oddly similar to Silver? But was such a resemblance even possible? Those who knew Silver from Rybist saw Dawn behind him, and they all knew for sure that it was Silver. The others who had seen his growth spurt knew exactly what he looked like currently, so they knew it was him. But the air around him was so serious. They always knew Silver was far from normal, but it was because of anything serious. But right now, he was exuding a certain pressure that made all of them hold their breaths while looking at him walk to the throne. Silver sat on the throne, Dawn stood on one side, and Elsa stood on the other. It's nice to see you all here. There are questions in your minds right now, like what's happening, where am I, who is that, and lots more. Well, I'll get into the details as to why you are here, all of you. So listen closely. This is about to be a long story. I am Silver Terron, a boy born with the legacy of a dark dragon, a legacy that changed who I was, making me become the heir to a dragon. I've grown up part human, part dragon for all my life, keeping this secret hidden. This place where you are all standing is the home of the dark dragon, and as the heir, I inherited it. Now, the most important part, I am a Demon King candidate as well. Oh. It seems the story didn't take as long as I expected, Silver said with a small laugh. Silver, what are you saying? You can't be serious here, right? Michael yelled at Silver. Oh, but I am, Michael, I am. I've lived hidden because I had things to do and things you set up. But now, it's time to come out of the dark. To my parents, to my siblings, and to everyone who cared for me and is standing here. The Silver you know is half a dragon and also half a Demon King candidate. I am sorry that I never told you, but I feel that you can already understand the reason why I would have to hide something like this until it was the right time. The questions that are boiling in all your minds are valid, but if you think about it truthfully, you will find the answers, Silver said. So, are you a spy for the Demon Kings? Michael asked. Nope. I couldn't care less about them. I am simply the Demon King candidate in name. I have no connection or friendship with them. Sure, I met with one Demon King candidate who tried to drag me there, but I beat him up and sent him on his way, Silver explained. Silver's mothers stepped forward, and Sarah spoke first. Silver, are you still Silver, our son? That's all we need to know. If you say yes, then whatever you are or claim to be has nothing to do with us, Sarah said. Silver looked at them for a while, then he smiled and responded, I'd never change a thing about myself. I'm still the child you both know. Then that is enough for the both of us. We will learn more about you later. We are both sorry that we couldn't see the real you despite being your mothers, Sarah said and tried to bow her head. Silver used Flash Step, moving with almost teleport-like speed, and held her head up, not allowing her to bow. You both are my mothers. There is no way I'd let your heads go down when I was the one who hid it from you all. I beg your forgiveness, Silver said and bowed his head to them. Immediately after he raised his head, he saw Leah's fist coming for his face. He saw the blow and didn't react. He even reduced his defenses. The fist connected, and his head shot to the side like it would snap. 13 years, how could you keep this from me for 13 years? She asked and threw another punch, but this time he dodged by stepping forward and grabbing her in a hug. Like butter, her defenses melted and faded away. He started whispering into her ear, because you are dear to me, the things I've had to do and carry out are things I don't want for you. I wanted you to enjoy a good and comfortable student life, learning magic happily, making friends along the way. I was going to tell you one day, but whenever I thought about it, I decided not to. I just couldn't make you stop smiling by telling you, Silver explained while still hugging her. Idiot, you idiot, Why would I lose happiness when you are my happiness? My life changed from the day we met as little kids. You started off as the brother I loved, but now, you have become the man I love, and there is nothing you would do that would keep me away from you. If you wanted to burn the world, I'd stand by your side and do it, she said, then released him from the hug and walked back. Silver stood there a bit stunned by what she had said. She confessed so easily. She had completely thrown away the notion of brother and sister that we once lived as, Silver thought. Hey, kid. Silver's father spoke, and Silver looked up at him, waiting to hear what he would say. The sword on your hips, what do you swing it for? He asked. Silver subconsciously touched the sword, looked up, and spoke. I am no noble hero. I wield my sword not for the good of the world, but to protect what's dear to me, like the people in this room. And to be honest with you, I would set this kingdom ablaze to save one of you. I don't care if you see me as a devil, but I'd reap as many lives as it takes to save even just one of you, Silver said. You have a smart head on that neck, kid, you always did. Everyone can swing their heroism around, wanting to look like the good guy that saves all. But in reality, we are all selfish and self-centered, but still, selfish people make good heroes. I love the fact that you stated the truth about what you would do. But I want you to hold this little piece of information and add it to your mindset. Saving the happiness of the person you love comes before saving their bodies. So you must learn to also listen to that person. Would he be able to live a guilt-free life? A happy life after finding out that hundreds of lives were taken for his sake? Silver understood what his father was saying, though his pride was hindering it, not allowing it to really take root.